Thank you.
Please stop wrecking the stage. Thank you. So sorry for the hiccup. Again, as I'm saying, it's kind of going all over the place, but hopefully it will hold. So I was saying, please give a big warm applause to our first speaker of the morning, Millán Berzosa, Strategic Advisor.
Thank you for having me, and now everything is working properly. Thank you so much for the technicians working so fast on this. I'm Millán Berzosa. I'm Senior Advisor. I'm independent board member, as I was mentioning before when we have these interruptus. I'm part of the Impulsa Talentum Foundation, based in Barcelona. I'm part of the Street Child Foundation, the Spanish chapter, based in Barcelona as well, and also part of the Directors Club of ESADE alumnis and the Good Governance and Innovation Council as an independent expert. Moreover, I'm part of yesterday was mentioned this effort from the European Commission of working on the first AI Code of Practice, so I'm going to be working with them as well as expert, independent expert for 9 months in the work of transparency and also governance. Previously, about myself, I was the head of Spain and Portugal from the partnerships perspective at Meta, eventually happening to report to the Vice President in New York with the responsibility that it entailed. And prior to that, I was the Google News Lab representative for Spain and Portugal within the Digital News Fund, 150 million euros for Europe. So that's me, and picture this. This is the cover from the LP, this is 2001 Space Odyssey LP cover. And you see there that astronaut, that is from a few decades ago, but you can identify there what we know as today as an iPad. So this is a symbol that the future may be in front of us and we are not aware of that. So I invite you please to join me to think and reflect. I joined so much yesterday's sessions talking about so ambitious projects, but I want to step back, think about what's coming up, reflect on technology, but also on ethics, as Alex mentioned. So latest technologies, a smart approach for 2025, placing people at the center, like the human-centric approach, artificial intelligence, try my best to provide new elements on that, and also sustainability and geopolitical situation. So latest technologies, this is 2025. Let's try to see what's coming up. So you come to this forum, and now you hear artificial intelligence is not anymore the next thing. We need to talk about quantum. That's what's the hype. So I'm here to touch base and to make sure that we are all on the same page. When we're talking about quantum, we may be talking about quantum computing, which has to do with hypercomputers compared to classical computers. Then we may be talking about quantum sensing, that some cities mentioned yesterday, sensors connected to quantum computers. And we may also be talking about quantum communications to ensure the secure transfer of information. So the long story short here is that we are going to be there, but quantum is not yet there. So be focused on what is the present for you as of today. Then spatial versus VR, XR, AR. So we know you have the VR headsets, super heavy. They say that they're super comfortable. They are not. You sweat. It's not that ideal. But we are approaching to that future of the so-called metaverse, the spatial computing, depending on the marketing approach. You may hear one terminology or other. But it's good to know that there are new ways to experience things for the future. Then we have the AR with your mobile phone. You see augmented reality, and XR, which is amazing, light devices, not heavy, and you can also interact without being isolated for the world surrounding you. So maybe the XR is the most trendy thing for you to be focused on. Internet of Things everywhere, homes with security, or when we talk about retail environment, at offices to be efficient for consumption of energy, including buildings like this one. Another thing that's going to be a relevant pillar for next year is fintech. There's huge interest in fintech. Fintech is growing 3 times faster compared to traditional banking. That explains that even traditional banks are looking back and trying to reinvent themselves with some spin-offs of fintechs. So fintech is very, very trendy. AI is hype. So we have, yes, I mentioned this McKinsey report that only in the telecom sector you find more than 100 cases, ways to use AI, including chatbots or including automated processes. And last but not least, mobile commerce keeps climbing, accounting 17% of all e-commerce sales. And this is pretty much the hype of AI. That's me, just to make sure that you wake up this morning. Scaling smart in 2025. 5 tips, especially for entrepreneurs. Back to basics, know your SWOT, especially where are your strengths, and seek opportunities. And know yourself, and seek that passion. Those things that differentiate you from others. I was yesterday over there judging startups, and I encourage some of them to include more elements of passion, a soul. Of course, companies, they don't have soul. It's human beings, but we can impregnate that soul into what we are doing. So that's important. Embrace the cloud. There's no discussion about this. The future is now. Gartner's prediction is already a reality. KPIs, the third pillar, super important. Get focus on customer acquisition, retention, profitability. It's good to have nice numbers of impact, but at the end of the day, it's all about profitability. So business plan, business plan, business plan. 4, leverage AI and data, machine learning, and all of the possibilities, including partnerships. There are many interesting startups over there in the exhibition area. I encourage you guys to explore collaborations, not try to do everything on your own. And data-driven decisions. Make sure that every time you make a decision is based on data. Placing people at the center is the next trend, but I'm super happy. It's not that Millán is telling you that this is the trendy thing, but I will show you some reports that illustrate this. But first things first, let me take back myself. This was me 7 years ago. This was Menlo Park partnerships. I felt like super special. We were the most relevant guys in the world making a difference. And that's me. And after that, we have the COVID times. And we had to reinvent themselves, and we got confined. And so this is just a reflection for you to be aware that at the end of the day, we are people, and it's important to focus on us. So the reports that I was mentioning was Deloitte, Forrester, and McKinsey. So it's really, truly placing people at the center, not just me and saying. Strategies for retention. Make sure that your people are happy. Yesterday, some of the startups, they say, oh, we're the first doing this and this comparison map. You can see how good we are. And my question was, but who you are? Let me know. So focus on people retention. And when I say adaptability, that includes education to reinvent what we are doing. We don't know how things are going to look in 5 years' time. So it's important to trust our people. And also you get to know people when difficulties come. I remember when I was at Meta, and I had to coordinate the COVID hub, that space for information about COVID. And it was hard because we had to work so many hours. And in tense situations is when you get to know people. So focus on getting the right people. Customer-centric. People also has to do with people that is beyond your company. Make sure that people want to return to consume your product. Experiences that make a difference. Always like something that you can touch and you can experience and you can feel. And diversity as a core element. Let's celebrate diversity. Let's celebrate those things that make us different, but at the same time may be a possibility for us to be more united, and also from all the perspectives, including, of course, diversity from an identity perspective. The power of ambiguity of artificial intelligence. Just want to make sure that we are all aligned. When I say ambiguity, is that we are navigating these convulsed waters these days. In Europe, we have the so-called AI directive, but that is just the beginning. So stop complaining and stop saying that this is the end of the world. It's here to stay. We have the directive for liability defective products. We have the directive for liability in general. There's more transpositions because those directives need to be transposed to the respective countries from the European Union. And by the way, big corporations that they are establishing operations in Europe, they need to be compliant. So that means that Facebook, Google, Amazon, all of them, they're going to be working with the European rules. regardless of how much they are enthusiastic or not that much about that. So even it's because they are super convinced or by obligation, we're going to be in the same, working with the same rules, which is good. So advice for you, be aware of the legislation. Find people that help you understand what's happening. You cannot, I mean, GDPR, you need to be aware of those terms. You cannot use data as you want. You need to be cautious. And of course, the generative AI to boost productivity. Of course, yesterday I saw one of the presenters. I love the presentation, but I was scared when he shared a tool for you to have automated posts on LinkedIn. I was, no, please, more. We don't need more of that. It's like, it's terrible. There's so many texts, it's so long. I'm super excited to be here. I'm super excited 3 times. And in this landscape of technology, it's super obvious that you didn't write that. So stop with that. It is the time for more concise, more brief text, and you need to be authentic. So authenticity can help. You use generative AI, but then you tailor what the generative AI is offering to you. Now, the sustainability versus ESG. This has to do with big corporations, but it's going to be relevant for you in 2 years' time. So when we talk about the CSRD, ESR1, ESR2, those acronyms, what are we talking about? So this is the legislation in Europe for sustainability, and it's as relevant as for finance purposes. So as of today, big corporations like Santander or CaixaBank over there, they need to report what they are doing in sustainability in 2025. So next year, they need to report what's happening as of today. But for mid-sized corporations, this is coming for 2026. So it's good that you documentate everything that you are doing, because this is not more greenwashing or whatever you want to call it anymore. So this is relevant, and this is good for all of us. And I wanted also to mention, I didn't want to be here without mentioning this, and stop and reflect a little bit about the world we're living in. We have geopolitical situations that are affecting us. Like, how many of you have experienced issues with manufacturing, if you try to have e-commerce with China? Have you ever suffered that? Yeah, so that's real thing, that's happening. So that may be of your interest, not to mention the situation in the Middle East. So those things are going to matter because it's going to affect in a big way to stock markets, and at the end, mid-sized companies and small companies, they're going to be pushed as well. So just for you to be aware, and some of the youngest entrepreneurs, I also encourage you to be curious and to get to know how you could be making a difference. So work on your mission, vision, values. That's how you connect with the world surrounding you. Second, impact on business. So we need to navigate these uncertainties and make sure that we have people, maybe advisory boards, maybe independent advisories, whatever, but make sure that you are not alone in this. And sustainability when it comes to peace, exploring the possibility of long-term stability. That's the very, very trendy that we're going to see. So to sum up, I just wanted to start today mentioning that technologies matter, be smart matter, focus on people matter, of course AI, which is the hype, I get it. ESG, no matter of is the buzzword of the moment. Sustainability, not that popular in the US, in Europe it's more popular, political connotations, but it's about our planet. And peace understanding that it's not just the absence of conflict, but the presence of harmony and justice. So I hope you try with me to make out a better world out of what we are experiencing these days, and I appreciate so much you being with me this morning. Thank you very much for having me.
That was too fast. I just came out and was like, he has extra time. Big applause for me, yeah. Thank you very much. Okay, so, well, first of all, welcome everyone that just arrived. Welcome back to the second day at South Summit. I'm a little bit afraid of screaming. No, let's hope my scream and my power. They're blaming me, by the way, for the power outage. They're saying, Alex, you have too much power, and that's why it went out. But so hopefully I don't push my luck too much. So welcome everyone that's just joining up. So we just had the first talk on strategy and thinking about what's going to happen in the future. And you know, this is the funny thing. However, if you really want to make a massive impact, you need to burn the boats. So it's good to know and think about the future, but there's no plan B. And because there's no plan B, please welcome our next speaker. Big applause to Bobby Aikenhead, Managing Director at IDC Ventures, to talk about burning the boats. Big applause for Bobby, please.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Happy to see everybody and happy to see a good turnout. I thought after yesterday's parties there might be 10 or 15 of us, so this is exciting. So today I just want to share a few thoughts on our culture, our mentality, and on how we think you can achieve great things. We call this burning the boats. It's not something we coined or we discovered. So I'll walk you through what it means. So today we're going to challenge some conventional wisdom on how to plan for what you're doing in life. And what I really want you guys to take away is that only bold decisions and 100% commitment lead to extraordinary results. And we'll talk through why. Put simply, in order to achieve great things, you have to burn the boats. So what does that mean? Going back to a little bit of history, back in the 1500s, when Hernán Cortés got to the Yucatan Peninsula and wanted to conquer the Aztecs and take their treasures, he showed up in the Yucatan Peninsula with 500 soldiers and 100 sailors. His men got off the boat, and he ordered them to go and attack the Aztecs. And many of them looked at him like he was crazy. It's impossible. We are too few, and they are too many. And it's their home turf. We will never win. So a few of his soldiers started to try to retract and go back to the boats and leave and try to go back to Cuba. At that very moment, Hernán Cortés looked back at some of his lieutenants and said, please go burn all of our boats. And so they did. He then looked back at his army and said, there is no turning back. There is no way back. We either win or we die. And this is where this concept of burning the boats began. So burning the boats means having total commitment, removing any possibility of going backward and just staying to one forward path. And this challenges conventional wisdom, challenges what we're taught normally since we're born. We're taught to hedge. We're taught to have many plans. We're taught to have so many types of insurance and look to the side and be careful about everything that's in our way. And this theory says just go forward. Just have one single plan and move forward. So if we think about, again, conventional wisdom, you're taught to have one plan, and in case that plan doesn't work out, have a second plan. And then maybe that one doesn't work out, so let's have a third plan. And by the time you spend your energy on plan A, plan B, plan C, you have wasted tremendous amount of mental capacity and energy that you could have spent on your plan A, which is really what you're trying to do, what you're trying to accomplish. So this thesis says, make sure you focus on the sole thing you're trying to achieve and not on the what-ifs, and create different paths for your journey. So essentially, in order to achieve great things, you need to grab all those plan B's, C's, and D's and toss them overboard. Burn those boats and stick to plan A. If you follow conventional wisdom, you end up having a false sense of security, a false sense of, I'm going to be okay no matter what. It's all going to be okay. And that's all false, right? You're trying to achieve one thing. The other, plan B or C or whatever it is not really what you set out to do. So that false sense of hope really detracts us from what we're trying to do. It takes our energy, and again, it's a hedge that eventually becomes your biggest crutch to achieving what you really want to do. So, burning the boats is about giving yourself the best opportunity to divine the path that's right for you, manifesting your dreams, and seeing them through no matter how far-fetched they might seem. So I'm going to add for the crew that's doing the lights and the slides, if I can have the timer, it'd be really appreciated. Timer is stuck. Sorry for that. So anyway, burn the boats. If you look at anybody that has been extremely successful, people that you really admire, people that you aspire to be, they all defied conventional wisdom, and they all burned their boats. They truly burned their boats in order to achieve what they achieved. The same is true for sports, even more for sports, and it's even easier to visualize in sports. One big common denominator in professional athletes that reach the highest levels is that they all end up saying, look, in the end, at the very end, the only reason why we ended up winning like we won is because we wanted it more. We had no other option. We were willing to die for our goal. We wanted it just a bit more than anybody else, and that's why we ended up winning. And that's, again, a burn the boats mentality. Either you make it or you die trying. So this is, again, feels like a very simple idea, but it's very counterintuitive to what we've been taught our whole lives. It's about defining a journey and staying on that journey, no matter how difficult that journey is, no matter how windy the road, how uphill, how scary it can be. Stay on the path and don't try to look for that second option, third option, fourth option. In order to do that, you actually have to create that environment. You have to force yourself to not have a plan B. If it's somewhere in some drawer, you're eventually going to think about it. You're eventually going to know that you'll eventually be safe, and you will always go back. You have to create a journey and ensure that if you step back, it's going to feel like that. There is no chance of stepping back. Once you burn your boats, there's no boats to go home on. And that's it. If you don't burn them, if you leave one just in case, you are not going to achieve your highest potential. Again, when we are out there in a journey and it's really hard, it's very easy to look at another path or a different journey and think that that journey is easier. The grass is always greener on the other side, right? But that's not necessarily true. That's never really true, right? If you compare your difficult path to a path that seems easier, you're only fooling yourself. That path is not easier, it's probably harder, right? So stay on your path and make sure you have no other options, and that's the way you can achieve great things. The same is true for relationships. I think this is a simple example. Free advice for some of you who are not married yet, as I tell my unmarried friends. In relationships, life is always a little harder when you have not gotten married. If you have a long-term relationship with a partner, that relationship is much harder than the relationship of being married. Why is that? Because when you are not married, you have not fully committed. You have not burned your boats. You can still leave. You can still go get somebody else. And you feel that, and your partner feels that. So every little argument, everything makes you think different. You can always run away. Once you take that big step and you get married and you formalize, everything is a little easier. You don't take the little fights as big things. You're always able to think long term. You're always able to say, look, I've made my decision. This is where I'm staying. We're going to solve it. Versus always having in the back of your mind, yeah, I can get somebody else, right? So simple examples that work. I put together 4 little examples in different forms of how this has, how this plays out in different fields. First is my experience. I was a trader at Citibank. I'd finally gotten my nice cush trading job that I'd always dreamed of. But I always wanted to be an entrepreneur. So after I finally got that job, I decided to leave and do a startup. I'd failed in investing in startups and figured if I didn't go all in, if I didn't burn my boats in some way, I wouldn't succeed in venture. So I launched a startup, went all in, and even after I quit and started the business, more questions came up, like how much of my savings should I put into this business? How aggressively should we scale the business? Should I move for the company or commute? I was living in Latin America. Should I move to the US? The business was US-based. Should I travel for it or should I fully move for it? Obviously, more difficult and more expensive. And finally, the hardest one is how much of my trading contacts, how much of my trading knowledge should I keep up to speed? Because just in case the business fails, I could always go back to that cool trading job and everything's going to be okay. Again, all sort of false thinking and false ideas. The answers are really easy. I put all of my money into the business, literally, all of it. If we failed, I would have no money. I'd have to go figure something else out. I literally stopped talking to my city colleagues and friends, not out of anything except for focus for my new business, and knowing that I wouldn't need to ever go back to city, or I wouldn't go back, period. I'd burn those boats. We put everything we had in the business. At first we thought, look, let's have enough money for 30 months just in case. We burned through the money in 15 and went really, really fast. And all of that worked out well. We sold the business to a company called Zoom. The business was called Blue Kite. We sold it to a company called Zoom in San Francisco. We IPO'd with them. I started an investment firm called ATW. Then we sold the Zoom business to PayPal back in 2015. And then I eventually left to start what I manage today, which is a early stage VC platform called IDC Ventures. So in my case, every time I've burned the boats, it's actually worked. Another example, what we call the emerging manager conundrum in venture capital. If you look at data for the last 20 years, emerging managers outperform established managers on a consistent basis, especially in tough markets and in tough periods. How could 20 years of emerging managers consistently beat established firms with so much experience and track record and all that? How could this be? What is it that emerging managers have that established managers don't have? Well, they have much more hunger, they have much more need. For emerging managers, there's basically no other option. If you launch a fund, you either perform and you get the right returns, or you're out of business. For established funds, you've got 3 or 4 more swings because you've already gone through the emerging manager phase. You're already probably independently wealthy, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So the only thing for us that truly explains that difference for emerging managers and established managers is that burning the boats, is that hunger, that win or die mentality. Third example, Alex Honnold. Hopefully some of you have heard of Alex Honnold. Alex Honnold is the most successful professional climber in the history of the world, and he defied all odds by doing what's called a free solo, which is climbing without ropes. His vision was to climb El Capitan, which is essentially a mecca of climbing. It's the biggest rock climbing wall in the world in Yosemite in the US. And he wanted to climb that wall without any safety net, without any ropes. While Alex was practicing for this stunt, he practiced for 4 or 5 years to try to do this. While Alex was doing that, he would never make it to the top without a mistake. He would never make it through without falling. It seemed that because he had the safety nets, the ropes, he would always lose focus or be pressured or get tired and eventually make a mistake and fall and need the safety net. It's like knowing that he Then one day he finally said, look, I'm done, I'm ready, I'm gonna do the 1,000-meter climb with no ropes. I'm ready for it. And he accomplished it. In 4 hours, he climbed El Capitan and performed one of the biggest, most impressive athletic feats that any human has ever accomplished. And again, it's like knowing that he had no room for error, it was make it to the top or die, gave him that extra strength, that just extra, he gave him the best of himself. It just gave him enough to be able to make it all the way through. And that's just a clear example of burning the boats. Again, when there is no option, you will figure it out. But when you have an option, you will, at some point, when the road is really difficult, you will take that option. So you have to burn those options. Don't burn them. Get them out of your head. They don't exist. Elon Musk, another example. Back in 2005, 2006, Elon Musk had put all of his money into Tesla and SpaceX. They were both in trouble. And instead of retreating, selling one to save the other, he went all in, sold more of his assets, got a bunch of personal loans, and saved both businesses. He went all in, burned all the boats. It doesn't matter how many houses I have or if I have one home, if my businesses don't work, if my vision doesn't work. So he went all in, and we all know what happened later. Richest man in the world and most successful entrepreneur. So a few quick things on, specifically what you get by adopting the burning the boats mentality. First, you're obviously much more able to overcome failure. Again, going back to Alex, when you have no option, you look at failure differently. You're less scared of it. You take it head on, and you try to thrive and succeed. When you, again, when you have no options, when you burn your boats, you can break through limits that you didn't know existed. And again, in every entrepreneurial journey, in every big vision, in everything that's worth doing, you will face really tough times. And if you can't break through really difficult walls and you choose to take a slightly different path, or again, think about that plan B, you'll never make it to your end goal. Handling criticism. Again, when you're focused on one thing and one thing only, and you don't really care what happens on the sides, it doesn't matter what people say, it doesn't matter how many detractors you have, you are going to win because you're going to make it no matter what. Again, you're going to win or you're going to die. And so criticism sort of becomes something you don't really care about. The most important is how resilient one can be. And I will read this because this is probably the most important thing that us entrepreneurs and investors really need to keep in mind. Resilience is the capacity of a person to maintain their core purpose and integrity in the face of dramatically changed circumstances. The ability to not only overcome setbacks, but to also always move forward. The next chat from Marta of We Invest is going to be about resilience. So make sure you stick around for that. It should be fun to double down on this idea. The fifth thing that you will accomplish by burning your boats is you will be able to take bigger steps, be more aggressive, take more risk in moving faster versus trying to take things slowly and too much step by step in case you fall into a separate path. So again, by knowing that you must make it to the destination no matter what, you will be able to jump through hoops and get there faster. You'll be able to become completely obsessed. For investors, that's a really important thing we look for in entrepreneurs. Who is going to be obsessed with the problem they're solving? Who is going to solve it no matter what? Who's going to fight and crawl and do whatever it takes? And so for us who invest in venture capital, that's a really critical trait that we look for in entrepreneurs. And of course, we don't ask entrepreneurs if you're actually obsessed. It's something we try to understand if you really are. How committed are you? Have you burned your boats? Patience. Accomplishing great things requires patience. If you know you're going to get there, if you know there's no way you're not going to win and you're going to stick to it, you're able to be a little more patient as you try to get through and deliver on your vision. So finally, a few just takeaways for you to remember. One, burn your boats. Burn your boats, please, everybody. If you're here, it's because you're trying to build something big, because you invest in big things. If you want to accomplish all that, you need to burn your boats. Forget conventional wisdom. It doesn't work. It doesn't work for achieving big things. Forget about it. You have to commit fully. You have to trust your instincts. You have to live the win or die trying mentality. That is the only way we can do really, really big, impactful things. Obviously, you need courage, resilience, which you guys will hear a little more about, and you need to be obsessive. So please, only bold decisions and 100% commitment lead to extraordinary results. Thank you.
Thank you, Bobby. Thank you very much, my friend.
Thank you.
That was fantastic. Okay, I love what he was saying now at the end. I know, I really hope that everyone gets this reference, okay? Let's try it out. You do, or you do not do, but you do not try. Come on, reference, anyone? Thank you. Someone got there. Star Wars, Yoda, okay? But it was that. Either you do or you don't do. However, that being said, that burning the boats and that going, not going backwards and putting everything out there creates tremendous tension from a mental perspective. So there is an element that honestly we don't talk enough, and let me just give you the stats. Like roughly, I think it's 90% or 89% of the people working in Silicon Valley have mental problems. Mental health problems. Not that they're crazy, but they have mental health problems. But the reason I'm throwing the number here is because the capacity to have mental endurance and sustain that journey across you fighting with the market and doing those things is tremendously hard. And precisely to talk about that, how to become resilient and how to increase the endurance of entrepreneurs and investors, we have our next panel with several experts precisely on the matter. So please welcome our first panelist. Big applause to Uriel Lieferman, Meaningful Transformation, Mindset Mastery, and High Performance Facilitator. Big applause to Uriel, please. Come on, we can make some noise. Is he there? You got me waiting. And to join Uriel on the panel, please welcome Francesco Carbone, founder and coach with Impact. Big applause for Francesco. Grazie mille for being here. And to run the show, the one and only, our dear friend, big applause to Marta Cruz, co-founder and general partner at NXTP Ventures. She has groupies.
My God, my God. Well, good morning. Thank you to be here, and welcome to the panel about resilience and endurance in the entrepreneur and investor ecosystem. I am nervous because I am here with two coaches, imagine. I am Marta Cruz. I am general partner and co-founder at NXTP Venture, that is a venture capital firm focused and invest in B2B startup companies, focused in Latin America specifically. We have 5 unicorns in our portfolio. And so from the last 15, 20 years, I am evaluating a lot of startups. And in general, investors evaluate which is the platform, the technological platform that they are developing, how big is the innovation they are developing, and but at the final of the day, the most important for the investor are the people behind the projects. This is the reason why I want to talk, or I like to talk about the human side of the venture capital. And while the people is so important into the founding team, in fact, how many time and how much effort we put in order to understand the people behind the project. In order to guide this conversation, I have here two experts, professional in understand people behavior. I have here Francesco Carbone, that is Italian and German and live in Barcelona. Before became a coach, he used to work in a B2B human HR tech company, and now he has developed a kind of community of coaches that the name is coaches for impact or impact coach.
Coaches with impact.
Coaching by impact. Okay. On the other hand, we have here Uriel. Uriel is from Uruguay but live in Miami. He used to work like a professor in different universities and has extensive experience like an advisor, a coach for presidents from different countries and sport players and CEOs from companies and founders from a startup. And well, the first question for you, Uriel. Based on your experience, what are the most common mental health and emotional situations that founders and CEOs present in the day-to-day basic?
We pay a high price. We always talk about all the good things and motivate to the moon and all the fantastic things of changing the world. And we are doing that. But there is the other side of the moon. And the other side of the moon, that there is a very high price that entrepreneurs, the founders, pay. If you look at the numbers, and I will not go exactly on the figures, but 70% of the founders, if you ask them, they always talk about, I'm going through a mental health thing.
Wow.
If you look at the numbers, the divorce, the cancer, the anxiety, the blah, 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 all the categories, and the suicide rate over founders, it's much higher than all the other domains. So there is here a problem, something that it's an unwanted situation that I guess that I don't have a solution, but we need to address it. And it's time to start to talk about the other side of the moon. That's my view about my experience.
And
numbers are horrible. Yesterday I was talking with Monica, one of my new friends here. She worked with a lot of founders, and I was talking about that, and she said, I lost 2 founders. And it happens. So it's time to start doing that. As investors, we only look at fundamentals and valuation, right?
exactly.
What happened if a management team of the person that is pitching said, I have anxiety, I have a panic attack. Are you going for it? I understand. It's complex, but we need to address this issue.
Okay, and do you see some difference between women and men in this kind of a situation in front of adversity, challenges?
I remember lots of founders and IPO founders that they say that the most emergent pattern in your day-to-day experience is that you have tough times, you have cloudy times, that there are many things that are negative for all of them. However, in my experience that I have the privilege to guide or being a guide or help out or being there for women, I think for you it's much, much harder. It's much harder because we live in a world that is changing, that there are new trends, that there are new voices, but still power relationships are there.
Okay, it's much harder, but we are so resilient, or
No,
not?
yeah, and yes. Well, the point is that we have a pain, and I'm not saying that everybody, but men, we have a pain and we start to cry when we get to the cave. You get born, I mean, you get pregnant and you have a baby inside. We cannot do that. So that's why, what is resilient? Resilient, to define that, and I want to define something, and wrapping up with that. We are talking about an art, not a science. I don't know exactly how we can do that, but an art, it's a capacity of a skill that we have that it's creativity and imagination.
Okay.
We need, I reckon, that we need to naturalize when we are lost. I got lost. I need help. I need someone. And in that sense, when you are in a bad under the weather, bad situation under the weather, you have to remember that to be resilient, and we didn't define that, you need affection, you need unconditional love. You will not find the unconditional love in this domain.
Okay.
But in that sense, it's very important. What is resilient? It's when you are in a bad moment in your life, you have the capacity to recover or to regain a natural state.
Okay. See you the clock.
Yep.
Francesco, talking about resilience and situations, different situations, what did you decide to give up your career like professionally into a startup and started your own company and the community of coaches by impact?
So the first and easy answer is I burned out. So basically my body said, stop, this is the end. So I've been working in the Berliner tech startup environment when it really boomed. And ironically, my purpose for almost a decade was to build companies that would be a great place to work. And we succeeded. So we had like 94% of employee satisfaction. We won awards for being a great employer in Spain and in Germany. And had like more than 80 points of employee net promoter score, which is a really, really great score. Ironically, I burned out in the process. So the answer why I left is because I had to stop. Something didn't sit right. And the answer of why didn't I go back, but engaged into this profession that I have right now is simply because I believe that we need to work with CEOs directly in order to create company culture that is really lasting.
Okay.
Yeah.
And considering your experience, the last experience like a coach for individuals and network, what are some strategies that you implement in order to avoid, or I don't know, to have less burnout into the group of team, into the organizations?
Yeah, so as long as we work in hierarchical structures, nothing goes beyond leaders. So if you are a small startup, you can definitely role model good behavior as a startup founder, as a C-suite. But as soon as the company gets to a certain size, like, you cannot speak to all your employees anymore, you have to hire and promote good leaders, not good individual revenue performers. No? So.
Okay, and Francesco talked about strategies. Uriel, what tools do you recommend in order to avoid burnout?
One thing before that. There's no healthy business if you don't have healthy founders.
Okay.
No doubt. So in that sense, much of the energy and the focus need to be put it there. You ask me a question, I say pause. Pause for a minute. When you're feeling under the weather, when you're feeling over clouds, when you see a tunnel and everything is humid, pause. Interrupt yourself, look what happened without judgment, and two things. See if you have some self-sabotage, and if there are any self-fulfilling prophecies around your beliefs. We all as human beings, we go down and we go up. Sometimes we are down and we need help. Pause, contemplate yourself, and take the self-care of yourself at a fiduciary responsibility. The investors make us, or we sign a contract. In the contract, there is a fiduciary responsibility for the investments, right? We need a fiduciary responsibility for us to take care about our self-care. And that it's not taken into account. We need to have time for ourselves. We need to interrupt something that is very interesting. Two things. There is an attachment disorder called startup attachment disorder or founder's attachment disorder. We have a disorder on attachment on our companies. It's more important than our kids and our intimate partners. And you have evidence-based research, if you look, that when you look at your company and you look at pictures of your people, the same dopamine is coming to your neurobiological areas. They start up the same. We are attached to our companies. We go every night, every day. We need to go and play and that. And it's very tough.
Yeah.
And one more thing.
Okay.
We are always like a juggler making equilibrium. Equilibrium on self-awareness, something that we don't talk too much, and self-esteem. Self-esteem and self-awareness. Self-esteem and self-awareness. Self-awareness is to look at your emotions, understand them, do the vocabulary. What is to be disappointed? What is to be frustrated? What I'm feeling now? Then self-regulation. I can understand my emotions, but I can burst. Take a time and look how you can go out, down. Stop it. Take a pause. Empathy, social skills. And take care of yourself. Exercise, eating, like a high performance in sports.
Exactly. And became our best friends. Okay.
Exactly. We are our best friend. We need to be. We are not. If we care about ourselves like we care about the others, many times things are good. But we care about the others, not about me. About my team, about my investors, about my I need to care about me. If I don't have inside something, I cannot give to the others.
Exactly.
And we forget about that.
Exactly. And Francesco, talking about the life, the real life, can you share some real life example about how do you transform adversity and challenging in an opportunity?
Let me check my notes.
Of course.
So I really believe in that equation, that how high the challenge is and how tough the situation that you're going through, it's directly correlating with the opportunity. And I'm gonna take the same example from before, which was my burnout, right? So it was something that I've never experienced, like a total crash. And I had the opportunity, I stood before nothing, basically. And I had the opportunity to turn my life around, which I did. And now I have a business that I can imagine doing for the rest of my life. Now, when I was a tech executive in the investment, space, constantly just like looking at the next Series A and revenue number and KPI. This was not a sustainable life, no. So I had the chance to really let that sink in and understand what happened to me, and so I'm really grateful for all the challenges I face. And Carl Jung, I believe, he said and I'm going to butcher the quote for sure, but he said something very nice about it. He said, the darker the shadow, give me 1 second. The brighter the light, the darker the shadow. Okay? Okay.
And the opposite too. Right.
And the opposite, of course. And the opposite, of course, yeah.
Okay, perfect. And you're given your the problem that is in place on the other side of the moon, where investors and communities and leaders have some responsibility to have an ecosystem more or healthier, what can I do like a community in order to avoid this kind of problem that you mentioned in the first question?
Well, first of all is to talk about it, to speak up. Second is to give the people, the human beings, the founders, the space to express. It's tough, I don't know how, because if I'm an investor, I want someone that will be strong. But life is many times tough.
Yeah.
Second, the fiduciary. I would love a contract that will have a paragraph that will take, you have a fiduciary responsibility to take care of yourself, and healthy agenda, healthy agenda, and try to define what is a healthy agenda for each one. Write it down, not only talk, write it down. A healthy agenda for me is every day, ta-ta-ta-ta, every week, pa-pa-pa-pa. I need to go to the doctor. I need to see myself. I need to eat well. I need to do exercise. I need to take a happy place when I need to go to a happy place. Write it down. What is your healthy agenda? I'm trying to do that on myself. I have a healthy agenda. And I don't care about all the other things because this is number one. If I'm not good, I cannot contribute to the others.
Okay.
So if we can push that issue as an ecosystem, it will be nice. How to do it? I'm not intelligent. I think we have the communal intelligence to try to describe that.
I am an investor, but I am very focused on people and take care of people first. And the profitability and the return of my fund is a consequence to take care of the people and take care of the business. The final question for both. What is your recommendation or advisor for the people sitting in this room, Francesco?
If you want to be a true leader for our future, make time to turn inward. That's my suggestion to everyone that has a company, that works with people. You have a responsibility to first look inside yourself, see what's going in there, and subscribe to a lifelong inner development journey. And if you don't know how to do that, seek for help.
I
And you,
subscribe
Ria?
to that sentences. And also, I remember being in Spain, they have a beautiful poets. And there is one that I don't know if I will put that in English, and my Spanish and my memory sounds good, but they say, I will go in English, but caminante no hay camino, se hace camino al andar. Pa, 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 pa. Y en un momento dice, caminante no hay camino, solo estelas en la mar. He say, travelers, there's no road. You get the road by walking. There's no traveler, there's no road. I'm summarizing. Only the wake ship over the sea. You see something. This is what happened. Put attention to your present. It's your gift. We hear that. Live in the present. Live in the moment. Apply that. I need to apply to myself. I share what I need to do. I'm not suggesting anything. I share what I need to do. I need to be present for myself and for all the others. That's what I think.
Okay. We don't have too much time. I only say I have my healthy agenda. Do you have your healthy agenda? Because we have to pay attention in the other side of the venture capital, that is the human side of the venture capital. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And
Thank you for having us.
I have one more question for 20 seconds.
Okay.
How do you navigate this sea? Because you've been here for so long as a woman. I know you. How do you navigate that? I know there are 10 seconds.
Only 11 seconds. Well, first of all, I have my healthy agenda. My healthy agenda include work in what I like to work. I love what I am doing. I love to spend time with my family. I play tennis 5 times a week at least. And I cook with my family and with my friend. And I say in this kind of event where I take all the energy that you have for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, all three. Uriel, I hate you. She was right on time. Thank you very much. I hope that was helpful. I was going to say there are some free spaces, but they're not. I'm sorry. So how is everyone? Good morning, those that just joined us. All the people standing, good? You got your coffee? Yes? You see, this morning I was asking who partied, and I was asking the few people that were here in the morning. Now the party people just arrived. That's the thing. So how was the party? Good? Okay. So now we're moving a little bit back into the AI track, and yesterday we were talking about different aspects of AI deployments and things like that, and today we have a table that's going to be talking about how do you deploy AI in a scalable fashion. Because if anyone has actually tried to do any kind of AI model, you know, if you do it in the lab, that's fine, but the moment you have to scale this into production, it's a completely different story. And it eats resources like mad very quickly. So to talk about that, we have a stellar panel right from the lion's mouth. So please welcome our first panelist. Big applause to talk about deploying scalable AI for tangible business impact. Big applause to Janice Dubin, VP for SEMEA for Databricks. Big applause to Janice. Thank you for joining. And to join Janice on stage, please welcome Jaime de Mora, CTO for Startups and Digital Natives at Microsoft EMEA. Thank you, Jaime. Big applause for Jaime. Thank you for joining. And to join the trio, please welcome Alex Housley, founder at Seldon. Thank you, Alex, for joining. And last but not least, the one and only, our dear friend, Anna Helm. She's freelance reporter for TechCrunch. Big applause for Anna, that she will be running the show. Floor is yours. Enjoy.
Thank you. So I want to start with a bit of a provocation, I guess. We had Mark Benioff from Salesforce just last week saying that AI is overhyped. So if even he thinks that, and especially in the context of AI for the enterprise, where does that leave us? And I guess I'd love to hear each of you on this point, because it's going to be really important in the context of AI impact. But I'll probably start with you, Jaime, because that was probably a job at your employer. So first, tell us where you work, what you do. And
Sure. Good morning, everyone. The first thing I would say is that AI has been around for 70 years. And for the first time ever, it's fulfilling its promises. So if we think about what we've seen in the last 2 years, the first thing is we've seen the fastest growing company ever with OpenAI. We've seen the fastest growing consumer product ever with ChatGPT. And that is just the tip of the iceberg. We're seeing so many industries being disrupted, from software development with the different co-pilots, from customer service, from logistics, transportation. And if you look at the data itself, all the reports out there, Deloitte the other day published a report that said that companies that are implementing Gen AI are seeing 5 to 10% increases on annual revenues. They're seeing 20 to 30% reduction on operational costs. And again, that's just the tip of the iceberg. If we look ahead and if we think about also the good uses of AI on healthcare, where we see a 50% reduction on time to drug discovery, on diagnosis of patients' diseases, discovery of new materials. There are so many good use cases out there. And again, we're just scratching the surface. So is it overhyped? I strongly say no. Of course, everyone have their own opinion, but I would say there are enough facts and data out there that prove that AI is really delivering tangible business value.
what's your take, Alex? I remember you mentioned tipping points when we were chatting. So
yeah, so buenos dias, everyone. Great to be here. So yeah, just a brief intro. I'm founder of a company called Seldon. We're based in London. We have a global presence. We help organizations to deploy complex AI applications much more effectively whether that be to automate their operations and their decision making, or to improve the customer experience. We shorten the time it takes to go from developing a model to actually scaling that in a production environment so they can solve real world use cases and deliver business value. So on whether AI is overhyped, I mean, I've been working on this for about a decade, and in the early days, if you'd have asked me, I'd say that AI is very capable at delivering superhuman performance on very narrow use cases, and that's still the case today. You know, you can process millions of payments to detect fraud in a much more capable way than humans ever could. But what I would have said is that both general purpose AI and sort of creative generative AI is a bit of a pipe dream, and it's a bit theoretical. But what we've seen, as Jaime was saying, over the last couple of years is really a huge tipping point through large language models, obviously ChatGPT, GPT-3, 4, and the great models that have come from a variety of other companies, including a huge catalog of models which you can get through open source libraries, open source collections from Hugging Face, who was on stage yesterday. And so this technology is now available for anybody to consume without investing, you know, well, the billions of dollars which really go into developing these models at the large tech companies that have the capability to develop them.
Yeah, I think that's a great segue also into Databricks because, yeah, Yanis, democratization is a big part of what you do, right?
Yeah, it's a big one. But first of all, good morning, everyone. Buenos dias, as was mentioned. So my name is Yanis. I run South Europe, Middle East, and Africa at Databricks. So Databricks, in few words, is the leader in a data intelligence platform. We've been on the market for more than 10 years, working with more than 12,000 customers in the world. And this question around hype, around data and AI is like top of mind. So I'm going to answer this way, if I may. Anna, when you look at the stock market, is there a hype when it comes to AI? I would say potentially yes. Is there a big excitement when it comes to companies, customers, C-suite in these companies? The answer is yes. And the main reason is because AI and Gen AI, when you look at the detail, at the range of use cases, the outcome is going to be massive when it comes to productivity, efficiency, cost reduction, you know, and I can list like lots of names like that. It's going to be massive. We talk about predictive maintenance. We talk about augmented, you know, agent in support. We talk about smart marketing campaigns. So yeah, the outcome and the potential is huge. It's funny, your quote around Mark Benioff. I know a bit the company. I used to spend a few years there. What I can say is that when you look at the reality, and it's not us at Databricks sharing that, it's companies like BCG or McKinsey, for sure, as of now, there is no short-term ROI when it comes to AI or Gen AI. 80% approx of the investment being done, they don't find yet, you know, ROI. So it doesn't mean the outcome is not going to be massive. It just means that it's a kind of revolution. And we are going, let's say, we will need to wait to get the outcome. And our vision at Databricks is that to get the outcome and to accelerate, in a way, the outcome, you have to start the right way when it comes to build an AI strategy.
And Jaime, that reminds me of what you were saying in terms of the companies you work with. So maybe you can give a bit of context on that and also what you saw of them like jumping right in and maybe thinking twice.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm fortunate enough that I work with the most disruptive and fastest growing companies across Europe, Middle East, and Africa. And we actually have helped them shape their AI adoption strategy. So we've seen a bit of everything in the last 24 months. First, it looked like California in the 1800s with every company, like the gold rush, every company trying to implement AI without a clear strategy, just trying to put the AI brand or certificate in their own logo without really knowing what the value or the end outcome was going to be. And we've seen companies fail in the process. We've seen a process of experimentation mostly in the last 18 months in which companies tried to play with every single tool in the market. And that's been a big mistake in our opinion, in the sense that there's a new model probably there's like 3-4 models coming out every single day. Right now in the Microsoft AI catalog, you've got more than 2,000 models, both large language models and small language models. Very soon we're going to have multimodal models. And that's just the model layer. If you go deeper, you go again to the tools layer. And there's so many things that you can use, from orchestrators to methods for evaluation. And companies have tried to, especially startups, they have tried to play with everything. If we look at, for example, what has worked, those are companies that have a very clear vision. And I would say, for example, Klarna is a great example. From day one, they jumped into AI. They partnered, in this case, with OpenAI. And they said, OK, we're going to revolutionize our customer service support. And more than a year ago, they actually put into production their AI assistant that provided support to their customers. And in February, they actually published the results. And 2/3 of all their customer service was handled by their AI bot, 2/3. And that meant that that AI bot was doing, or agent, was actually doing the job of 700 full-time employees. The customer satisfaction was on par, if not better, than the human agents. And also they actually published that they made 40 million in profit in 2024 out of this cost reduction and the implementation of AI. That's a very clear point. Also, eventually we can get into the build versus buy debate. That's another one. But Klarna is a very good example of a company that actually leveraged existing technologies and didn't try to build everything in-house.
Yeah, it was also a bit bold to say that, because they definitely took a bit of hit for saying so, but they said it would be better job, not fewer jobs. We can get into that.
They didn't replace. Yeah. It allowed them to do the job of 700 people.
Yeah, fair enough. Another thing that touches on AI, of course, is besides a job impact on jobs, is explainability. And Alex, you were telling me about an example that maybe highlights how explainability is important. So explainability, it's weird to explain the word explainability, but it means understanding what the algorithm does and why. And you had an example on that.
Yeah, well, machine learning models, whether it's kind of the traditional ML or large language models, once they're trained, the actual model itself is not directly interpretable by humans. It has billions of weights, and these effectively, in order to explain the machine learning outputs, there are techniques that companies have implemented which enable you to take the input data and basically create a weighting based upon the different features on that input. So, for example, if a financial services company is deciding whether to accept a loan application, it can tell you why it's accepted or rejected it based upon the specific parts of the application that the customer has filled in. And this can work within a sort of text basis or within an image. You can draw on the actual input image the parts of that have triggered that specific output. A much bigger challenge these days is around explainability of the large language models, because the scope of these potential input features is much bigger, and the number of parameters. So this is very much an open research topic, and we have heard some really great developments on that at this event from, for example, Unlikely AI yesterday.
Great. One of the other things we were discussing is that in terms of business impact, of course, a lot of the conversation revolves around impact on operations, being more productive, but it probably would be a mistake not to include it in the customer journey. And Yanis, I think you've been working with a couple of clients on that in Spain, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, we have plenty of examples. As I was mentioning, we are partnering with 12,000 customers in the world, so different segments and different industries. So again, the range of use cases is very large. But I want to come back on one point, because it's very easy, if I may say, to look at the excitement and I would say the nicest part of the discussion, which is the business outcome. Reality, and at least this is our vision at Databricks, if I take a picture or an image comparison, you don't start building a house starting with the roof. And AI and GenAI is the roof at the end. So if you want to build a house which will bring the outcome you want, meaning having a nice room, a bed, and so on, you have to build the foundation. And the foundation of the AI and Gen AI discussion is the data. You don't have the data, you don't have Gen AI or AI. If you have fragmented systems, database, lake houses or data warehouses, and so on, you have like a difficulty then, I would say, to have this scale in terms of AI and Gen AI strategy. Of course, you will be able to launch like very nice POC with tons of money, if I may say, and maybe you're going to shine internally. But does it make it like a real strategy when it comes to data and AI strategy? I'm not so sure. So to your point, the way we work and we partner with customers is first to make sure they have all their data, structured, unstructured, semi-structured, whatever, in one place. And from there, we build the AI and Gen AI strategy. So I'm going to give like two examples because we are in Spain, two different, I would say, environments. Repsol on one side, Spanish company, energy utilities company. They have decided to build this data platform with us. And once done, then they built 50 use cases when it comes to AI and Gen AI around energy efficiency and so on and so forth. So that's one example. Another one in another kind of industry and smaller, I would say, organization or company is La Liga football organization, where they leverage the same, let's say, approach when it comes to data and data platform to activate, I would say, two dimensions. One dimension with the relationship with the football club, providing them tons of data because they have hundreds of cameras in the stadium. And then, you know, these football clubs, Valencia as an example, can get insight and engage with the players and so on. So that's, let's say, what kind of a dimension. The other one is in the B2C relationship, where having all this data, they can, I would say, engage in a smartest way with the customers, e-commerce, people visiting the stadium and so on. But again, the foundation is key. And if you don't have foundation, then it's just like POC and test you're running on AI and Gen AI.
Mm-hmm. You need a foundation, but you also need a plan, right? Jaime, you were mentioning that when we were chatting.
Yeah, definitely. So the first thing is an AI project needs to start with an end goal in mind. And we've seen incremental steps being taken by companies, but they should actually be, we encourage them to be ambitious and to think big and think about how can they disrupt their industries with AI. And for that, again, as mentioned before, there has been a lot of trial and error. There are frameworks out there that they can leverage, from AI ideation and use case definition to operationalization, to put it in production in a responsible and safe way. There are many ways of doing it. And actually, if I may, I just want to actually share an example. For example, we work with, of tangible business impact, we work with CRI, or CRI. It's actually the largest healthcare provider in the Nordics. It's a health tech company, a unicorn. And they employ doctors and clinicians. And their biggest burden is actually the administrative tasks. Working, and they spend around 40 to 50% of their day not seeing patients, but working, but actually putting in the system all the information from their patients. And there's a huge shortage of doctors across the Nordics. They implemented an AI solution, in this case with Microsoft, that allow their doctors to see double the patients per day. So you can see the real impact right away and how much AI can actually solve a huge real problem. That is, again, the shortage of doctors and patient care in the Nordics.
And Alex, how do you pick a problem? What problem should companies pick?
So when looking at your potential use cases, I think it's really important to focus on the areas where you can deliver the biggest impact on the company, whilst minimizing the risk. So if you're making your list, I'd look at those two columns and pick those use cases. Yeah, high impact and low risk. Avoid just picking kind of use cases around the edges which don't really make an impact and maybe look interesting or a good kind of academic exercise, and yeah, to really try to focus on the core business and to drive value. And this is where large organizations are having there's an opportunity to transform their entire business operation, but it takes time to go through this transformation. Starting with the data and working your way through to developing the models and deploying them. With startups, it's just an incredible opportunity, and I think there'll be a lot of startups in the room today where you don't have this kind of baggage that's been accumulated over time. You can start from day one as an AI-first company, and you put the right infrastructure in place from day one, and really have an opportunity to disrupt the market.
And in terms of it being scalable, do you have any advice, Jaime, to find things that are going to work in the long run?
Scalable in what sense? There are many ways of looking at scalability.
Well, probably, yeah, the usual sense of, I would say cost, probably. Yeah.
Sorry?
Cost in terms of resources.
Yes, so definitely, again, it's important to, if you look at the value creation or value generation of AI as a continuum, the low-hanging fruit is actually productivity and getting efficient and becoming more efficient by using AI internally. And that's something that startups have started doing, but it's not been top of mind. That is one. And you can actually get, again, huge productivity gains by adopting AI internally. On the other end of the spectrum, we actually do have disrupting your own industries. Thinking about new use cases. How can AI empower you to actually create a better product, better empower your users? And that's actually harder to find because you need to be creative, you need to think out of the box, and eventually you will get there, but there's a lot of experimentation going, especially if you want to deploy these solutions in a responsible way, which has been also, we've seen that many companies back in the day started releasing products in a not very ethical or safe way, and then everyone got into a bit of a paralysis phase in which they were not confident enough to put these applications into production and into the hands of their users. Now there are frameworks that allow companies to do so, and we see this new era of AI in which probably we can call it the agents phase, in which companies feel more confident of deploying their AI solutions.
Mm-hmm. And Yanis, you probably have lots of conversation with what we call the C-suite. So what do these conversations look like? How do you tell executives about the potential of AI, or are they already buying it? And
well, I think they are reading like so much and hearing so much noise around the AI that they are convinced. Then this is where I was speaking about excitement. You need to build this strategy with them, because if not, there will be like a massive disappointment. Back to this discussion across my region with the C-suite, one, I will say, common topic of discussion is how to avoid the lock-in. And I'm going to share like a kind of personal story in a way when it comes to the pace of innovation, because it goes so fast. You know, a few months ago, we were speaking about LLM, then compound LLM, now SLM. So you see, it goes very fast. And the personal story I want to share with you is Databricks, we launched LLM beginning of 2024. Crazy announcements, big news, and so on. Reality is that we've been the most, I would say, performance LLM for 1 week. So that's a funny story, because you don't know what's going to happen tomorrow in this GenAI space. What does it mean? Who is going to get the best, cheapest, most performance LLM? No one can predict. Who is going to get the GPU to make this GenAI strategy run? No one can tell you that. So our point here, and that's the discussion we have with the C-suite, is how can you embrace this journey? Because it's going to be a journey. It's not for tomorrow. You have to start the right way. But you have also to look at which are the outcome you want to get. So that's a journey. And how doing so, you avoid being like locked with a software vendor, or let's say, I would say a technology. And that's why, for us, the future in AI and GenAI is open technology and open source, because it gives the freedom to the companies to start somewhere and potentially tomorrow to adjust their strategy and to go somewhere else.
mm-hmm. Yeah, I see Alex agreeing, but we're almost running out of time. So Jaime, I actually wanted to ask you, what do you want people to remember from this conversation?
I would say be bold, think big, think about how to leverage AI to empower you to create or to disrupt your industries. And there's a joke out there in Silicon Valley that says that every time OpenAI holds a dev day, 500 startups die the next day. That's okay. That's okay. The thing is, there's so many opportunities out there in the market, but you need to think about how you can build your moat and how you can build your competitive advantage in the market, because an AI is allowing people to do that in a much more efficient way.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please, my lady. Thank you very much, guys. Big applause to them. Thank you for your conversation, guys. Pleasure having you. Okay. The crazy thing, only one stair to go up and go down. Okay. So, Wow. I know who's coming next. I know, a lot of expectation here, right? Well, this is quite interesting. We have a stellar chat right now, an interview with probably someone that created one of the most impactful products in the last, I would say, 2-3 decades, right? It's really impressive, and I'm pretty sure everyone knows who I'm talking about. We're talking about YouTube. Who here has watched YouTube on a daily basis? Wow. Who doesn't use YouTube, please? Someone? Get out. Well, but this is interesting. I've been doing technology for many decades, and it's always curious. Every single time I've seen things like this is when you're actually building this stuff, you don't really fully know the impact. You just want to build this, and then it just goes crazy. And so it's a very weird experience when you look at it from the outside, and years pass, you go back, and you go like, oh my God, like how did that ended up being so large? So I'm not going to make you wait anymore. So to talk about burning bold ideas into digital revolution, please welcome our next two speakers. Big round of applause for Steve Chen, co-founder and former CTO at YouTube. Big applause for Steve, please. And to do the interview, please welcome my dear friend Robin Waters, founder and former chief editor at tech.eu. Enjoy, gentlemen.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you, everyone, for joining. Thank you, Steve, for being in Valencia. Is this your first time here?
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you.
So, we're going to have your mind for 50 minutes. So,
We'll speak faster.
I'm going to ask you a lot of questions, but we're going to go back to the early days, before YouTube, before PayPal. People would assume you grew up in California or a Silicon Valley kid, but you're not.
No, so I think it's the few stages, right, before getting into Silicon Valley, and I think they were both instrumental. So I was originally born in Taiwan, of all places, but left there when I was in 2nd grade. So I'm one of the few people where my second language is much, much, much better than my first language. English is much better than my ability to speak any Mandarin. But I think what was important, and I think what ultimately led me to take all the risks in moving out to Silicon Valley, was the time that I grew up in the Chicago area. So starting from 2nd grade all the way until high school, college, I spent in the Chicago area. But I think most importantly was when I was a sophomore year in high school in 15, I went to a boarding school, and it was just the year that internet was coming out, Netscape was coming out, and I was really being able to use everything from just being able to get connected for the very first time. And of course, at a boarding school at 10:30 p.m., the parents aren't there to say it's time to go to sleep. So it would stay up until 3 a.m., 4 a.m. every night just playing around with the internet. And of course, it was a math and science academy in Illinois, so really focused on math and sciences, so surrounded by other people that were also interested, 15-year-olds, 16-year-olds that were also interested in technology. And then going to U of I was important, I think, because Mark Andreessen from Netscape, he went and they started the original version of Netscape there at U of I, and he was one of the first people that went directly from University of Illinois to Silicon Valley. And he led this continually, even to this day. Max Levchin, who was the co-founder of PayPal, he went and he also went U of I to Silicon Valley. And then the first two engineers that they hired, the first two employees they hired at PayPal, they were also the same thing, Math and Science Academy as me, University of Illinois as me, and then they went out to Silicon Valley. And that's how I was originally brought out to Silicon Valley. It was like a little ICQ at the time. I mean, it was just I
remember. I'm that old.
Instant messaging interview with Max Levchin at the time, and then he just asked, when is the earliest that you can come out here? Can you come out next week? And And that was it. I was like 4 days later, I was landing at San Francisco airport and going to work at PayPal.
So you got attracted by the, this is where all of this stuff is being built. I need to be part of that community. Or was it mostly just Max convincing you to work on PayPal?
Well, I think at the time, and maybe even a little bit now, but definitely back in 1999, like if you really, if I wanted to stay in the Chicago area, there was really only a few technology companies and probably Motorola, or some of those are some of the bigger ones, and those were the safe jobs. But if you really wanted to work on something new and something innovative and something that was more built from day one as on the internet rather than something adopting the internet, you had to go to Silicon Valley. So, I mean, I think that that ticket was a one-way ticket to Silicon Valley. It wasn't there was no return flight on that ticket, and it was just going to see how far I can survive in Silicon Valley on my own.
You took it pretty far. We'll talk about that in a minute. But you joined PayPal. We all know the story about PayPal Mafia. PayPal being a pivotal company, but also the people who left PayPal and what they did after is even more pivotal. But what people might not know is that you actually left PayPal not to start YouTube, but you joined Facebook. Is that right?
Yeah, so, I mean, I think that PayPal experience, like 5 years, from 1999 to 2005, I was at PayPal. And I think that was a great experience to go through. As soon as I got to PayPal, 3 months later, there was the original, like around a dot-com crash around 2000, when all those technology companies that had gone public, they all got killed on the stock market after going public, after filing for IPO. And it wasn't even sure if technology companies were going to be around, PayPal included, and all the venture capital firms, they stopped funding. And so a lot of the technology companies, the majority of them couldn't survive to the next round without another series of funding. But PayPal at the time, it was supposed to be, originally when you signed up for PayPal, you got $10, and if you referred anybody that you a friend to join PayPal, you also got $10 for referring a friend. So it was just taking in fundraising, Series A, Series B, and just giving out that money to buy users. But of course, once that dot-com crash hit, you knew you weren't going to get another funding round. So not only were you going to have to stop giving away money, but you also had to start monetizing right away. And so it put in things like these merchant accounts, business accounts, and so if you receive over a certain amount of transactions, you start having to pay transaction fees. But I think that's the kind of adoption that you have to do in Silicon Valley, especially if you want to survive through things like the dot-com crash. And I think through that experience of going through the IPO, through a lot of adoption at PayPal early on was on eBay. And eBay didn't like it because in order to pay for a transaction that finished on eBay, you needed to pay for the product. And eBay itself didn't have a payment service. PayPal came to be a good P2P payment service for eBay. So a lot of people liked it, but eBay didn't like it. And so it did all sorts of things to try to stop people from using PayPal. And these are all similar stories because these are experiences when YouTube originally launched. It wasn't Facebook, but it was MySpace at the time that really took off for, and this is still 2005, this was before Facebook, but MySpace was the dominant sort of social network service at the time, around 2004, 2005, and they didn't have a place to put videos, and people wanted to share videos online. So YouTube, we allowed you to be able to, and even today, you can embed a YouTube player on another third-party site, and you can watch the video on the third-party site. And that's when we started really seeing the numbers of views, number of new users, number of creators coming into YouTube take off. But MySpace did all sorts of things to try to stop YouTube. Even I remember, I mean, it was like the Christmas Day on December 25th, 2005. They just made it so you couldn't put the YouTube video on. They just disallowed embedding any YouTube videos on their service. And all sorts of things there where I mean, just as a startup, an early stage startup, you just have to figure out how to do that. We ended up taking I remember digging very, very, very deep into the help pages on MySpace to find the contact phone number for MySpace, and we put that on the front page of YouTube and just said, we don't know what's wrong, but if you happen to have any trouble with watching your videos on MySpace, just call this phone number. That took 13 clicks to get to that phone number. We put it on the front page of YouTube, just say, if you have any trouble with this. But no, I mean, I think that a lot of those the lessons learned throughout that experience, but I think that was all part of that PayPal group. And no, I in 2005, I started the year with PayPal, and then through some of that PayPal Mafia connection, I worked at Facebook when they first moved to, Peter Thiel was one of the first investors, and I worked at Facebook for a number of months. And I remember sharing, I think they only had something like 11 employees at the time, and I remember just sharing one desk with Mark Zuckerberg. And it was just us, and I was looking at the code that Mark was writing and committing into Facebook at the time before joining YouTube. And I think the other story is when you file taxes in the US, you file it at the end of the year at 2006 for 2005. And I just remember having to file taxes for PayPal and then Facebook and then YouTube all in the same year. Not many people get to say that,
You get to frame that tax file. No, just put it on the wall. No, that's great. That's a great story. Was it at Facebook that you got the idea for YouTube, or was it you and Chad and your third co-founder just bouncing around ideas? What can we do? We want to start our own company. Because you could have built a legacy at Facebook as well, if you think about it. Instead, you did something historical with YouTube, but could have panned out differently.
I think that's it's interesting, right? I mean, I think for people in the room that have created or are working on their own startups, I think in Silicon Valley, as soon as you receive your first funding round from an official venture capital fund, usually you bring in a PR team and you work together for an entire afternoon into the evening, multiple days. And I think inventing a story about the creation of the service. So I think that that's always the first question you get asked in interviews is, so how did you come up with the idea for YouTube? And there's always a true story, and then there's the invented story with the PR agency.
Which one do you want to share?
I am much better at telling the invented story because I've told that so many times. The real story, I have to be honest, right? I mean, the invented story, because you want to make it appealing to the actual users. And so the invented story is that, like Chad, the other co-founder, we had dinner party. We were taking photos, videos. Very easy to share photos because many photo sites out there, but videos was very difficult. So we decided to create YouTube to be able to share videos. And I think when people read that, it makes sense because it's like, oh yeah, like this is still, I think, a couple years before the iPhone came out, but even cameras at the time, they were able to take photos and videos. And that's right, it was difficult to share videos online, even if you took them. But, they were saying like, I was having a dinner party in San Francisco. None of us lived in San Francisco, right? It was all invented. We were living in Palo Alto at the time. And it was really a story that I think is not just in the case of YouTube, but I think most startups in Silicon Valley, when you read about their founding story, it sounds really good, but I'm going to guarantee it's probably not true, right? So I'll tell you the real story behind YouTube, and it didn't work. The real story behind YouTube was there was another service at the time. It was called hotornot.com. And it was just supposed to be, a dating site where you upload your photo, just one photo. And I think there's just like 2 buttons, whether it's that photo's hot or not. Anyway, we were trying to make a video version of Hot or Not, and we just said you can upload a video instead of a photo. Isn't that better? A week went by, 0 videos were uploaded, and we decided we had a small team meeting. It was Chad and me talking about, do we give up? Because there was still a lot of, I think, we talked about this earlier. In 2005, video was still impossible on the internet, right? The fact that bandwidth was still very costly, very limited on both sides, from the customers as well as from the data centers. This was before cloud computing, so when we were buying servers, we had to buy it 6 months in advance, and you had to be there on Sunday morning at the parking lot to pick up these 42U racks. You have to bring them upstairs, and you have to install every single one of the data center machines yourself. You have to pay attention to the amount of power, you have to pay attention to the amount of bandwidth you're using. There's peering agreements that you arrange with other networks. The fact that you can watch a video inside a browser was actually relatively new. It was only in 2004 that it was adopted that you can actually have a codec inside the browser. Before that, you had to download different apps, different video codecs, audio codecs. There are over 200 video codecs, 200 audio codecs out there, and you had to transcode everything into just one format that was playable inside a browser, this H.263 format. That was all new, I think, and that was more, I think, my role on the technology side to just make it possible to be able to upload a video and watch it inside a browser. But then I think, just like with all apps and all startups, there's the technology side, and then there's the actual, the application itself. And we just thought, dating is so obvious that it must be, that's going to be the type of content that people are going to want to watch. And we tried it, it didn't work, but we said, look, like there's still something there with the technology we build. Is there a way to be able to utilize this technology and still be able to build a product out of it before giving up? And I think these are some of the tough decisions, I think, as founders, is like, when do you change paths? When do you change the technology? And we thought the technology worked, but we really needed to change the direction of the product. And we just made it more expanded, just upload anything you want, right? And so instead of rating videos with number of hearts or something, you rate it with a number of stars. Instead of the search engine trying to find someone, it would just find something you want to watch. And as soon as you do that, then people started uploading and sharing some of the videos, and we started getting some of the more viral videos of, I think Ronaldinho with like Nike. That was one of the first ones that was uploaded in 2005 that received 1 million views. There were a few videos from, there was a video from Saturday Night Live that was uploaded that received 1 million views. And then people started getting this idea that, look, here's a service where at any time, it's not when the video is aired on TV. Anytime I want, I can search for it, I can watch it, I can share it, and I too can become a creator and upload my own content for other people to watch.
Yeah, people do underestimate how revolutionary it was at the time. Like, it really was difficult to upload videos and share them and comment and build like a social network around it back in those days. So yeah, that's how old I am. I do remember that. But then it blew up. Like, it literally exploded almost overnight, right? And how do you look back on those days?
Yeah, I mean, it was, I think from a scalability standpoint, I think that we had a lot of trouble, right? It was still on a daily basis just trying to figure out whether or not the internet traffic was going to be, the internet was going to be expansive enough to be able to do this. And we were actually pretty good friends with the Netflix team. They were also started in Silicon Valley, and we continued to meet with their networking architecture team on the back end, because this was still at a period when streaming videos was still a very new thing. And so, you know, we were using up a large majority of the internet traffic was coming from either YouTube or it was coming from Netflix. And so I think like those were the early days of just whether or not the internet was sufficient enough for a lot of the applications that we now use every day. But then I think on the other side, the rest of the market was also new to YouTube as well, and especially I think on more coming from Hollywood, coming from the big music studios, Universal Music, EMI, Sony, BMG, when people were uploading videos and they had, you know, say Lady Gaga or something playing in the background, many of them don't know that they don't have the official distribution rights to be able to put up a video onto YouTube with any kind of official song in the background. But you know, there's a Digital Millennium Copyrights Act in the US from, I think, 1996 that allows a service like YouTube to be able to host content uploaded by users and make us not be responsible as long as we're not monetizing for it. But we knew that that couldn't last forever. There had to be ways and technologies or some way to be able to deal with copyrighted content. And in fact, I mean, even after the acquisition from Google, Viacom sued YouTube for $1 billion for the content that was being uploaded onto YouTube, and they didn't know how to monetize it. They didn't know what to do with this content. But I think that was the bigger issue at hand. We knew that, I think, from a scalability standpoint, from the technology, we could scale out. But in order to really grow YouTube to what it is today, we needed to work with somebody like Google to be able to really help us on the back end. So things like, there's things like audio fingerprinting and video fingerprinting. So as soon as you upload any piece of content with any segment from any copyrighted music, YouTube will automatically detect that there's this song that's playing in the background, and we can't let this piece of content be up, or unless you have the distribution rights to be able to put this song into your content. But that was all technology that was new at the time, and it took a lot of negotiations for the rest of the market to adopt this new platform like YouTube.
Google, ended up acquiring YouTube, of course, seemed in hindsight like the ideal partner to help you scale on technology level, but also, legal stuff and other things. Do you think things could have gone differently though? Like in hindsight, if could it have been someone else, because they came very quickly, spent a lot of money on it. Now you get asked quite often, like, couldn't you have stayed YouTube and just gone all the way, considering how much money it's making today? But is there an answer to that question? Can you really transport yourself back to then and see if you could have made a different decision?
I mean, a few things, right? I mean, that acquisition happened very quickly. We talked to Yahoo at the time, and we talked to Google. And in the period, it was all, that acquisition took less than a week. And so it was all the meeting with Google twice, meeting with Yahoo, and then meeting with all the legal teams and lawyers to make sure that on the mergers acquisition side at Google, to make sure that everything was okay. But I think, like, in hindsight, I really think that, I want to be honest, I don't think YouTube could have survived without Google's acquisition, and especially how they handled YouTube after the acquisition. Eric Schmidt, who was the CEO at the time, it was the Sunday before the public announcement of the deal on Monday. And he came, and he didn't need to be there. It was just, it was mostly the finalization of the paperwork and all the, on the legal side. But he came in, and I remember he brought Chad, and we sat in the room, and he just said that, look, at Google, we had Google Video. We tried to compete with YouTube for the last year and a half, and we weren't able to outdo what you guys did. And this is the reason for the acquisition, and we think that there's a lot of potential here. But we have the confidence that you guys as a team, there's something special here. And so we want to keep you and Chad, and we were, I think, like 27 years old, 28 years old at the time. I mean, we want to keep you guys in control of defining what are the priorities, and then being able to utilize the resources at Google, whether it's the Google Maps team, the Google Search team, the Google backend team. You guys get to choose who you want to work with, and you guys prioritize how you want to scale out YouTube. And I mean, I think that was a huge confidence booster for us to be able to see that, right? And I think, like, if it weren't for the way that they handled very patiently how to first make sure that the content creators were happy with YouTube, making sure they could have, if they wanted to, try to monetize and make their investors happy the day one after the acquisition, because it was already getting a lot of traffic. But I think it was at least another 4 years after that acquisition that they really started trying to put ads and monetize YouTube. And it was a lot of it was on the technology side, but they always kind of prioritized. I think they always knew that at the end of the day, YouTube wouldn't exist without the content creators. It's content creators that makes YouTube the platform it is. And so whatever actions they take and decisions they make, they have to make sure that they prioritize the importance of the content creators. And I think they did a pretty good job of that so far, even to this day, right? I mean, I think the revenue sharing model that they ended up creating ends up I think the content creators, you can actually create, you can do what you're passionate about, what you love doing, you can create it, you can put it onto YouTube, and then that can pay enough to become your full-time job now, right? And I think that like they managed to be able to play all the cards correctly such that the content creators are happy, the viewers, even though they have to watch an ad before they watch their video, it's good to know that a large majority of that revenue is actually being given to the content creators, and it's a way of supporting the content creators if they watch the videos. And then I think when it comes to the advertisers themselves, it's good to know that their advertisement is being placed on relevant videos, and both sides of it, the content creators as well as the viewers, they're happy with the content as well as the advertising.
Did you ever envision it would become the size it is today? It was big then, it's a lot bigger now. Did you ever imagine it would go that far as a platform?
No, starting from a dating site, no. I mean, for sure not. I think that even in the early days, like if you saw the user metrics back then, the number of video views were growing. It was doubling like every 10 days, right? And this is in 2005 when we were fundraising, I remember. It was like less than every 2 weeks, on average, the number of videos uploaded, the number of videos viewed, it was all getting doubled every pretty much 10 to 14 days. And it just continued to grow, you know, to the 100,000 views a day, million views a day, billion views a day. I think that the fact that even I think that you have even like as young as maybe 3-year-olds, 4-year-olds using YouTube. I think parents giving the iPhone as a way to be able to quiet down the kid. You have 3-year-olds all the way up to senior folks, like multiple generations of people watching YouTube. And I think that I think that's one thing where YouTube, I think, has really become a platform where oftentimes I would meet people and they would say that they utilize YouTube and it's an app that they use a lot, and that's common. But then the second part of it is the part that's different for everyone, which is, so what do you use YouTube for? And that's different almost for everybody. And I think that goes to say that just about any kind of content that you want to be able to find, as long as it's in a video format, it's become synonymous with really just video search. If you want to find a video about a piece of content, you almost don't go to Google anymore. You just go to YouTube and search for it. And I think I was so impressed that YouTube was like the second largest search engine out there after Google, and that, you know, that's where they're going to find. If you want to find content, you go to Google, but if you want to find videos, you just go to YouTube and search for something, and any type of video that's been uploaded to the internet would probably be on YouTube.
Fantastic. You stayed on at Google for a while. You also joined Google Ventures. When did you decide it was time to leave and do something else?
I think the big piece for me at YouTube was figuring out the monetization side, and it was really about 3 years of just staying on, and then afternoon meetings all the time, just figuring out and making sure that the monetization strategy could work out. And then after Google, there was a period of starting another incubator with Chad, buying a few other startups, and there was just always, every time, we always shared an office together and talked about other ideas to work on. And so we started an incubator for a few years, and you're right, yeah, worked at Google Ventures for a few years after that in 2015 or so, and then doing a series of other sort of angel investments since then. But I think, look, it's not even being humble. I think it's just being realistic. I know that it's probably impossible in this lifetime to create anything bigger than YouTube, right? It's just, I'm not going to be able to create another startup that's going to be ever bigger and more meaningful and more sort of changing the kind of history in some ways as YouTube. And so it's been really looking to do other things. And I think that one of the things that's actually pretty exciting is actually a combination of like, a few years ago moving to Taiwan, but even coming to events like this and just meeting with kind of almost mirror images of myself maybe from 10, 15 years ago, people that are ready to start something new. And I think like part of being in Silicon Valley is just getting that kind of energy around you, that encouragement around you, that everybody there is they're all working on something, and there's always a high risk of failure, but they're all still there full-time working on it. 7 days a week, 24 hours, just working and thinking about that next startup. And there's something about that environment that I only really, really appreciated after I moved away from Silicon Valley in 2019. And realizing, wow, that was a special environment to be in, to be able to create startups and know that that's why there are so many of these successful startups here, because people are really willing to really give it all and really try there. And I think like to me, it's very encouraging to just meet other founders that have that kind of spirit, not just in Silicon Valley, but all around the world. And if nothing else, the advice is just, yeah, you should try it. I mean, there's no, of course, there's a risk, but there's no way of knowing if it's going to work if you don't first try it. And then two, even if it doesn't work, you're going to know in a matter of 3 months or 6 months if it's not going to work. And so that you're going to know pretty soon. It's not a lifelong, career-long commitment. So it's worth trying. And those 3 to 6 months, you're going to have some experiences, success or failure, that you just can't reproduce in any other career form other than doing it as a startup.
So just do it. Do you think the story of YouTube could have been written anywhere else than Silicon Valley back then?
No, I mean, I think there were a few competitors to YouTube even in those 2005 period when we were launching, other people doing the same. But I think back then especially, Silicon Valley was like a special place. Like for people that have gone there, right, to be able to drive down like 101 from after you leave the airport and you're seeing the headquarters of, whether it's Facebook, and then a few minutes later you're seeing the headquarters of Apple and Google and all these. But when I was there, it was different. It was Sun Microsystems and Oracle. But still, you're seeing all these technology, global technology iconic companies that are all there in one place. And look, like the fact that you can go on to you can do all the venture capital fundraising all on one road there in Silicon Valley, and then you can meet with all the VCs, you can meet with the founders of Yahoo, and then 2 days later you can meet with the founders of Google at the same Denny's restaurant, breakfast restaurant. That only happens in Silicon Valley, right? I do think that things have changed a bit since then, especially because of COVID, and a lot of people have been more open to being able to work online. But I think during that period in 2005, 2006, and those early days of Web 2.0, I really think Silicon Valley was the only place that had all those variables in one place.
That's a very clear answer. You've alluded to this, but you've moved to Taiwan in the meantime, which I understand wasn't really planned for. It just sort of happened, didn't it?
Yeah, it's kind of like the story of PayPal and Facebook and YouTube, and I think even just moving to Taiwan, it's kind of like I don't know, maybe the entrepreneurial thing where like you have an idea and you just do it. So the original idea of moving to Taiwan was in 2019. We were just remodeling our kitchen back in California, and we just thought it'd be fun to spend maybe a year, maybe 2 years at the most, living outside of San Francisco. But then it just happened like 2 months later, 3 months later after the move, COVID struck. And I think in general, Taiwan did a pretty good job handling COVID in the early days, and so I have 2 kids, and they were able to still go to school. They didn't have to ever download Zoom and have to do sort of online schooling, and that was a great experience. So, one, we weren't able to go back to the U.S., but 2, it ended up being kind of lucky that we ended up choosing the one place that was absent of a lot of the online schooling and a lot of the spread of COVID. And so that was good for us. But I think for me, it was a good learning experience. So starting from like 2019, it was only supposed to be a short period, and I didn't really have any plans on finding something to do there. But since then, it's been approached with the government of Taiwan even, and it was talking to them. They were saying, look, you have companies from Silicon Valley like NVIDIA, AMD. These are these are public companies, but they're started or being run, operated CEOs of Taiwanese Americans. You have things like Twitch, YouTube, and many other co-founders of these companies in Silicon Valley that are global companies that are started by these Taiwanese Americans. And Taiwan's a pretty small place with 23 million people. But I think the government was their follow-up question, which was, but no companies are started in Taiwan, right? No startups are started in Taiwan. Like, what makes it a different place? Of course, there's the semiconductor companies like TSMC that are actually being created there. But I think that even the government themselves were asking, like, what is it that's special about Silicon Valley? So since I knew that we were going to be there for a while, I ended up just trying to create a new startup, and it was more about sort of a way of doing during the COVID period of being able to real-time see doctors and being able to ask questions in a video format. But absent, sort of outside of the idea itself, I think I learned a lot more about what it's like to try to create a company outside of Silicon Valley. And it was, I want to say, like probably in those years during that experience, appreciating what Silicon Valley had to offer more than the 20 years when I was actually living in Silicon Valley. I think that a lot of it about just being able to have engineers, anybody in the company, regardless of title, if they have an idea, step up and be able to say something. These are things that just happen in Silicon Valley. It's very easy to find very senior engineers, very good engineers that are willing to take a risk in their careers to be able to jump onto a company that they like the idea of, but they may actually be unemployed in 6 months, right? It's good to be able to find, and this has been a little bit harder in Taiwan, especially, is being able to find the early seed investors that are willing to write large checks for these, especially for some of these entrepreneurs that aren't serial entrepreneurs, first-time entrepreneurs, but they have a good idea. They look like they have the actual traction. They have the data and the metrics, and they're willing to write large checks. It's much harder to do that it's been much more difficult to do that in Taiwan. The venture capital funds, they typically are asking for the returns on their investments a lot sooner, a lot earlier, and prioritizing that versus growing out and scaling out the service. And I think, like, looking back at YouTube, I remember, like, when we originally did the pitch deck to Sequoia Capital, we never even talked about how we were going to monetize YouTube. We were just showing how fast YouTube was growing with the number of views and number of uploaders and number of videos that were being uploaded. The monetization, we probably spent about 3 seconds saying we can always monetize it if we get 1 million views a day. I think that's something that's more unique to Silicon Valley, and it's harder to find in VCs and angel investors outside of the valley.
And I know you've only been here a few days. I don't want to put you on the spot, but do you see any similarities between the startup ecosystem here in Valencia, more broadly Spain, and what you're seeing in Taiwan?
Well, I mean, I think, like you mentioned, I haven't been here long enough to, I think, make a confident statement about that, right? But I over the summer, I spent some time back in Chicago again, and if anything, it was an interesting element there. I think just meeting with the mayor, meeting with a lot of the schools in the area, and then they see a lot of their entrepreneurs that grew up just kind of following my background. They grew up in Chicago, they went to school, but then the first thing they did after they graduated is they go to the airport and they fly to Silicon Valley. What are ways that we can bring back some of this talent to back into Chicago? And I think especially after COVID, where people started feeling a little bit more comfortable working online, working remotely, it became possible to start creating companies elsewhere. And I think it's just looking at these I think, critical checkboxes, right? Silicon Valley, I think, has all these checked. I think when you need to create a successful startup, you need a combination of, at least you need the entrepreneurs and the founders, the people that are willing to just give up everything and work 100 hours a week on their idea, and they're just passionate about it, and that is the definition of what they're living for, and that's what they're thinking about all the time. You need experienced staff that's ready to not just, that's ready to give up their career path to actually join a startup, not knowing whether or not it's still going to be around in a few months. And then you need investors, and investors along all sides, from the early stage investors to the Series B, Series C, and the Series C and follow-on rounds VCs. And I've noticed that that's difficult to find all three of those elements in one place. And Silicon Valley has been doing it for over 40 years, right? And in Taiwan, it's been an interesting experiment just to try to create something on my own, and realizing these are the elements that are some of the elements. Like, for example, it's been good to find engineers in Taiwan, but then it's much harder to find investors in Taiwan. It's much harder to find entrepreneurs with a background that gives them a good view of what the global landscape wants. So, I think like that's been a learning experience, but in the time in Chicago, it's been seen like if there's a way to collaborate and partner up with Chicago, because it has some of the other ones where it may not have all the engineering talent, but then it has the entrepreneurs and it has some of the VCs. So I think it's been a continued conversation even after the summer about ways to be able to collaborate together. So I think I think it'll be difficult to recreate overnight a Silicon Valley in another part of the world after 40 years of them doing that there, and many people moving to Silicon Valley because that's where they want to be. But I think a combination, especially after COVID, with all the people being able to work and collaborate and work on large projects online, I think there's an opportunity to be able to do something collaboratively.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, you know this better than I do, but from what I've seen in Silicon Valley, it's also a mindset thing, in the sense that if you have a big idea and a bold vision, and you tell someone there, usually the question is, how can I help? Or at worst, just go for it. In Europe, there's always, it feels like at least, there's always someone along the way to sort of talk you down. Like, that's never gonna work, that's impossible, you're never gonna get funding for this, or you need this and this milestone for us to give you any kind of capital to help you grow. How do you get over that, though? How do you advise entrepreneurs to sort of disregard all that and still go for their big vision?
It's funny that you bring that up. I didn't know that, but I mean, I think that's what I've seen in Taiwan all the time, which is a lot of the investors, they're a lot more risk averse, and so they want to know not just what your product is, but they want to know the economic strategy, the monetization strategy, and they want to be able to see that plan out for the next 2 years, right? And I just think back again to many of the original decks and original companies of these global successes, right? And PayPal itself was supposed to be just a Palm Pilot security app at the time, right? And then it turned into a Palm Pilot payments app, and then it turned into a web payments app, and then it is what it is today. YouTube, again, like I said, started as a dating site. I mean, I don't know what we would have put on the deck if we tried to speculate what the 2-year projection of how we were going to charge for a dating video site, but that would have just been wasted time that could have been better spent on building out the back end of the product. I think the true test is when you get that product out there and you see how people are using it, right? I think like that is there's a huge differentiator between reality versus what is talked about in all the meetings with the venture capitalists and all the presentations and all the decks. It can look good on paper, but I'm almost guaranteed that there's going to be a lot of surprises along the way, a lot of hurdles along the way, and the best way to be able to figure that out is just to get it out there. And so, I mean, even with a lot of the entrepreneurs that I'm meeting outside of Silicon Valley, I get many of the investors they talk to, they're talking about asking for more information about what their growth and what their revenue curve is going to look like. But my advice is almost counter to that, is like, look, just get that prototype out there and just look at what the first 100 users, 500 users are going to do, and just start changing the product and really adapting to what the community needs before thinking about what the next 2 years is going to look like.
It is getting better, I have to say, but yes, there's still some of that in Europe for sure. And what about, there's people in the room here with like young startups and hopes and dreams. There's also people with like real scale-ups. What advice do you have there, like in terms of how do you scale a company most efficiently? How do you get to that type of acquisition that you have with Google? Any learnings from that that you can share with maybe the more mature companies here?
I mean, I do think that the age of the company really matters a lot, right? I think there are only a handful of people that I know that have been successful in both categories. Sort of, they've been able to be the people with the ideas, the experimenting around with a lot of risk, a lot of trying out a lot of ideas with a lot of risk and failures, the founders of companies, the entrepreneurs. And then I think the more on the operational side, the operational C-level executives that come in after the idea is already out there, after it's been formed, after, for example, an M&A with YouTube, and to be able to really scale that up to a different service. I think usually they kind of have different strengths and different requirements. I think there are only a few people that have been able to be there from day one, to be the co-founders of a company or the founders of a company, and then be able to take it public and to continue to operate it. I think Elon maybe is one of them, or maybe Mark Zuckerberg is another one. But most of the people that I know, after they're usually serial entrepreneurs, and they continue to come up with the ideas, or they're the people that come in on the operating side. And so, I mean, I think that for me, I'm definitely more on the former category, and then on the operational side, I think it just takes a very different mindset about growing out and really scaling out this service, and that's the part where I was earlier alluding to. Like, very grateful that I think YouTube has done well, because while it had the idea was, the seeds were kind of planted by us for the early parts of YouTube, I think Google did a really good job in continuing to scale it out, and even to this day continue to be operating it. And so that's definitely two parts of kind of what it takes to be able to have a successful company from day one all the way to the current day.
We're all among friends here, so you can answer this honestly. What's the biggest mistake you made in your career? What's the biggest fuck up that you can remember?
Well, I don't maybe. I think a lot of people ask that with, do you regret selling YouTube or something? Seeing the traffic now. No, I mean, I do think that this is kind of an odd way to say it, right? But I think that I think it's crazy how fast YouTube grew at that period, from just being nothing to using up 25% or something of the internet's bandwidth in a matter of a year, and being able to scale it up to that level at that time. I think probably the wish is that it came a little bit later in my life, rather than being so early in it. And I think it was a harder time, to be honest about it, is like after creating something like YouTube, and I don't think like at all regret selling it, because I really think that if in many ways, if YouTube didn't sell to Google, it would have had a hard time scaling by itself as a company of 50 people, right? And so I think that you needed that, but as the sort of the founders of the company, you really think, and especially in Silicon Valley, there's not much else to do. There's nothing to do in Silicon Valley other than start companies. And so when you're trying to think of something else to do at the age of late 20s, it's too late. It's too early to be retiring. But what else are you going to do after you create something that the video platform that everybody is using? And so I think in some ways, like that, that probably put like a dampener on this idea of being just a serial entrepreneur and being entrepreneurial for the rest of my career, continuing to start companies like many people do in Silicon Valley. But I think it's kind of opened some doors as to like, well, figuring out what else is there to do out there. And I think like it's actually been, I think probably one of the best experiences is actually just talking to other people. I'm sure that maybe I'll meet even later this afternoon that are kind of exactly in those same shoes that I was in, and just giving them the encouragement to just say kind of maybe ignore like even your parents or ignore like what other people are saying no to you for doing, and just actually continue to try, because there's no better way than 3 months, 6 months later being able to prove that your idea was right.
That's super valuable. Thank you for your willingness to do that. We're going to wrap it up. I do want to say it's very refreshing to go to a startup conference and to see someone in suit and tie who's not a politician. That's kind of a very, very weird thing for me at a startup event, so kudos to you. I want to thank you for being very frank and open and joining us here in Valencia. Please give it up for Steve Chen.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Pleasure having you. Good to see you, my friend. Steve, pleasure.
You're welcome.
By the way, if you come next time and you're not bringing a hoodie, I'm not presenting you, okay? Big applause for Steve Chen, please. Thank you very much, both. And now there's going to be the shuffling, because I know you all too well. So let's make the shuffling quick, please, so we don't have too much noise. Plenty of free space now there, so those of you at the back standing up that want to join us, there's a lot of free space appearing there. There you go. Shuffling, shuffling, shuffling. Let's see. So, okay. Come on, people, keep the noise down. So, our next panel, we're going to go back to the AI space, and we have a super interesting panel, especially because a lot of the topics we've been talking about recently, yesterday, and today also have to do with AI, but more specifically with AI hype and what's going on. Please, people, keep it down. Come on. Be good. You guys are naughty today, huh? Hey guys, you can chat outside. Okay, plenty of free space. Those of you standing up, there's a lot of free space here. Switch, 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 switch. Okay, now we're talking. So, as I was saying, we've been talking about AI and a lot of AI hype. And so, there feels, well, not it feels, actually, if you look at the numbers, the biggest vertical and sector that's receiving investment is AI, and specifically generative AI. But there's a lot more behind that than big AI mega rounds. And to talk about that, we have a stellar panel of people that are basically investing in those fields. So what about, we talk about the venture capital landscape and what is beyond this AI mega round. So please welcome our first speaker. Big applause to Alessandra Sala, Senior Director of AI and Data Science at Shutterstock. Give me a big applause for Alessandra. Thank you so much for being here. First cheers for you. And to join Alessandra, please welcome Miguel Santos. Welcome back, Director at K2 Global Ventures. Big applause to Miguel. Good to have you back, my friend. And to run the show, give me a fantastic applause to Julia Cho, co-founder at Tidal Impact. Big applause for Julia. Enjoy. Floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. How are we doing after hearing from the co-founder of YouTube? So we're talking about AI trends, or actually what's going beyond the hype of AI. And just to get a show of hands, who here is working with AI or in an AI company or has a lot to do with AI? Can you raise your hands? Okay, so a fair amount of people, so hoping that this will be a relevant conversation for all of you. So we only have 25 minutes, and I really want to dive in and get the most out of this conversation so that you walk away and have a few very good key takeaways for yourselves. And so let's start with Miguel. So when I looked at your story, the first thing that obviously popped up is last year you sold a company called Technisys, and you ran it for over 25 years, and you sold it for a whopping $1.1 billion. So that's quite impressive. And can you tell us a little bit more about that and some of the lessons that you learned throughout that journey, and perhaps also the touch points that you have had with AI and with generally trends and innovation?
Of course. Thank you, Julie, for the opening. It was a big journey and a fantastic one. Technisys was a digital banking infrastructure company building 3 innovative products. One is a digital platform back in the day, more or less on the YouTube days. Then we created the second innovative product that was a modern core banking platform, responsible for making transactions and calculating interest in the lending space. And finally, we built an AI for customer service, and we got acquired by SoFi last year. In the road, I've launched 14 markets, raised $65 million from prime VCs, and really also struggled with the winters that we have in mid-2000s and the financial crisis 2009. But all in all, I think there's a few pieces of advice I could give to founders. One is, of course, do something you really like. Solve a problem you're passionate about, because otherwise you're not going to find the energy. Not to last 20 years, but maybe not even to last 5 or 10, the minimum that you need to build something meaningful. Second is, I guess, choose your co-founders and partners well, because it's like a marriage. I think in long relationships, it's important that everyone keeps adding value and collaborating into creating something big. And finally, I think that founders, we should create for solving problems, for winning, building for winning, and eventually getting acquired or doing IPOs.
You make it sound so easy.
Yeah, well, it's not so, but I think it's a fantastic journey.
Talking about, again, we talk about mega trends, right? And just to follow up on that, if you were to start over today, go back 25 years, would you do it the same way? Would you do it all over again? Or would you say, no, there's another area that is really important now, or another technology or innovation, and what would you be focusing on?
Right. Well, first of all, there's something, I would probably do it again. Probably I would not bootstrap the company for 13 years as we did. I think that was super hard. And right now there's tools to be able to raise money much earlier. And of course the AI, revolution is here. Back in the day we launched the company into the digital revolution that was also very big. And I would definitely target a trillion market all over again, not just a tiny part of the market, but a big market. As an investor, I do exactly that. I invested into XAI and Grok, the new chips competing with NVIDIA. Those are like big markets. And I love that.
Right. So we'll come back to the investing in a bit, but Alessandra, so you work at Shutterstock, and I'm sure all of us know Shutterstock. I've used Shutterstock before. And especially in the last few years with DALL-E, OpenAI coming up, there's so much AI-generated content out there. It's so accessible. So how are you adapting as a company, and especially when it comes to your acquisition strategy?
Thank you, Julia. Great question. So how the evolution of technology and innovation just can change the course of a company. So for those that may not know Shutterstock, it's a creative company. It's a marketplace where from one side we have 3 million contributors around the world who are artists, photographers, that creates those amazing digital media, and then they want to sell it everywhere in the world. So they need a platform to reach customers everywhere in the world. So we have 700 million images, video, 3D object, music, you name it, digital content, multimedia, audio as well. And then, a few years ago, we are talking about quite few now, we were quite early in the journey. We saw that computer vision evolved from the usual classification and detection to the generative space in a way that would have disrupted our business. So how do you reconcile when technology is bringing a product that is cheaper? It's interesting. I'm sure all of you have seen also some demo here of AI-generated content. It's visually interesting and appealing. And then you ask the question, can I do communication, marketing with this new form of content? So we did two things. Technology sometimes disrupts your journey, so you want to disrupt yourself in that journey and see how can I reinvent myself and bring in these as part of my offering. So we serve agencies and artists around the world. What if this technology becomes an addition to their ecosystem? At the time, I was already working with UNESCO, originally launched with them the recommendation on the ethics of AI, and then I became the co-chair of the Women for Ethical AI, which has a clear mission. How do you transform those ethical principles that we all agree and like and say, yeah, it makes sense, and no one is doing anything, into practice? So we said, okay, AI is coming, disrupting us, and now we can bring something new in the market. So we invented a completely new business model. We say, let's build AI only with copyright images. All those images have been manually reviewed from human, so we know the quality and the content of this media that we deal with. So we build an AI with our own content, and every time this machine is used to generate a new beautiful images that is sold in the marketplace, we pay back artists. So we have created a revenue compensation model for artists that gives them an incentive to continue to take pictures, bring their IPs into the generation of this machine so that when it works, they get a share. So today, does it make a lot of money for artists? Let's be honest, no. Because we don't sell the billion images every day that will create a good revenue stream. But in the future, as those models will be integrated pretty much everywhere, then there is an opportunity that if all the image generator or generative AI provider compensate the original artist, the writers, then it becomes to be a healthy ecosystem for everyone involved in that ecosystem. And we know that it's very critical too. There were a few papers recently that demonstrate how much AI degrades in quality if you keep training on synthetic images. So we need to be careful on the content that we bring it in.
Yeah, I love that actually, because that's one of the fears, right? That people just stop creating art because AI is creating the art for them, and we don't want that. But then you mentioned that if you don't disrupt yourself, then you are being disrupted, right? So how do you see, just out of curiosity, how do you see the next, say, 5 to 10 years of Shutterstock? Because looking at companies like OpenAI, they're getting so much money. We're talking about AI mega rounds, right? So much money is being invested in that space. So how will you continue to disrupt yourself to not be disrupted?
So we'll continue in this journey of bringing technology in and enabling more offering. But our unique element is the connection that we have with artists around the world. So the OpenAI, the Meta, the Gemini model, without data, they cannot be trained. And do we believe those architecture that we use today are the architecture of the future? No, we don't. They don't understand the world, the complexity, the physics that we operate in every day. So those things will change, which means new architecture will come and we need new data to train those models. So once you have the pipe of data, and if you make that ecosystem healthy, diverse, comprehensive, and an incentive for human to continue to fuel that ecosystem, then there is a clear differentiation between the final outcome, which you can find in our ecosystem, you can find directly if you go to OpenAI or Google or any other provider, but everything that fuel that industry. It's like having a market, having a car in the market, it's one thing, but having the supply chain to enable that car to be built, it's a different story.
I like that analogy, being the supply chain instead of just the end product. So what we also want to talk about today is the investing, how we invest into those trends, AI, Web3, blockchain, whatever it may be. And Miguel, so after your acquisition last year, you could have just said, I'll just rest for the rest of my life and just, be happy, but you obviously want to give back. And you are investing now with your own family office. So what are you looking at? What types of companies, what are the criteria, what defines a good investment and what defines a bad investment?
Right. Yes, effectively, after the exit, I created, within the family office I created a sort of vehicle fund to be able to invest into startups, checks like between 50K and $500,000. And further than that, we also became LPs for like Andreessen Horowitz, Silver Lake, Riverwood, Insight Partners, and a few others, really, like 10 between VCs and PE firms to be able to write bigger checks for these companies. And I looked more or less into my networks, which of course relates to Silicon Valley and the US, Argentina, where I come from, and here in Spain, where I did already 3 cool investments, one into the music industry, AI for public spaces that actually help boosting sales. So it's a pretty interesting model because it improves the mood for the people in these spaces. And other startup doing AI for big data and data analytics, like replacing, or I wouldn't say replacing, but targeting the space for BI tools. And actually, let me share some interesting figure of one of the VCs. I'm not gonna tell you who that is, but for every vertical, say sales automation or BI or every vertical, there's 1,500 projects being launched today, these days, into the AI revolution. Okay, let's do Salesforce again with AI. There's 1,500 projects that actually are tackling that market. And you name it, could be that, could be avatars, could be B2C, B2B, whatever. And so it's a big new wave, and I think it's going to take some talent also for the VCs and the investors to be able to select the good projects. Because, of course, technology is hard on AI, so you need to understand what's going on, because otherwise you may be investing into just wrappers.
Yeah. Or the next deep fake.
And could be dangerous and could be problematic, no?
Definitely. Just on the part of danger, and on a side note, I think we have with the Sigma Squared Society that I'm the president of a bunch of amazing AI startups here. Actually, we have one in the community who raised over 500 million from Eric Schmidt and a few others. And so I'm very much a fan of you need to look at what defines a good company in the AI space, especially with the amount of AI companies that are coming up. And talking about the dangers, Alessandra, you talk a lot about ethical AI, right? So what are the biggest dangers that we are facing today if we don't properly deal with AI?
So there are a couple of ones that are obvious that we all need to recognize. The first one is the role of this technology into our society. In order to function, we need to stop thinking about time saving and efficiency only, and look at the value of when we bring this technology in our daily life. What's the added value that we bring into the market? Because otherwise we only make ourselves replaceable. If the workforce becomes replaceable, then obviously the economy will suffer because we'll be able to spend less. So really, it needs to change the way we approach the usage and the utility of this technology, and really pushing not just saving a few minutes here and there, but how I can invest that time with that technology to do something that creates more wealth within the ecosystem I'm operating in. The other one is discrimination. There is no doubt we understand from a research perspective that this technology has some fundamental human rights issue. So we need, when we build technology, and we have the pleasure of being on the side of great investors, to push that, to understand how this technology is built, on which data is built, how did we audit this data. And by the way, auditing data is not easy. If I give you 400 million images and I say, spend just 1 second and look at what we have in this data set, it will take 11 years of your time. We have no PhD or business busy man that can do that. So we need also technology to help us to investigate the issues that are in the building of this model. The data that we use in the way we do the training. I wrote 2 patents at Shutterstock that explain ways to de-bias the training. So those are questions that investors, then when we buy technology, hopefully in the future we'll have like the food label, and we can inspect what kind of bias is intrinsically encoded in a system versus another. A long journey to go, but there are some fundamental issues that we all need to be aware.
Absolutely. And perhaps for the founders here that are just starting out to build their AI companies, what practical things or steps can they take to prevent that?
So data is the first focus. When you build AI, you need to understand the data that you're using. And I do understand that not everyone can go to Shutterstock, buy the best data set in the world, and pay a few million. However, investing in company can be done in many ways. So have been bold enough to go to the good data provider. And if you don't have, as a young startup, the capital to actually invest in the good quality data upfront, maybe there are different models to collaborate with companies that enable you to demonstrate how your technology can work with good data. And then once you'll be mature enough, then there will be other ways to compensate for the borrowing the data upfront. So look at the data, look at the team. How diverse is your team? How are you thinking about the universe of the client, of the customer that you'll have in the future? How much you'll be discriminated between the different classes? Are the marginal class part of your possible user base, and how are you serving them? So thinking about how you build and who do you serve, and stress test the idea that you want to serve everyone equitably.
Thank you very much. And Miguel, perhaps a last a word from you on also talking to the founders here, because we have so many startups, right,
Yeah.
that are raising, that want to build. And so what are you looking for? Who can come up to you? Who are you, which areas are you most interested in?
Yeah,
Just tell us more about that.
Yeah, specifically being coherent with the last asset. I invest in what I can understand, and this is fintech. This is the crypto ecosystem. This is AI, because I have a past of math, and then some things on education. I'm also very keen on that, because I think it's a way to improve the world, generally speaking. So I'm trying to giving back on investing in education as well. And finally, cybersecurity. So those are the verticals I love, I understand, and can add value.
Right. Any stages, early stage, growth stage?
Typically early stage, seed, pre-seed, but also Series A. And if it's Series B or C or more, I can involve these VCs I'm an LP from.
Talk to him if you want to raise. And where can people hire you as a DJ?
Pardon me?
Where can people hire you as a DJ?
Oh, look, that's a, oh yeah, you did, you are a pro. You did some searching. Yeah, well, this is a hobby I have from like 25 years, more or less the same time of founding Technicis, and I try to play once a month in Madrid, Ibiza, London, could be anywhere.
Amazing. So
Buenos
if you
Aires.
want to raise from him, go to his party. All right, amazing. We're perfectly on time. Thank you very much, both of you, for providing us with these insights, and hope that you are going to be around for people to talk to you and ask questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Julia.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, all three. Perfect timing. That's how I like it. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much, Julia. Well done. Okay, so how is everyone doing this morning? Are we doing okay? Yes? Coffee is flowing? Yeah, we wish there was more coffee, right? That's the one thing that every single conference gets wrong. We should have a coffee machine every like 3 stands or something like that. We need to fix that. Anyway, so our next panel is going to be a fantastic panel, and it touched on a topic that is very, very close to my heart. So for the last 20 years, I've been tremendously involved in different startup ecosystems, including Valencia, hence why this for me is super touching to see the growth of the ecosystem here. But I'm a big believer on the power of ecosystems. And things don't happen in a vacuum. It's very unrealistic to expect like the next 20 unicorns coming to a place where you do not have the support of your ecosystem. And an ecosystem is conformed of many different things. It's not just investment. It's talent, it's research, it's people that are there to help you out, it's people that are there to mentor you, that have experience growing, that have experience doing bigger things and stuff like that. And that is complex, but it's tremendously powerful. Once you have it, you have an incredible machine to push startups forward. So to talk about that, we have our next panelists, so cultivating champions and the role of ecosystems in driving sustainable growth. So please welcome our first panelist. Big applause to Clark Parsons, CEO at the European Startup Network. Big applause for Clark. Woo, woo, woo. That's right. And to join Clark, please welcome the one and only Nacho Mas, CEO at Startup Valencia. Give me a big round of applause for Nacho. Thank you for joining. And to join him, last but not least, please welcome Ored Shilo, VC and former Google for Startups at EMEA. Big applause for Ored, please. Thank you for joining. And to run the show, please welcome the European Affairs Lead at France Digital, Agatha Hidalgo. Enjoy.
Hola, Valencia. How is everyone doing? I'm very happy to be here with my co-panelists today to tackle this question about ecosystems. I think everyone heard Steve Chen just before saying it's very hard to reproduce Silicon Valley elsewhere in the world. So I think we're here to challenge that idea. And I'm very glad that we have the local, the European, and the international perspective on this. So to kick off, I would like to start with you, Nacho, as we are in Valencia. So starting from the local level. We know that Spain is very good at stuff like services and tourism, but here in Valencia, you've managed to create a new industry. We discussed it earlier, a knowledge-based industry about tech. How did you do this?
Yes, we are trying to do it through connecting the right people with the traditional industries. We have here most industries of ceramics, agro, etc. And we are trying to connect all our founders or tech entrepreneurs with this kind of industries. And also it's the first step. And after we are also attracting many people around the world, like here in BDS. We are very happy to have here people from 110 different countries. And yes, and we are trying to open our minds and to open the minds of the traditional businessman and businesswoman, and it's really difficult, but we are trying to do it. Yeah.
That's pretty impressive. You said 110 different nationalities. That's huge for a mid-sized city like Valencia. Moving to the European level, Clark, you are working at the European Startup Network, among other things, and how do you create this momentum for a European ecosystem on a continental scale? What are the actions that you are taking with the association to make this happen from the local to the European level?
Thanks, Agatha. It's great to be here. First time in Valencia, first time at the summit. Nacho, what you guys have built is amazing. We are the umbrella organization of the startup associations all around Europe, proud member, as well as France Digital. And so that already tells you what's going on right now. We have incredible regional and national ecosystems growing up. France, amazing what's happening in the Parisian and the French ecosystem. A lot of these countries have really been doing great, but of course we want our companies to scale across Europe and around the world, and we've all realized that we all have to go, usually through Brussels and the European Union, to try and get things done so that a founder in Valencia, a founder in Paris can scale across Europe instantly and get the capital they need and enter the markets quickly. So we're working quickly on two things to try and get the hurdles out of the way for everybody. One, we call it either the 28th regime or EU incorporated. It's crazy right now if you start a company that you have to maybe set up 27 different companies along the way to conquer Europe. We want it to be possible to set up one company and then have everyone across Europe honor that at the national level so that you can go quickly and grow quickly. And the other one, they call it the Capital Markets Union. It's a great phantom out there, but what it means is, you know, we don't have enough exits in Europe. Our startups are going to the US or the UK. We're not getting enough cross-border investment in Europe. There's a lot that we can do on the financing side to make Europe one. The trick of Europe is that it's all of these incredible ecosystems connected and networked. That's our superpower, but we have to do some things at the European level so that this network can really move fast.
There's also another side of the coin that's about capital. So a key for the success of companies is attracting capital to the companies here in Europe. And we're not only talking about European money, we're only talking about international money. So I would like to turn to you, Orit, as an international investor. What makes you bullish about the European tech market?
Great. So just I'll give a bit of context about Vintage. First of all, I'm just stepping off the Vintage team with my recent relocation to Spain, but I'm more than delighted to speak in the Vintage hat. So Vintage is an Israeli VC fund that manages $4 billion in AUM. And what we do is we invest that capital in 3 strategies. We do secondaries, we invest in other funds, other VC funds that invest globally, and then we invest in growth stage startups. About 20% of that $4 billion of capital is going to Europe. So that would be Europe-based investors. We partner with early stage VC funds such as Point Nine in Germany and Local Globe in the UK and Creandum in Sweden and probably about 10 others. And then to your question about kind of capital and how we see the opportunity in Europe, I believe today still the majority of our capital is invested in the US, but I believe that we're actually going to see a shift in Europe, and that's because there's a huge opportunity for us. At the end of the day, for investors, our kind of key KPI is driving ROI for our investors, for our LPs, and we find that in Europe, the competitive advantage is actually the pricing of the deals and the ROI and the returns that we get here from VC deals. And so we're seeing amazing ROIs from the early stage investors. They're probably overperforming our US investors in terms of returns on early stage startups. And in the past year, we've actually invested in growth stage startups in Europe, which was fairly new to us. We invested in a company actually that's headquartered here in Barcelona called Preply in the edtech space. They're Ukrainian founders who headquartered their company in Spain. We invested in Holiday, which is a travel company in Germany. But we're seeing in terms of the deals that are brought to us, when we compare them to the pricing of deals in US or in Israel, it's a different story. The competitive landscape of investors is a different story. And so we're really bullish and we're actively looking for to do even more here on both sides, on the fund side and on directly investments and startup side.
This is very exciting news for the founders here at VDS. I would say there's a lot of interest from investors, so it's a time to raise funds. But I would still nuance what you said a bit, because what we're seeing is also that some sectors are kind of slowing down to some extent, or a lot of funders are focusing a bit less on growth and more on consolidation. Everyone is a bit more cautious because the economic environment is a bit more uncertain and less promising than it used to be. And you have a lot of experience with startups from your years in Google. So my next question for you, Orit, is what are the elements for you that are key to keeping this dynamic active in Europe? Like, how do we make sure that we continue having very interesting companies for you investors?
Good question. I think I would probably break out my answer in terms of the stages of the startups. I think the squeeze is happening top to down, right? The later stage companies are witnessing the squeeze much harder than the earlier stage. That's because a lot of capital, the first capital that vanished from the market is the later stage, the crossover funds, the late stage funds, and so on. And so I would say with the late stage funds, I actually don't see a late stage startup, sorry. I think it's the same kind of tips and advice I would give any late stage company, which is really, really focus. And I'm assuming everybody knows this, but in the past 2 years, it's been a shift from, spend money and grow, and to focus and, focus on your revenue and kind of find, that business traction. For earlier stage startups, and I think if I understand correctly, that's more of the crowd here, I would just say go all for it. So many early stage funds are sitting on what's called dry powder. They raise already money, and they're not very quick about investing it. And so in my view, there's plenty of capital, especially for early stage. Late stage is a different story, and that will still evolve, probably in 2025. Early stage, you continue to do your thing, especially I think in areas in Europe where we're seeing, a lot of success is services companies. I think there's an interesting trend happening around AI. I've seen more in France, but I think there's also elsewhere. fintech has been really exciting in Europe, not just for kind of European markets, but also for global companies that are doing interesting stuff in fintech. So I would say definitely continue with the momentum. The dynamics are challenging, but I think they're much more challenging down the line, whereas if you go earlier and earlier, the opportunity is at your hands, and there's definitely money to be capital available as far as we see it.
So if you're early stage, don't be discouraged. Go all in for it. And I think it will be interesting to get back on the late stage later on. But Clark, I wanted to turn to you because we've discussed this in the past, this idea of the flywheel, this idea of the successful founders creating momentum for new companies to pop up. And well, what Steve Chen was telling us before definitely resonates with this idea, and it's hard to reproduce that dynamic. So we have a few hubs in Europe where this seems to be happening. At the same time, we also have countries where the number of startups is diminishing. How do we make sense of these developments, and what's really the role of those who have succeeded in like boosting the next generation of entrepreneurs?
That's a great question, Agatha. It's really key, and it's why I'm really bullish on Europe, because even, I did a panel this morning with people who had all been founders and are now doing a second activity. The fact that all across Europe we have ecosystems, really all over Europe, with first, second generation founders who are giving back. There's a lot of statistics out there. Most exits, about half the money that the employees are receiving gets reinvested into the ecosystem as angel investments. So to answer the question about this logjam we've got also at the late stage, I think it's because we haven't seen a lot of exits lately, and they tend to sort of be the cascading thing that puts fresh capital back into the ecosystem. So we need more exits, we need more M&A, we need these IPOs. We've just had a bad macroeconomic sort of situation. The point you made is really valid. Right now there's a ton of capital for early stage, so I encourage everybody in the room, don't be afraid. There's money out there. It's the growth we have to work on. That's why we're working to try and connect more of the institutional pension fund investors to get into the system, to put more European capital into it. But final point, Agatha, you ask, why do we have this kind of disconnect? I think in some markets right now, we have a few things happening. We have, AI is taking an incredible, like about a third of European VC right now is going into AI. So as the AI market goes, so goes our startups and our ecosystems. And right now there's huge uncertainty about where the value is. Is it at the large language model? The joke is, you could just send checks to NVIDIA, and there's, Europe has some large language models. We're proud of Mistral in Paris. We like what Aleph Alpha is doing in Heidelberg, but it seems like the application layer, putting things on top, agents and other things, might be where most of the value is. So a lot of uncertainty is there at the big deal moment right now for AI, and I think that's kind of skewing our figures too as to numbers of the startups that are getting founded and or the deals that are getting done. I think maybe in a year or two we'll have more clarity on where AI is. If anybody out here is doing an AI startup, my message is go, 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 because nobody knows the answer right now. So, somebody's got to figure it out.
And I just want to add, Craig touched on this, but I think, I don't know if it's known, but downturns are the best times for companies to be founded. And this is like statistically, proven. From a venture perspective, best returns ever. If you look at companies that were created around 2008 through 2010 in the previous downturn, we're witnessing a different downturn. But still, when the big companies are laying off employees and kind of there's talent out there, and when the later stage companies are having trouble with competition, it's actually probably the best time to start a company, because in order to start a company, you don't need a lot of capital. All you need is to bring a talent, obviously, a good idea, market, and product, and so on. But this is probably the best time or exciting time for founders to create companies and for investors to choose wisely. But if they do their picking correctly, to do a lot of amazing returns. Whereas in 2020, I don't think we and other VCs will have amazing returns when everything was so pricey And so, yeah, again, just kind of reinforcing, great time to start a company, especially early stage.
Yes, the best time and the best place, no? Here, Valencia, Spain. We have a lot of talent. We have the best universities of Spain. We have this sun every day, unless yesterday. And yes, I think it's a great time and great place here now.
About that, Nacho, I wanted to ask you, you mentioned that an important role that you have is connecting the right stakeholders. You mentioned the corporates, including those in traditional sectors, but what about the other stakeholders? Who are they? Like, is it second-time funders? Is it foreign corporates? Is it talents? How do you address these different populations, and how do you build bridges? And also, do you do it just here or at a broader, like national or international scale?
Yes, first of all, the key always in every ecosystem is the talent. No? The talent. Here we have research centers, we have universities, and here this is the first step. No? And after, yes, we try to connect with VCs around the world, with corporations, of course, tech corporations also. And yes, and we are building a bridge with Latin America, with LATAM, between the hub of Miami. And we are helping that startups and investors from LATAM to come to Europe by Valencia, between this bridge built between Miami and Valencia. Every year we go to Miami to Emerge Americas in April, and we bring with us many startups, many investors from Europe in order to connect with the US market, of course, but also with the Latin American market that is easier in Miami, because Miami maybe is the capital of Latin America. We can meet there with people from Argentina, Brazil, Colombia, Chile, whatever, no? So yes, for us it's really important, these connections, this bridge, no? And maybe in the next talk we will have the Netherlands here, and also with the north of Europe, with Helsinki also. We bring our startups to SLAS in Helsinki, to the TNW, the NSWeb in Amsterdam. We have an agreement with them. They are our special collaborators this year also. And yes, also to Lisbon Web Summit. Yes, we know that the collaboration is in the two ways, no? We help our startups, to our founders, or investors, or corporations to go abroad, but also we are attracting the foreigners here, no? And we think that these two ways collaborations are one of the formulas of the success of this ecosystem.
So if you want to go places, Nacho is your man. I really feel from what you've all been sharing that we are on the verge of something very big. I mean, it might be a downturn, but it's the best time from an overall perspective to invest and build companies, because this is when like innovation happens. A lot of scale-ups are very mature and are very close to exits. And Valencia is building a bridge to LATAM, which is probably still partly untapped market for a lot of like type companies here in Europe. So my final question for you guys is about 2025, what we should expect and prepare for. And I would like to nuance it a bit in a different way for each of you. Or you were mentioning like early stage, growth stage. It's not the same issues today. So what are your expectations as an investor for next year? And then I'll get back to you guys.
What are my thoughts about 2025? Okay. I would say it's going to be a very interesting year. 2024 has been a bit boring almost, or with 2022, everything went down. 2023, 2024 have been kind of stagnant, and everybody's kind of sitting, apart from AI, which is, again, a different story, a different pocket within the wider industry. I think that everybody's kind of been sitting on the fence, so I hope, I don't know, but 2025 is going to be the year where everything kind of opens up again. I think people were expecting 2024 to be that year, and it didn't happen. There were a few IPOs, a few exits, lots more of M&A, of big corporates, buying up, gobbling up startups. But I want to hope that 2025 is when the gates open again. Maybe not as extreme as what we saw during COVID in 2020, 2021, when things were completely crazy, but something maybe a bit more under control. But I think there is such a pipeline of private companies that need to go public, and I think that would do very well for the ecosystem, by the way, the European ecosystem, the later stage, but that stuff also trickles down to the earlier stage. So yes, that's my bet and that's my hope, that that happens, and that will change the whole dynamic that's been a bit of so-so, I want to say, in the past 2 years. And that will deliver a lot of growth, Europe, globally, but also it'll trickle down and impact the larger ecosystems. So that's my bet.
So you'd better close all your deals by the end of this year before it gets too
We want to
exciting.
meet the money as investors. Yeah.
Absolutely. Clark, over to you. Like, is there anything that we do to help this dynamic a bit, to restart from the public policy side? Like, do you expect something to happen here in Europe to get the flywheel working again?
Absolutely. I mean, two thoughts. One, at the European level, we now have a commissioner for startups. That's new. We also have a new commissioner for sovereignty. So we might have a new US president in a month, whatever. Europe really, this is, I think, the moment that Europe is discovering its own superpowers for innovating and its startup ecosystem. So I think we're going to see in 2025 a real awareness kind of at the pan-European level about this importance. A lot of countries like France are way ahead, but I think all across Europe the governments are discovering that. And the other thought I would like to leave, because this panel has ecosystems in the title, as you've seen with Nacho's example here, even if you're not a startup sitting in this room, you have an incredibly important role to play in every startup ecosystem. We need investors, we need corporates, we need media. There are so many different people and organizations that can play an important role in bringing your local, regional, national, or European ecosystem forward. So I'd really just encourage everybody to, this is your ecosystem too, this is your European startup ecosystem. It's really important that everyone realize we all have a role to play. 7 years ago, Nacho said, we need to start something here, and now look what we have.
100%. I think we're finally getting to that point when everyone beyond our ecosystem realizes startups and investors and tech in general matter a lot for Europe. Nacho, we're in the biggest VDS ever in the past 7 years. What's next for 2025? What's your next big thing?
Now, for the ecosystem, is to grow, to help our best startups that they are here now, to grow, to become a scale-up, and because we need bigger startups and more scale-ups, and yes, and we are helping with all the ecosystem, of course, like we have said before, and yes, it's for the ecosystem. For BDS, we are trying to have a more international event, best speakers, best startups in our competition, best everything. No more people, no longer, because here 12,000 people we think is enough for this venue. But yes, we are working very hard, of course, to have a more international event and best event. No bigger, but yes, better.
I'm looking forward to working with you on that in 2025. All right, Nacho, Clark, thank you so much for your time. This is very interesting, and I'm leaving this much more energized than I came. So thank you for that, and thank you all for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Clark, big applause. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Good to see you, boss. Okay. So, how is everyone doing? Good? Enjoyed it? So far, so good? Hungry already? Oh my God, Mirta got all orange. I have so many orange people today here. So, our next panel is going to be dealing with a topic that I think we should talk a lot more about, which is the notion of inclusion. Inclusion and diversity, but inclusion. And as a European, one of the biggest issues in Europe, and this comes from the Commission, and I think from every single one of us that works in the tech industry, is we need way more inclusion and way more diversity. And despite pushing in many ways, like the needle changes very slowly, but it's tremendously important. And it's not just because we need to do this, it actually has incredible consequences to the teams. The more inclusion we produce, the more diverse the team is, in general, the better the team ends up being. Better ideas, better performance, better coordination of everything. So to talk about that, how to do that, how to attract the best talent for innovation through inclusion, please welcome, leveraging the power of inclusion, our first speaker. Big applause for the one and only Constantine van Orange, Prince of the Netherlands and Special Envoy at TechLeap. Big applause for Constantine. Good to see you, my friend. And to join Constantine, please welcome on stage Ingrid Tapping, founder and CEO. That one, over there. Sorry. Ingrid Tapping, founder and CEO at Diverse Leaders in Tech. Big applause for Ingrid. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure having you both. And to run the show, the one and only Nathalie Nebelius, Senior Relationship Manager at Tonic. Big applause for Nathalie. Floor is yours. Enjoy.
Thank you.
So orange. That's beautiful.
Like to be the one and only. That's nice. Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Nathalie. Welcome to this session. Today, we're going to have a conversation about DEI, so diversity, equity, and inclusion. I work for Tonic. It's a non-for-profit organization where we focus on working with private impact investors across the globe. And obviously, this is a big topic for us as well as for them. So I'm really pleased to have this conversation today with our brilliant speakers that are going to introduce themselves in a second. First, I'd like to check a little bit who we have in the room. So I'm not going to make you stand, but maybe we can do a hand, reach your hand. So do we have any tech entrepreneurs, innovators in the room? Quite a few. Do we have anyone who works with talent recruitment, HR? Who is familiar with DEI work? And who is actually actively engaging in DEI work? Okay, at least I'm glad I didn't raise a hand. No, I'm so focused. Okay, so first I would like to invite Constantine van Oranje, Prince of the Netherlands and Special Envoy of TechLeap, to mention 2 or 3 things that brought you to what you're doing today.
Oh, wow. I think one, I think curiosity and I think a drive to want to always kind of improve myself and also as a professional. 2, I think the opportunity that there is in this space, in the space of tech, also in the Netherlands. I think we have a great opportunity to do much better. So, and I think I can add to that. So I think those are probably the combination of factors that put me in this place.
Perfect, thank you. And then we had Ingrid Tappen, founder and CEO of Diverse Leaders in Tech. Same question for you. 2, 3 things that brought you to where you are today.
So, well, during my career, I've always worked at the intersection of culture, leadership in the context of innovation. And I've done that in several roles, had my own leadership development firm, developed some software, had my own startup to help teams perform at their best. At a certain point, also joined a large global firm, consulting firm, and as an independent consultant, at a certain point, I got TechLeap as a client, and I think that's the main reason why I'm here today, because Constantine asked me, there is one of these missions that we are tackling in the Netherlands, as TechLeap does a lot of things to strengthen the Dutch tech ecosystem. But one of them is really challenging, and that's how are we going to become more diverse and inclusive in our industry? And that question triggered me to say, okay, let's see if I can help tackle that challenge.
Brilliant. So Constantine, can you maybe talk a little bit about the importance of DEI work for tech industry? And maybe also mention a little bit, I mean, Special Envoy for TechLeap, I'm not sure everyone understands what that means.
No, I don't either, so that can't really help you there, but I guess envoy means something like, I mean, I do the talking, but in fact, I'm pretty operationally involved in TechLeap and also setting the strategy. And I think it's important to really know, the whole business if you do this, and not just be a spokesperson. Why is DI important? Some years back, we also, this came up, and actually, we were sitting with people around the table. There were the venture capitalists and government people, and it was the same question, how important do you find it is for your organization? And everybody said 8 and 9 and blah, blah, blah. And then I said, well, 5.7. And then they said, well, you don't think it's important. I say, I do think it's really important, but I don't think I can have a big impact on it. And I don't think you are going to do anything about it, even though you say it's an 8 or a 9. And I was right. Nobody did anything about it. Not the banks, So we said, well, we have to start doing stuff. And so we engaged with the venture capital industry, set up Fundright to get them to commit, because we saw that most of the investment teams were male-driven. So a male, tend to invest in male. So we thought, let's start at the venture capital side, and let's start, keep it simple, gender equality as a kind of a first focus area, and then take it from there. And we felt at the time it was important because we were missing whole categories of companies, because they were not serviced, because the market was mostly feminine market, not serviced by male founders. So, and also certain technologies were not produced, and these markets were not well addressed by these male founders. So we felt that we were missing a lot of opportunity. That's how it started, basically. And then we started doing research and seeing that actually female-led teams or diverse teams were outperforming more homogenous teams, especially as they grow. And then we started figuring out, okay, why should we engage with this topic? We said we're not a social enterprise. We're not going to change society. We're here to help entrepreneurs. So it had to be strategic for founders. And then if you drill down, the story about a diverse team gets you that far. But we saw that actually the companies that were outperforming others, they were in need of massive amounts of talent. So you have companies that were hiring, a person a day. They were kind of these companies were growing at 100, 200%, and they just didn't have the pool of talent that they could address. And because they actually didn't have access to those pools. And some of these companies had cultures that were mostly dominated by male Dutch, white men, and they didn't know these, and they were not very attractive. Talent wouldn't want to go there, and we said this is actually very strategic. And we asked this directly to Reid Hoffman and some other people that were deep in Silicon Valley's success, and said, is this a burning issue, or is this an issue you can manage out? And said, no, this is actually culture, and having an inclusive culture is something you need to invest in right at the start of the company, because it becomes very hard to turn it around once you're established, once you have 30, 40 people, and to then turn into a more inclusive culture that also can absorb international talent is nearly impossible. So that was why we found it really strategic.
Okay, and that tees it up perfectly. So Ingrid, why don't you tell us a little bit more about the framework that you have developed, which enables DI work in different businesses?
Yeah, well, to bring it a step back, just to give some context of who we are and what we do. So this question, can you help us, create a more inclusive tech ecosystem, and we need more diversity, was a challenge that we took on with an approach of discovering what would founders want while working on this topic. And we validated that it would be a great idea to bring a community of diverse leaders together, and diversity across all sections of identity. Because we learned that having all these silos, like women in tech, people of color in tech, LGBTQ in tech, was really important for people to feel kind of psychological safe in this group to speak about their challenges. But bringing them together was what was going to really push the needle and create this movement. So we launched this community of diverse leaders, and we asked the community, what do you need? Because these are really purpose-driven leaders, from CEOs, founders, DI experts, HR people leaders, but also CTOs, engineers. For some reason, they believe or feel that they need to be supported in bringing this further in their organizations. And what we learned is that they needed more ammunition, so to speak, internally to share the story that this isn't a business enabler. And that's where we started out. And we shared with them that there are at least 5 areas that have been proven, and this is an answer to your question, that successful companies that focus on these 5 areas are able to actually reap the benefits of being inclusive and attracting these diverse talent pools. And the first one, as you mentioned, is culture. So really investing strategically in building an inclusive culture. An example of that would be as soon as you start growing as a startup and people in your organization start to be managers of people, it's not just one team, that you focus on what kind of skills do these maybe engineers that have never managed team need to make sure that people feel safe. Psychological safety is like part of inclusion, but also marketing. How do we make sure that our employee brand communicates that we are an open space and that this is, for instance, a company where women are not only welcomed, but we are open to changing our culture to reap the benefits of your different way of approaching things. So that's the culture part. Being very data-driven, so not just doing DEI because it's a trend or because your investors say, hey, do something about it, but really set goals and metrics so that you can track what you're doing. And that ties into business, aligning it with your business. So when you create a DEI strategy, it's really important that it's something that's going to contribute to your business strategy. Stepping out of your bubble is very important. I think that's also the power of our community, connecting with people outside of your traditional networks, because you need to understand that becoming more diverse is not something transactional. You have to build relationships to want people to engage with you and really think, hey, this would be a cool company for me to work, or an ecosystem that I want to join, etc. And then last but not least, it's the system. So make sure that you have systems in place that are equitable. I think a lot of people are now realizing that there's a large pay gap within organizations. There's quite a big difference between what women are paid and men are paid for the same role. And it's not only something that does not feel fair, but being equitable in your organization, making sure that everybody has the same resources and opportunities to grow, contributes to people's willingness to do the extra mile. And that's what you want in a startup, because it's hard work, it's continuously changing, adapting. But if you feel that the company you're working for is not really interested in your progress or treating you fair, you might have people be clocking in and clocking out, but you're not triggering them to be their best selves.
Do you want to add something?
Well, I want to add that it's great that Ingrid took it further, because it was also obvious that within TechDeep we couldn't really let it grow further because it needed more. We're founder-centric, and it requires much more than just the founder. So also basically creating a whole community of tech executives and tech leaders from all backgrounds was something that we couldn't do internally. Ingrid took it out of our organization and now runs it, as you said, data-driven. It's very analytical as well, which really helps to give it structure. One thing I want to add is that it's a continuous learning process. And I also started at this really quite. When I went to my first job, I was wearing a suit and I was wearing a tie, and that was you left everything at home and you brought your professional self to the office. And so, talking about more inclusive culture, where you're actually bringing the whole self to the office, was very, very far out of where I come from. So, and I don't think you have to always bring the whole self to the office, but you have to feel at least safe and secure to bring as much as you want to the office and give as much as you want, and that's a continuous learning exercise. I mean, I'm also I grew up with all kinds of biases and all kinds of mind frames, and to challenge those, I think that's a mindset you do need to have. So a method like this helps you break that open. But I think as a leader, I think for all the founders in the room here, I think you need to keep understanding that you don't fully understand, and because you don't even understand yourself. You don't know what you need and how it is. So it means that you probably don't know it from the other people. So to have an open dialogue with your staff, with your collaborators, with your co-founders about what it is that they need, and making a safe space for able to have those kind of conversations, I think is essential. But it's not something we learn.
No, and to add on that, I think having this as a leadership skill, developing it as a leadership skill, inclusiveness, is a continuous process. And I would say that it's going to be one of the most important skills in our industry, as we are a global, becoming more and more global, working more and more remotely with different people. I think a lot of people know the term cultural intelligence. Some people maybe get trainings about, okay, Spanish people do business in a very different way than Dutch people, for instance. Dutch are really direct, want to come to the point immediately. Spanish people start with building a relationship first, and knowing these things about each other culturally are really important. But also, related to inclusion, becoming identity intelligence is becoming more and more important. As you said, that's about developing insight into yourself. So what are my own biases, and how can I mitigate my blind spots? But also, how does identity form, and why is it important? Why do people react in a certain way because they are defending their identity? How can I empower people to put their best into the purpose that we have? And yes, I really believe that's an ongoing learning process. It's not something that you start and then next year you're finished. And it can really empower your culture if you, as a founder, start from the get-go speaking about these things and not treating it as something that's an HR party, but how are we as a founding team going to make sure that talking about identity, being able to have healthy conflict with each other, openness, and curiosity towards one another is a very powerful, I think, competitive advantage in your culture.
And I think it's a pretty long and deep journey to do this. And I mean, I consider myself like knowing about DEI and working with these things. And when we were doing the workshop yesterday, I had quite a few realizations.
Yeah, what did you realize?
I realized that I've got some work to do. But what I really liked about the workshop that Ingrid was hosting yesterday, where we did the DEI scan, was that there's so many layers. So I would say I'm very aware of certain of those layers, and then some layers I have not even thought about.
Yeah.
So I really like that it's a very practical way, and not just wishy-washy, like here's the paper in our report and so on, but actually very practical, and it makes you think about what you need to do as a next step. So very actionable.
I'm very glad to hear that, because that's also really part of our mission, making DEI as practical and actionable as possible, because it is such a complex, deep learning journey. And we developed this DEI scan, which you are talking about, to give everyone who wants to know more about how they can apply it in their organization and accelerate on it, assess where they stand.
Yeah.
Where do I stand on this topic? And we are there then to guide you in taking the next steps to progress.
Yeah, and just to wrap that up a bit as well, I mean, so when you do this DEI scan, you get a report, and this was also very useful to look at, where we stand, and then, what are the next kind of action points we can take, and how much time they should take, let's say. But it gives you, step by step, so also not overwhelming, I say, for a business leader. So you can start with certain steps, and then you work your way towards bettering yourself in this aspect, because we're all learning many different things at the same time, and this is a really important one to like you say, from the get-go, much easier.
Yeah, and with a focus to be performant, right? So it's not just a social thing.
Yeah.
It really also is to increase the output and the also creativity and innovation capabilities of your team. And I think sometimes these are juxtaposed, and I don't think that's a good way to look at it. I think it's a fully integrated set of skills that to help you outperform in a competitive landscape.
Do you have, Constantine, do you have an example of a business that you think are doing really well in their DEI work?
Yeah, and I think so. Well, we work with a lot of companies, and they all have different variations of how they engage with this. I think most are pretty well aware that they need a foreign talent pool, and then really rapidly they'll get confronted with you get a few American employees, and they'll have a very different view on what inclusiveness means. They are probably very identity aware, maybe even. You get this wokeism, you get tensions in your team, and how do you deal with that? So immediately, it kind of poses the question to the leadership team of how do we confront this? What is our company culture, and how can we set boundaries around that? And how is everybody else's identity kind of fitting with that? Am I allowed to impose my culture or not? So those kind of questions come up immediately, and we see that a lot across companies. And so we have, for instance, certain companies that are a bit more like the American Silicon Valley companies that are very performance-driven, very kind of hard on data, sometimes long working hours, and they actually still have very happy employees. Others don't at all, And what we actually try to do is to bring them together, to have a conversation, have these different philosophies about how you can be high performing and still have happy employees, because you don't want churn of your employees. You want people to stay, and you want people to build as individuals as well. And every single company that we work with has this issue. It's not from a big company to a small company, and in different colors and shades.
I think we have a few good Dutch examples. If you look at Matthijs Welle from News,
absolutely,
Job van der Voort from Remote. I mean, if you look at them, you would say these are the average white tech guys, but they take diversity, equity, and inclusion extremely seriously. They are outspoken role models and allies, treated strategically, and are very keen on, as you say, teaching others who are maybe not as mature as they are from a business growth standpoint, their lessons learned. Everybody makes mistakes, but also the successes that they created business-wise, not only attracting talent, but also being able to solve problems very creatively, grow their business, get investments, and they are fast growing in our country, one of few unicorns, and this is a top priority.
And also, I mean, actually we worked with, I can mention brands here, right? So Booking.com, I was very impressed how they, how the kind of the level of detail that they thought through this issue. We also worked with Google. We can say a lot about these companies, but they have done their homework in terms of also measuring DEI. Typically in Europe, we don't measure it enough, so we don't really know what we're talking about. So you have self-identification is really integrated into the way they measure performance, and I think we can learn a lot from them. And so I mean, Booking has been a really good partner in this.
Booking is a very great example and a partner, one of our very important community members. We're community driven, have this peer-to-peer learning way of accelerating on the topic. And I think that what is really great about having the community together, we benchmark the data, gives us as European tech the opportunity to help each other country-wise. I mean, that's also the reason why we are here, to learn from Valencia from us, and gather as much data as we can around this topic, not to blame and shame, but just to assess and measure progress and learn from each other's best practices.
But it's safe to say we are all across Europe are still lagging behind. I think UK is probably ahead in Europe. But in most ecosystems where we are, we see still very homogeneous kind of group of entrepreneurs, and it's changing fast. And in the area, those ecosystems that are the most inclusive, I think, are the ones that will be the winners.
Yeah.
Okay, so time flies when you're having fun, and we're already over time, and I see our moderator hovering. So I want to end actually with a quote from you that I heard in a podcast with Women Disrupting Tech. So you have to be deliberate, not just aware, to really create change. And with this, can we have the slide? Yeah. So an actionable step. Please scan this. So that you can do the DEI scan that I did yesterday together with the workshop group. Fantastic start. Check out Diverse Leaders in Tech website, TechLeap as well. Thank you so much to both of you.
Thank you.
And thank you everyone for joining us.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure. Thank you.
Pleasure. Thank you.
You made it.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Pleasure
you.
having you. Thank you very much, Ingrid.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, so we keep on rolling, rock and roll, and now we're hitting the founder series. And this is something that I always get all these questions is, we would love to learn from someone that has done it before, right? Having a role model is tremendously powerful. And having someone that actually has had success and can dissect like the keys and how they are there, like peering behind the curtain of success is always very good. So to talk about that, we have our next panel. So without further ado, to talk about Founder Series, Behind the Curtains of Success, please welcome our first panelist. Big applause to Daniela Espinosa, fintech expert, angel investor, and former co-founder at Kushki and Abaco. Big applause for Daniela, please. Thank you for joining. And to join Daniela, please welcome on stage Juan Ignacio Garcia, CEO of Bopos. Big applause. There we go. And last but not least, big applause to Georgia Cervelli, VP at GP Bullhound and co-founder of Calafia. Big applause for Georgia. Come on, we can display more energy. You guys are like, oh, come on. And to run the show and moderate the roundtable, the one and only Zach Butler, Director of Events at The Next Web. Big applause for Zach. Thank you for joining. Enjoy.
Thanks, Alex. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Zach from The Next Web. We help startups scale and corporates innovate. And we've been here at VDS for the last 4 years as a strategic partner. And it's so great to see how international events are becoming. And I actually think we might have our most international speaker, Danielle, coming from Ecuador today. So thanks, everyone, for joining us. So I just want to start with a first question. And we'll go straight into it because we don't have much time, as you know. I want to know, if you could give a founder one word, what would make a great founder? What would you say? And we've already prepped a different answer each, and I'll go last, so it's hardest for me.
I would say persistence.
Persistence?
I think my word will be energy. Energy.
Energy?
Yeah.
I will do execution and focus.
Okay. I would say resilience. So if you're a new founder and you need to have 4 traits, please go and get those. And then, there's lots when when you're an early stage founder, you have to do lots of things. You're spinning plates everywhere. You're trying to get investment. You're trying to build a business. You're trying to build a product. Does anyone want to start with some advice around how do you start that focus? Who had the focus? The first yeah. Do you want to just give a little bit of advice? So how do you do that? How do you go around trying to find that investment, trying to build the investment case, but then also building a business, building a team at the same time? Give us some insights.
I think you have to be really disciplined, and nowadays it's really hard to do that. I do believe that also you need to try to make in your mind if your business will be profitable. I think that founders, we just like to try to solve some problems, and some problems will never be profitable. So I always encourage founders to try to look at, maybe make it in your mind. For me, it's kind of easy because I was a credit analyst for a lot of years. But if you do not know how to do that, it's try to focus, try to take half a day to understand what's important, what's the 3 most important things you have to do that week. So we try to always be executing. So for me, it's try to settle down, at least be with yourself, try to understand what's the most important thing you need to do, and try also to get advice from other people that have done that already.
Do you remember one moment in your startup career, as your founder career, when either you felt like you had to focus, or somebody, an investor or somebody, gave you advice to focus? Do you remember a moment? Can you share with us?
Actually, I lost like 3 teeth because I was really stressful during COVID, due to a lot of the work that I had to do. Like, I was just executing, like waking up at 1 a.m., putting on my cell phone the pending things. So then I started to understand that it was important to take first care of myself and then execute it better.
That's a nice segue. So then we have a startup, we have a product, we have maybe some investment, maybe we're scaling. Obviously, Juan, you've been involved in great success stories, and now a couple of years into your new journey. So it's so important for people to be able to focus on themselves as well. There was a we were just talking earlier. There was a survey by Sifted early this year. It came out in March this year, and they surveyed, I think it was 150 founders from their network, and the results of the survey was 49% of the founders reported that they had gone through a depression as part of their journey. 85% said that they felt anxiety at the point of doing the survey. 75% reported that they missed their lives. So give us some insights. How over the years have you been able to balance your career, your business, and your life?
Totally. I would just highlight 3 main ideas. One of them is, well, I'm a solo founder now, and at my previous company, Cabify, in the end, Juan de Antonio, the CEO, was a solo founder as well, even if we had co-founders there. And I think being a solo founder sometimes feels a little bit lonely. So I would say, if you're starting a company, you might want to find a co-founder so that you have at least someone who's a peer. In general, you feel good when you have a peer that you can rely on and you can trust. Because in the end, you can speak to your investors, and obviously they will give you good advice, but they're investors. You can speak to your team, they will let you know what they think, but sometimes they won't be fully transparent, or they won't give you their unbiased opinion. So I think if you can rely on someone who's a peer, that's very important. And if you don't have a co-founder, perhaps you can chat with other founders and get to some conclusions. So that would be my first highlight. The second highlight is that it's good if you can assess yourself and understand your strengths and your weaknesses. Sometimes you want to do everything, and you want to be on top of everything, and obviously you can't, and that's just too stressful, and you end up going out of your mind. So as much as I would love to be a good salesman, I'm not. I'm a great finance person. I know a lot about operations and processes, but I'm really poor at selling and marketing and so on. So you need to find people who can do that for you. And as much as you want to do that, if you can't, then you should rely on someone else's advice and someone else's execution. And I think that will save you a lot of stress and a lot of frustration trying to do things that you just can't because you're unable to do it. And I think probably the third thing that I would say is that you should always focus on not only the passion that you're putting into what you're doing, because sometimes it's easy to get lost in execution, but also about your compensation and your money. It's good to figure out whether what you're doing really is paying back in terms of your salary and your equity, because sometimes you just raise and raise and raise, you get diluted, and that's just going nowhere. And then in 5 years, you got a company that's raised a lot of money, but there's very little equity for you. So you have to keep yourself healthy in the compensation front as well, and many other things, but those are my 3 tips.
So it's lonely at the top, and you need to have people around you that can support you around the way. How many of you still have business mentors, or people in your career or people in your life that you consider a mentor, someone that you can turn to? You have? Yeah, you do.
Yeah, I have. Actually, I texted him last week because I was wanting to I think you need mentors sort of also for different areas in your professional career. And this mentor has a lot of experience in big tech companies. And I asked him, I organize calls like twice per year to get his insights on.
Yeah. And Juan, do you still have mentors around you, people you trust that may not be in your business?
Well, definitely. I mean, my past colleagues at Cabify are big mentors for me, and it feels really good to speak with them from time to time.
I did. You do? Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
I have mentors, coach, and everything that will help me to be better. So.
Yeah, same here. Let's ask the question to the audience. How many of you in the audience would say that you have somebody that maybe you don't work with, is not a manager or you're not managing, that you consider a business mentor? Yeah, so maybe 50%. So the 50% of you, maybe you could become the mentors for the other 50%. But I think you see here, it doesn't matter where you are in your career, no matter what you've done. I think everybody, it doesn't matter if you're the president or a prime minister, you probably still need mentors around you. Nice one. And then to stay with you, Joya. So, you know, we're growing our business. We're finding ways like Juan to stay on track and to have a personal life. So much about startups is around the money, right? So there's, it's about investment, and so much of the time is around investment. And we all know, the last few years has been very tough. And I'm sure that has contributed to a lot of founders' mental health. That's probably a big reason why that survey came out it did. So tell us what's going on out there, investment, in M&A, in exiting, and how do you think that is connected to the personal success of founders and therefore their startups?
So, well, the good news is we are in a change of cycle, I would say. As you all know, after COVID, there was a boom. There was a lot of fundraisers, very high valuations. That then normalized, and with the Fed increasing the rates, obviously there was sort of a drought in fundraising and in exits. There still has not been, there have been 3 IPOs, but it's the worst 3 years in tech IPOs since never seen. But that is changing, right? The Fed has lowered the rates. We're seeing more fundraisers, larger fundraisers in Spain. We've seen a couple. And obviously all the funds are aware in the end you need to invest, but also a big success of a fund is the exits, no? And with no IPOs for the large companies, it's a bit difficult to exit. That is changing, and for the M&A activity, we're seeing much more activity now. The market thought it would start 2024, but it has been moved back a bit to the end, and 2025 is expected to be very, very active. And there's also now both sellers and buyers are speaking the same language in terms of multiples. So sellers are sort of more normalized and buyers are willing to pay a bit more. And obviously, I think everyone has a shift and focus more also on profitability to maximize the valuation. So.
And how important do you think the founder is in that investment journey? Some people will talk about the founders, the team, a lot, obviously about the products, the market opportunity, but just focusing in on the founder, how important, and if so, and why?
So at DB Bullhound, we do late stage, so exits are from 100 million to 1 billion, and so there obviously it's the founder, it's the drive, it's also what he wants to do. Maybe he wants to roll over, maybe he wants, or she, sorry, or they want to just full exit, and there obviously it's the vision, the product, but it's also the numbers. But on the early stage, there I would say it's definitely 100% with the Calafia, which I had never touched the early stage before. It's definitely the founder, and you're investing in the person and the team.
And how many, talking about founders of late stage companies, obviously quite often, the founder may not be the right person to be leading the company through all stages of its journey. I think, you look at NVIDIA and what Jensen's done, and that's just such a special story. It's not something that you see often. So, yeah, I think maybe a question for all of you. How do you see that transition? And is there any kind of characteristics that you think, when is the right time for the founder to step aside, and what would they do next? Maybe starting with you, Daniela? Yeah.
I think that one of the most important characteristics of a founder is having no ego. We have lately believed that founders are rock stars, but there are also corporates that are really rock stars. So you have to be, have no ego and understand your capabilities. Maybe it's very important to make a self-assessment, and maybe somebody with more experience will be able to do better things. I also advise companies. I'm advising 4 girls now in Miami, And the subject right now is that they are not the team, maybe they're not the team that will scale the company to a very large company. So it's like an ego exercise that you have to do it permanently to understand your capabilities and if somebody's better than you doing that company.
And for you, Juan?
Yeah, I think it relates a lot with what I said before about learning about your strengths and your weaknesses, right? And I think, obviously, as you progress more and more into late stages, you still have to have that type of thinking. Am I good at this? Am I good at that? How can I help more my company grow and so on? So perhaps you have to hire someone who's really good at fundraising, or maybe someone that's more technical than you. And that starts like in early stages, and that continues through late stages. And obviously, as the company grows more and more, you will need more specialists. So ultimately, the time in which the founder should relay management to another CEO will depend a lot on the specific strengths. And we see founders running companies for like 20 years, and they're still great at it, even if the company was huge and they made it through all the stages. Chances are you're not going to be able to do that because either you're an early stage person or a late stage person, or you're very good at a specific area. But ultimately that could happen. So it's good that you assess yourself and decide what the right time is. And sometimes it helps to have like external opinion and peer opinion.
And Joya, when you're reviewing startups, no matter what stage, how much are you looking into the strategy of the founder in succession, or looking to specialize? How much do you go into that, and do you often see that that is planned, or often things are not, and there's lots of it's organically growing?
I think it's very important that the founder it's also his personal capabilities, but also his personal mission or vision of the company. There are a lot of founders that say, I enjoy building the product and a 50 people company, and then I don't want to do the later stage. And others that actually get investment from a Vitruvian or a later stage company, that they need the support and they know that these funds will help them build sort of a C-level, but they still want to be in charge. And in the end, what we always ask is, for the exit options, what do you want? Like you can do to a strategic, to a majority investor, to a minority investor, and you can talk to all of them. All of the investors are good and they provide different options, but you in the end need to know what you want to do after this.
Sure. Okay. And Daniel, one question for you. At the start of the panel session, we talked about execution and focus. And so, often the different personalities of founders, but often there's a similar personality trait of, very visionary, wanting to try lots of new things, fail fast, pivot. These are all characteristics that are often in founders. But with that also comes with maybe a lack of focus and a struggle to sometimes execute on things. So what advice would you give to people around the people that really want to, focus, follow through, and execute on a mission? And what advice would you share?
I think that there's only some outliers that have been successful without being focused. So I do not believe in pivoting a lot. I do believe that when you have more experience, you actually know what you have to do. So my advice is for early founders, if you can work at a startup first, work at a corporation, gain experience, for me that's the most important part, because only outliers are born knowing how to manage teams. It's really hard. I'm still learning, after a lot of years. It's hard to manage people. So one of my main suggestions is try to have experience. If you see all the reports, people that are 40 years or older are the most successful founders. So sometimes we are losing that focus, and we believe that 24, 23, 25-year-old will be really successful. So when you already have made mistakes or learned, it's going to be easier to have focus, discipline, manage teams, and probably be more successful.
Thank you. And Juan, one piece of advice that you would give early stage founders in the room that, they're starting out, what would your one piece of advice you would give?
Sure, I think I'll perhaps link it to the word that you asked me in the beginning, which is energy. You have to be very energetic. I think you have to be, again, early stage, late stage, all stages. You have to be a radiator of energy, and that energy can be translated into very different things at different stages. It could be energy in taking the company to a profit. It could be energy in building a vision. It could be energy in presenting that vision to investors if you're fundraising. But ultimately, you're going to be I would say, the sun that radiates to all the company and that will make your investors pumped up about the project, your employees and your team pumped up about the project, and so on. And you have to keep that vibe. And sometimes it's hard because you don't feel that energetic, but you have to keep on trying.
Thanks. Yeah, we've managed to do a whole panel session without talking about technology, about AI. We've been focusing. I think there's a round of applause. We've been focusing on the people, and that's why being at events like this and building those connections is so important. So, thank you very much to the panelists. We got through a lot in a very short amount of time. So, a round of applause, please.
That's so cool. Thank you very much, everyone. Right on time. Zach, you're hired.
Literally to the second.
Thank you so much, everyone. Big applause to them, please. Thank you so much. And we have the last block before we take a break for lunch, and we're going to be talking about the big word. You know, the big word, which is not AI. We've already talked a lot about AI, but actually sustainability and how technology can enhance and help sustainability through technology and climate action. And to be honest, I don't know why, don't ask me why, but as of lately, I've been working a lot on using technology for sustainability. And it's really complex in the way that the technology that you deploy for sustainability and climate action is fairly sophisticated. It's not straightforward, and it's definitely not one single technology, but actually a whole big group of technologies that work together to deliver and move the needle. So to talk about that, I want to welcome our next panelists. So please welcome our first speaker, Rally Perduhova, co-founder and CEO at 7RCC Global. Big applause for Rally, please. Come on, we can make some noise. There we go, this way. You can take the first chair, please. And to join Rally, please welcome Anna Turval, CEO of Volur. Big applause to Anna, please. Welcome, Anna. Pleasure having you. And to join them, please welcome Jamie Kurshit, founder and chairman at Jacobi Asset Management. Big applause to Jamie. Thank you, Jamie, for being here. And to join Jamie, please welcome, last but not least, Katie Haldeman, president at The Rights. There you go. And to run the show, please welcome the one and only good friend and always pushing the limits of climate and sustainability, Fran Benedito, CEO and co-founder at Climate Trade. Pleasure having you, my friend. Enjoy, everyone.
Thank you. So good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us today. So I'm very honored to have this panel, these people here with me, these friends, because they are very good friends. And I think that the combination of all the knowledge, wisdom they have in sustainability, in blockchain, crypto, and financial sector is going to amaze today everyone here. So I'm going to start with Anna. So we are 5 people, so 25 minutes we have to run. So I'm going to start with Anna. Anna is the CEO and chair of Volur, company revolutionizing the meat industry with the use of data and AI. So Volur uses data and AI to empower meat processors to improve utilization throughout the whole value chain, making the industry more sustainable. With background in finance, Goldman Sachs for more than 10 years, KPMG and UBS, and a business degree inside Business School and the University of Oxford, she's one of the leaders in the processing and transforming the meat industry worldwide. So Anna, please, I'm going to start with a question for you. And Volur is revolutionizing the meat industry through AI and data, significantly enhancing sustainability. Can you share examples of how AI has optimized the meat value chain and how these improvements reduce the industry's carbon footprint?
Sure. Thank you. Lovely to meet you. I'm Anna Turvold, CEO of Volur. So we are a company based in Oslo in Norway, and we are working with the meat industry, which emits 14% of greenhouse gas emissions. So why are we working with them? each time an animal is processed through a facility, there's 7 million different ways it can be processed, cut, and made into products. So it's more than a linear model can ascertain on those outcomes. So we use AI and our technology to be able to work with the meat industry to be able to then optimize the efficient output of these animals. Particularly what's relatable for this panel and what we're talking about today is thinking about what then happens for the producers. So the retail end is pushing upstream to say what is happening in the industry to help us decarbonize and to help us look at these pillars of sustainability. And I think more and more now we're able to do that by the companies either insetting or offsetting through credits by using the technology and solution we provide.
Thank you, Anna. So we are talking here about decarbonizing. Now, companies, governments have targets. So 2050, you know the Paris Agreement. So all the governments have to establish those targets. They have to report to the UN every year. And it goes in cascade, right? Companies now, they have mandatory to report. It's getting more strict in the European Union. The meat industry is one of the most polluting also sectors in the world. Agriculture and all these sectors have to transform and bring new innovations like the ones of Anna is bringing us today. So thank you so much, Anna. We are moving with Kirli. So Kirli is a good friend. He's a great entrepreneur coming from the US just to come here to present and to bring us his knowledge on the music industry and blockchain. So he's the Riptide Music Group co-founder and CEO, has been almost a decade running his company, his music production business. Comes from a great entrepreneur family, very famous worldwide, and got into blockchain very early. We met in a blockchain event in Miami, right? So building the first Web3 platform for music rights called Equancy, using Algorand blockchain, which is the first proof of a stake blockchain in the world, using, let's say, carbon credits to be carbon neutral and not being as contaminant as a proof of work. That's why we are using that blockchain. We started the work. So, Kirli, with your experience at Equancy, the world's first Web3 music licensing marketplace, how do you see blockchain tech revolutionizing creative industries? And do you see parallels in how it can support environmental sustainability?
Yeah, thank you. My name is Keatley Haldeman, as Fran said, founder and CEO of Dequancy and now The Rights. So I come from a traditional music licensing, music industry background, and that industry is very challenging. If you want to license music, use music in any kind of audiovisual production, TV, film, advertising, video games, it's difficult to license the song that you want. You have to figure out who owns those rights, how to approach them, how to negotiate the deal. Then once that deal happens, the payment takes forever. It can take up to a year for the publishing company to get paid and then the artist and the writer to get paid. So when I first started getting into blockchain about 5-6 years ago, I went deep into that process. I really wanted to understand how blockchain, how Web3 worked. And the main through line that I saw amongst all of the different Web3 projects was this idea of peer-to-peer direct transactions, taking out the middleman, decentralized applications using smart contracts, and instant payment, instant finality. And when I realized that, I realized, wow, okay, this could revolutionize the music industry, the music licensing industry, because within that process, it takes so long for the writer and artist to get paid, as I said, and there's so many middlemen along the way that are taking pieces of that license fee. And so by creating this decentralized protocol where the music rights owner can connect directly with the licensee and get paid instantly, that could really add a lot of benefit to the music creators and the music rights owners. And then I met Fran at this Algorand conference, as you mentioned, and he's telling me about ClimateCoin, his project. And he's telling me how in the carbon market, it's really the exact same problem. You have producers of projects that are generating carbon credits, and for them to get paid, there has to be a buyer on the other end for them to get paid. And along the way, you have all these middlemen, these certifiers, and these verifiers who are taking a piece of the pie and taking a long time to actually get certified. And so the creator of that project, the producer of that project, takes a long time for them to get paid. So by using blockchain technology, they can get instantly paid as well, and that's really going to push forward the sustainable industry.
Thank you so much, man. It's like, to have context, right? At the end, sustainability is going to be one of the biggest business in the next 3 decades, right? So it's going to be a problem for everyone. It's a great challenge for all of us. I mean, I left that 20 years career in banking for my daughter. I mean, I was very worried about climate change and started very early. So with all the pain that comes with you, I've been in the desert many years, like nobody knew what a carbon credit was. Nobody knew what a sustainability was at that point. Yeah, they knew the word, but they didn't know what it implies, right? Now the world is understanding that there's a market of 2-3 billion only carbon markets going up to 1.5 trillion in 2050. So it's that big, right? So that's where we need blockchain, transparency, traceability, because at the end it's like financial institutions are going to be getting into all these, and great transactions have to be done. Put you one example. JP Morgan with GPM Coin and what is called Onyx blockchain based in Ethereum, they are moving $1.2 trillion in repos every year. That's 500 institutions moving money between them with blockchain. So that's why I'm so proud also to have these 2 other speakers, Raleigh Perduova and Jamie Cursit. They are pioneers in what is the ETF industry, bringing and blockchain, and bringing, Raleigh is bringing now in the US the first ETF for Bitcoin hedged by carbon credits, so Bitcoin Green. So we are taking off the consumption of the Bitcoin out of the equation with his project. And then we'll talk about Jamie, which is the pioneer in Europe doing that same thing. So Raleigh with background in the financial markets as well, having worked for Bank of Montreal for more than 10 years and Wells Fargo, one of the biggest financial institutions in the world. She was at the trading floor. I said to her before, I'm jealous. It was like when I was a kid, I always wanted to be in Wall Street, like trading, you know? So it's like pretty cool, right? So with a Bachelor in Business Administration and Finance in Brock University and Master of Finance in Queen's University, now, as you said, she's launching the first Bitcoin Green ETF now in November, hopefully. So I don't know if we can say, but so Raleigh, what makes you decide and think to create this amazing product?
Thank you, Fran, for that amazing introduction. I'm Raleigh, CEO of 7RCC. We're a boutique asset manager out of US, and we just filed for a spot Bitcoin ETF with carbon credits, and the underlying assets is 80% Bitcoin, 20% carbon credits. And the main goal there was to target investors that have mandates, that have concerns about the Bitcoin mining, the carbon footprint of Bitcoin mining, and design a product that meets these concerns. And that negative narrative that we're hearing about Bitcoin mining, it definitely created a little bit of limit for those investors to enter the space. So we're big Bitcoin believers, and coming from a traditional finance background, we know that there are certain concerns in that world, and that can open the door for those guys to enter the space and a wider Bitcoin adoption, and also providing liquidity to the carbon credits markets, and see what happens in November.
It's gonna be great. Yeah. So I'm so proud to be in your board of advisors. It's gonna be something amazing, and to have Kidley as one of our investors and advisor also in Climate Coin. So I'm like so proud to have you here, guys. So and let's see if we get more questions later. But let's go with Jamie. So Jamie Cursit, I mean, this guy is so amazing. He comes from the financial world as well. So he's been Financial News top 40 under 40 in trading and technology, Exchange Invest top 1,000 most influential people globally in financial markets, founder and chairman of Europe's first regulated BTC Bitcoin ETF. So Jacobi Asset Management, his firm, between multiple business he has and investments around the world. He worked for London Stock Exchange, Goldman Sachs, Credit Suisse, and Royal Bank of Scotland in product development. I love it, because it's like I'm very picky with user experience as well. So side business building and financial products. So Jamie, we met the other day in a very surrealistic boat going from Hong Kong to Japan. As pioneer behind Europe's first Bitcoin ETF, you are at the forefront of blending digital finance with digital assets. So how do you see Bitcoin becoming greener, right?
Yeah, well, thank you very much, Van. What a lovely introduction. And thank you, everyone, for letting me present to you today. The top 40 under 40, I'll just clarify, I'm way over 40 now. So maybe the grey hair will show you that. I think, to answer the question, Van...
You're in reverse aging as well, right?
Yeah, of course,
Okay.
of course. So to answer the question, I think, the reason I got into this space was very simply because I was from a regulatory background. I worked in trading and finance. I was on the trade floor of Credit Suisse. It wasn't as exciting as you might imagine. Got sworn at a lot. The whole reason I got into this space was because, Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies and blockchain, they become very, very exciting about 10, 15 years ago. We saw this proliferation of assets, of these meme coins, of NFTs, and there was an enormous sort of new asset class that's very exciting because nobody's ever seen a new asset class probably in their generation. So the last time we saw one was in the 70s. Now we're looking at the first time a new asset class has been introduced to finance. With my background, I was very concerned about how everything was sort of taking off and there was no regulatory structure around it. So we decided to, very similar to Raleigh, we decided to create the regulated framework around issuing these digital assets in a controlled, safe, and secure way that people understood. I'm not sure if how many people here understand Bitcoin or even have a wallet or even know how to buy it or where to buy it. And it got to the point where, trying to bring this very new digital assets with very exciting performance metrics. Everyone's heard about the Lamborghinis that people bought in 2014. It's a very exciting space. But institutions, finance, traditional financial markets never really adopted it. And the reason why is because the infrastructure is so different. And it is an exciting new infrastructure. Blockchain really kind of got overshadowed by Bitcoin narrative. But blockchain, especially when we're talking about climate coin and climate trade and the ability to track sustainability, is very exciting. Now, what we've done is we've created this regulatory structure that's very traditional, very familiar. Everyone maybe has heard of an ETF, an exchange-traded fund. It's just a normal fund. It's an open-ended. People can get in and out whenever they want. And the only difference is the underlying asset in that fund is not an index. It's not a security. It's a digital asset, which is very difficult to get hold of if you don't understand what you're doing. But we didn't just go there. We didn't want to just create, this digital asset ETF. We wanted to find a way to sort of negate the stories around Bitcoin. Whether you believe in Bitcoin or not, whether you believe Bitcoin's good for the environment, bad for the environment, it's using a lot of energy. It really is an energy arbitrage play based on the price, the amount of the cost of energy to produce it versus the cost of actually selling it. And there's two camps. Some people say Bitcoin's killing the world. It's using sort of ridiculous amounts of energy to create them and mine them. And some people think it's actually doing the opposite, and it's actually using surplus energy and renewable energies, and it's actually sort of gas flare energy. So it's actually thinking it's doing a good thing for the energy networks. Regardless of what you believe, we decided that for institutional adoption, for these traditional financial managers to go in who have ESG mandates, and rightly so. And unfortunately so, were usually just tick box exercises. A lot of these investment managers have to invest in a mandate that has ESG as a tick box. We wanted to go one step further, and we said, right, whether you believe Bitcoin's bad for the environment or not, we're going to build in a renewable energy credit system into our ETF. So different to Raleigh's product, and I love Raleigh's product, I wish I'd thought of it, we actually created just the Bitcoin ETF in the fund. And then as an asset management business in Europe, we actually then buy the renewable energy credits to offset the Bitcoin. Now, the most difficult thing that we have found was we don't know if that Bitcoin was minted using renewable energy. There's no way of tracing that. If you ask a Bitcoin maximist or someone in cryptocurrency from 2011, they'll all say, yeah, it's renewable. And if you ask anyone else outside, they'll say, no, it's all gas and oil. So what we did is we ended up having to overcompensate beyond net zero to actually sort of buy enough renewable energy credits to offset the entire life of that Bitcoin, whether it was mined sustainably or not. And I think what it was exciting about our fortunate meeting on a boat in the middle of the South China Sea was that you showed me the way to actually sort of demonstrate that where the Bitcoin is being mined, how it's being mined, what's the energy usage, what's the consumption of it, and that suddenly changes the game. We don't need to then overcompensate. We just need to do the right thing and build the right amount of credits that are required to offset the impact that we're delivering for the performance of the investors. And really, it's all about choice and convenience. And if we take away all the hurdles, give the choice to the investors, have the traceability and the sustainability all built in, then I think we're on the right path.
Thank you, Jamie. Thank you so much. So if we see the overall of the panel, at the end what we are trying here, I know how many people here, if you can raise your hand, have kids. Please. So significant amount of the people here have kids, obviously. So what we are trying to do here is to support the most important and the most challenging solutions for climate change that need funding and that need like all blended capital coming to this. I was inspired by the Project Drawdown. I don't know if you read it, but if not, I recommend to take a look. It's a book on 2014, 2015 that elaborates about all the solutions that can tackle climate change at scale by generating carbon credits, but it doesn't have to. So they need capital. There are great scientists, great technologies, great startup founders that don't have funding. So here we are combining traditional markets with new DeFi markets, Web3, bringing capital from multiple sources. That's why it's called blended capital, right? It's not just philanthropies, it's not private, it's public. It's like many things, putting the money together, going to the right solutions and trying to scale them up, right? So that's why I'm so excited to have you here, because today is the Bitcoin ETF, but tomorrow can be other type of ETF and bring capital from the markets to those companies, like the one that our friend was launching now for private companies, now going public. So it's like something that aggregates a lot of capital in financial products, because at the end you go to the bank and you don't have to ask, okay, this is my number of the ISIN number, I want to put money here. Done, right? Any part of the world, right? You don't have to go pitching as a startup to a private investor. I mean, the money is in the markets, just put it, right? So that's another thing. And well, guys, we got 4 minutes, so I don't think I have time for another round of questions, just...
But I think, Fran, just on that point, because it's really important, is that everybody so far that I've met has always been one camp or the other. And I think that we need to start understanding that there's never going to be one or the other. When cryptocurrencies evolved or came to light, you know, there was a very prominent 2 fingers up at the banking system. You know, we don't want the banks involved. This is decentralized. We want to be peer-to-peer. Same with the carbon sort of credits. You ended up with some conspiracies, and there's just 2 camps always. And I think what we're trying to find now is this blended model where everything should work 100%. In harmony. Because actually, what you're talking about with having children is that we need to leave a legacy. We need, you know, we've been fortunate enough to have a nice platform now where we can encourage these developments of these new technologies, new asset classes, new investment opportunities, and also doing something good for the world.
Exactly.
And I think that if that becomes the primary focus, then this blended model of investors accessing what they choose to invest in and how they choose to invest it and have the proof of what they've invested in is actually doing what they said they would achieve, then I think that's really where we want to get this whole community going. Everything's blended, 100%. Bring it all together. And
I would love to add to that. I think that what we actually enable here is a free market. So, for example, we want to give, who's going to pay for someone doing the right thing? So, for example, in the meat industry, if they're putting in technology solutions to help decarbonize, who ultimately pays for that? And if there's a credit that exists that helps, that can be determined, the value of that can be determined by a free market and a liquid market, then that enables, you know, that real transparency to occur. So I think having these systems to showcase that is very important.
Yeah, and the liquidity, I think that's what's important 100%. As well. Yeah, you know, in the voluntary carbon market, right now, if someone's producing a project that is generating carbon credits, they have to wait for a buyer to come buy those 100%. Carbon credits before they can actually generate money. If there's a system like Climate Coin, where now there's a tokenized carbon credit, and now there's a liquidity market where all the carbon credits are equally valued, then there can be instant payment upon generation and instant retiring and finality of that system.
And at the end, that's why financial markets are for. No? We need liquidity. We are bringing these products there. No? So now in the European Union, there is a mandatory market of carbon markets for only the most polluting industries. But we are seeing how the European Union is legislating now directives in terms of bringing more and more the voluntary market to the mandatory market, because it will be at one point that we will need that liquidity for those projects that have to be done. I mean, we have to transform agriculture. We are putting too many pesticides with the farmers, And I mean, that is generating a lot of poisoning of the oceans, for example, the nitrogen. And we can transform all that industry like Boulder is doing, no? So I think that that has to be incentivized also to come to the right financial markets in the European Union and then do financial products related to all that, right? So that's where the confluence of all this, no? I think,
and we need the technology to be able to do it.
Exactly.
And this is
Exactly.
the point of this conference,
Exactly.
right? Is to talk about how technology is going to help us move forward on sustainability. And it's you know, I believe in blockchain technology and how that can really help make this a reality.
But then, of course, we don't need the regulators to regulate the technology. The technology is just the operating system as to how it works, that you have to regulate the behavior and the activity and the people and create that safe environment. Now, at the moment, in a lot of this, especially in cryptocurrencies, the regulators are not really on the same page as the governments who are actually trying to drive, you know, growth. So until the regulators and the governments kind of work out their beef, then...
One last shot for that. One last shot on that, on the regulators. Rally.
Well, that's it. You got to match where they are. The regulators, the investors, and the digital asset space moves really fast. And these are very bureaucratic dinosaur organizations that it's hard to keep up with the way the world moves now. So it is a challenge, and we have to understand that and match where they are.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Well, just to end up, the BDS is also focused and really worry about sustainability. So as proof of this panel, so basically they are offsetting the carbon footprint of the event. So we are offsetting the carbon footprint of the event. So you're going to find a QR code that at some point will be in the back. It is a new initiative called Planet Token, Planet Points. You are going to receive tokens just by calculating your carbon footprint. So if you follow us a very simple questions of a calculator, once you, just to be registered in the event, you will receive a certain amount of tokens that will go supposedly, and that's what we are expecting, and we are working on the project that will be value the data behind the token, because the European Union, UN, and governments need that data of citizens to put policies in place. So just get the QR code, get the tokens,
I feel like
starting this, and that's the forefront of the climate coin ecosystem. So you will get in the community, you will be informed on how the whole project is going to move from here. So thank you so much, everyone, for being here today.
Thank you.
Right, thank you.
Well, maybe we can keep it up there and without you. No, you guys come down and let you go for lunch. Thank you very much. Pleasure having you. Thank you so much, guys. Big applause for them. Thank you, Fran. Good to have you, my friend. And make sure I'll move here so you can take the picture of the QR code. You can all get it, right? Should I move the chairs? Great. So anyway, that's it for the morning, long morning. We're taking the lunch break now, so remember we'll come back at 3 sharp to talk about deep tech. So those of you that are interested, please make sure you come back. I hope you had a wonderful morning, and we'll see you after lunch. Enjoy. Thank you very much.
I'm Katie Knight, and welcome to day 2 of Valencia Digital Summit. Do you know what? We have been a lot luckier today with the weather than we were yesterday, because as you know, yesterday it was a little bit grey, it was rainy, but the sun's out. This is the Valencia sunshine. It's actually really warm, like very hot today. So I think that always gives like a real nice extra buzz when the weather's nice, right? So we're going to have a little chat with a few people today. I think we've already got one ready to come and talk to us already. Hello. How are you?
Fine, thank you. I'm very excited about this event. So we came with our startup, and we meet a lot of persons to do relations, even friends. So it's very, very nice, very nice.
Tell us a little bit about your startup.
So we try to detect difficulties, needs, and strengths of children. So we do a questionnaire and give it to the parents and the teachers, and with those answers, we give them resources.
Very nice. Well done. Congratulations. And what are you most looking forward to today at the summit?
So I'm looking for cyber security and blockchain. It's yes, I'm a software developer, so this is my best interesting.
Where are you from?
I'm from Valencia.
Oh, you're from Valencia. Is it nice to see so many people come to your city?
Yes, and I see some friends that are working here, so it's very, very nice, very nice.
Well, lovely. Thank you so much for chatting with us, and enjoy the rest of the summit.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you. See, people like this have come from all over the world to meet new people, to connect, to see like old faces that they've probably seen at other summits, but really just to build their companies, their startups, and take them to the next level. So there's so many different opportunities here with people from all around the world. Yesterday we spoke to people from every single corner of the globe, which was so, so lovely. And as you just walk around, you can hear different accents, people that are coming together. Okay, we're back. Things that happen when you're live, you know. So, are you having a good time at the summit?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, finding so many different things, so many new things, so many interesting people from all ages, as you can see. But I'm not that young anymore, but yeah, really wonderful. I mean, contacting with all the stakeholders from all industries, it's really great. And
Where are you from?
I'm from Portugal.
You're from Portugal. Oh, lovely. And you've just come over for the summit?
I came from the summit, yes, also to take opportunity to see the city. It's a wonderful city. I mean, it's almost a city of light. I mean, if we forget about Paris, probably Valencia will come next. Yeah. And it's really wonderful. I mean, this place, all the venue, it's really great.
How gorgeous is the City of Arts and Sciences?
It is absolutely gorgeous. I mean, if you consider Spain, I would probably put Sevilla in first place and Valencia in second. Yeah, that's it's a really nice place. Not only to visit as a tourist, but also in what I've seen so far, also to start up a company or to set up your own company here. It's a fine place to be.
So I think it's definitely a fine place to be. A fine place to live, a lot of people say as well.
I mean, if you like paella.
Do you like paella?
I do like paella. I mean, I'm Mediterranean, so I cannot skip paella. Yeah. Although it's a Spanish dish, okay, but we also do have some paella the Portuguese way. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, definitely, if you have an opportunity, if you don't know Valencia, you should try and come and visit. If you want to set up a company or start your own company, come to Valencia.
That's the right place to be. Miguel, thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your day. Bye. See, we've got Portugal, we had some Argentinian people yesterday, we've had USA, we've had people from Asia, all different places around the world. And as Miguel just said, also lots of different ages, which is really nice. Yesterday we interviewed some men that were just in their very, very early 20s, even maybe late teens, people that were just still at university. And it's just so nice just to see really fresh faces and excitement and people that are really eager to learn. We have somebody else over here who we're going to interview. Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
Good, fine.
What's your name?
Marta.
Hello, Marta. Hello. How are you enjoying VDS?
Wow, I'm enjoying a lot. The atmosphere is amazing. There is a lot of innovation, discoveries. It's really nice, really nice.
What has been your highlight so far?
Well, my highlights, I would say that I enjoy a lot because we at Prospera Biotech, we had a pitch session yesterday and the room was full of people, so I enjoyed that a lot. Wow. Yeah, and you can see all the innovation around. I mean, there are a lot of devices, a lot of technology. It's amazing.
What are you looking forward to today, day 2?
Wow, day 2, I was looking forward to meet people that I couldn't meet yesterday because it was really, really busy, a lot of people, and enjoy the food outside because yesterday it was raining, we couldn't do that.
Do you know what? I've actually seen some really good food options here as well, isn't there?
Yes, there is plenty of space there for meeting and have a meal and something good, typical from Valencia, really nice.
Is it quite overwhelming, the amount of people that are here? Because as you said before, those people that you didn't get to connect with yesterday, you're connecting to today. How have you kind of divided up your time between your pitch area and meeting people?
It's actually very, very difficult. The meeting rooms were full. You couldn't even book a table for a meeting room. And we at the stand, there was a lot of people making questions and coming, especially after the pitch session. So I thought I had to cut myself into 2.
Tell us a little bit about how the pitch sessions work. People come, they have a certain amount of time for their pitch. How does it work?
Well, we only had 3 minutes for the pitch. Wow. So imagine in 3 minutes you have to say everything you can about your company and make the public to be interested about your project and want to invest in your project. So it's a challenge. It's a challenge, but I enjoy that because if you love the technology, there is a nice spot to tell everyone what you're doing.
I mean, 3 minutes seems like a long time, but that goes very quickly, doesn't it?
It is 3 minutes to explain the technology, the financial stage, and what you're looking for. Yeah. It's enough, but it's not enough.
Yeah. Yesterday we were watching all the pitches from the startup finalists, the 20 finalists. Today we're going to find out who the winners are, and you can really tell like you have to be very prepared to get that pitch all read, like everything that you want to say on point.
That's it. You have to be very prepared. Yes.
Yeah. Listen, thank you so much. I hope you have a wonderful day. Enjoy this sunshine. And yeah, we'll see you around here at the summit.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And we've got back-to-back people lined up here today who want to have a chat. Hello. Oh, we're going both together? Yeah. Are we going together? You can have a Ray. What are your names?
I'm Alexander Perez.
Alexander Perez, hello.
I'm Bartolome. I'm from Poland. Shortcut is Bartek.
Bartek. How are you guys?
All perfect. Yeah, I'm VDS perfectly.
Have you been to VDM before?
No, it's my first time and I'm super surprised. It's really well organized and the workshops are cool, so it's nice.
Where are you guys from?
I was born in Nicaragua and living now in Valencia.
Oh, you live here? Nice.
And the business is here too. It's an IMO and it's 10 minutes here and perfectly. We started 1 year ago, the part of development,
and now we are growing very, very fast.
It's interesting, actually, the amount of people that we've spoken to over the last couple of days that have moved to Valencia. Do you guys really feel like Valencia is becoming a hub for innovation and technology?
Yeah, exactly. I'm the same. I have the same thoughts about that. So yes, I see the future here. I'm 3 years here. I'm from Poland. I moved here to developing the startup, and from those 3 years, it changed a lot. And there is a big community of entrepreneurs here that you can communicate and make business.
How do you feel like VDS has helped with the growth of the city in this ecosystem of innovation?
An IMO company is like into investors, to clients and collaborators. So we collaborate, we speak yesterday too, and to collaborate in AI. He is an AI consultant, and we have an IMO is an AI business. It has virtual employees, forecast, vision AI. So here in BDS we find a lot of collaborators. Some investors are very interesting, so we are very happy.
So did you guys just meet here?
No, before.
You met before, okay. Okay, because I was like, oh, we've matched them. Well, listen, guys, what are you up to now? Where are you going?
Like for now, I'm focusing on my little startup. It's AI agency. I'm going to straight to the guys here that I'm making the stuff with the AI, and I'm open to collaborate because this is the AI agency focusing on the e-commerce. So I'm making AI chatbots for the customer support and for the automate the insights of the e-commerce.
Well, now you know, guys. Now you know. Connected.
Prosper AI. It's named Prosper AI.
Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your day. Enjoy this wonderful sunshine.
Yes.
And we'll see you around. Thank you. Bye. So many ideas. You can actually feel as you walk through the summit the amount of ideas that have been thrown around the room, people coming up with, you know, all sorts of plans, people connecting. And another thing that we were talking about earlier is there's such a nice mix of different types of startups as well, which I'll tell you about just in a second. But hello.
Hello.
How are you?
Very, very well. It's sunny today.
It's very sunny today. It's actually very hot today. I don't think I've dressed appropriately. I feel like I need to wear something that's not so black.
Yes. I thought because yesterday it was raining and I thought a shirt, it would be nice. No, I'm very, very hot as well. But
What's your name?
I'm Nacho and I'm from Narea.
Very nice to meet you. Tell us a little bit about what you're doing here.
We have been brought by Generalitat Valenciana and we digitalize with our solutions the social aid sector in Spain. We develop innovation and technological solutions for the social aid sector and we are trying to improve the way they are connected to the rest of the agents of society, and we are doing it with technology, blockchain technology, deep tech and digital solutions.
How long have you been going for?
We born in 2019. We are 5 years old this year and celebrate. and we are experimenting and scaling new ways of exploring how technology can help to the people that help the others, the social aid sector, and we are trying to achieve it with our solutions. We have more than 10 million people, 10 million euros transacted with our platform, and that translates into more than 6 million rations for people in. That's a lot. It's more than in Spain. There's more than 6 million people suffering from food insecurity, and these figures are very, very alarming for us, and that's why we are bringing these solutions to the social aid sector.
How has VDS helped?
We are very, very proud to be here, not only as Valencians, because we are from here, we are from Castellón, but also as technicians and as tech lovers, because this is amazing, this is a place to grow, is the ambience, I don't know what it is, but it's something very, very interesting for everyone. You should be here, And next year we'll be here, of course, because it's amazing for us, for expanding and for knowing.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a really nice buzz in the air, isn't there? There's a nice energy here. Everybody's super friendly, and you can feel the excitement.
Yeah. I don't know what it is, but maybe it's Valencia because it's a very wonderful city. But this place has something that people has to know. You have to be here.
Do you feel like the city feels busy?
No, for me, because Valencia, as a Valencian, I have always seen this kind of people and these big, crowded events. But I think this year I'm seeing more people, and that's very, very interesting because I don't know how, but this event knows how to grow every year a little bit, and that's something very interesting.
Nice. I love it. Valencian people are so proud of their city.
Yeah. They know. They are proud, and they have to be proud.
They are. I agree. Nacho, thank you so much. Have a really wonderful day.
You're welcome.
Thank you. We're going to carry on having a little walk. I don't really know what stages I showed you yesterday, but over here we have got the green stage. So we have 6 stages in total. We have got 2 stages that are inside the main stage, and then these 4 igloos out here, which is perfect because they're under the sunshine. And over here, I've got somebody else to talk to. Hello.
How are you?
I'm very well. How are you?
Fine.
What's your name?
My name is Marco. I'm from Spini.
Okay. Very nice to meet you. How has your summit been so far?
Fine. Everything fine. Yes.
What's been your highlight?
Highlights here from our company.
No, highlights from the last couple of days here at the summit.
I think that it has been great. A lot of people, good environment. We really enjoy all these islands that you can see behind here. Good pitches from the companies. Amazing. This year, I think, my opinion, is the best year of the BTS.
Really?
Really.
Why?
Because of networking, it's much better how you can see all the startups. My opinion is the best.
How many years have you come here?
This is the third one.
You've been 3 times?
3 times, yes, 3 times. Yes.
Where are you from?
We live in Alicante.
Oh, you live in Alicante. So not too far? Not too far to come.
No. Yes.
Tell us a little bit about your company and what you do.
Well, we are Spini. We developed this product that it's just to convert any bike into an e-bike in a very simple way. So you need to attach some pieces in your bike and you only plug it in and out.
So any bike, you attach this, and that's it.
Do you have a bike?
I actually don't have a bike. I do. I know. I just moved back to London and I don't have a bike yet. But London is a good place for a bike.
Yes, of course, yes.
So you attach it.
You only attach this and you start pedaling. It detects that you are pedaling, and this motor gives all the power just to give you and go through the cities without a lot of effort. So
How long does it last for?
up to 50 kilometers.
Up to 50 kilometers. Wow, that's amazing.
For London, for here.
Yeah, it is a long time. That's a very long time. Well, that's super interesting. Has it been a successful VDS for you then?
Yes, for sure. Yes. We have been talking with a lot of people, doing a great networking, a lot of companies, investors, governments, everybody's here. If you're developing technology, you should be here, for sure.
Do you go to a lot of other summits around the world?
Yes, we have been in TNW a few months ago, and I think it's great. Also, yes, it's great. Yes, it's really great.
Well, I'm going to check this out for my biking adventures around London. Thank you so much. It was lovely to chat with you. Bye. See, as you said, it's the place to be. If you're working on a project, you're in tech, then this is the summit. There is over 12,000 attendees over the last 2 days that are here at the moment. One of these other attendees is this lovely lady over here. Hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, fine. Enjoying in sunny Valencia.
I know, it's much better than yesterday, isn't it?
Yeah.
Where are you from?
I'm from León, the north, so that weather is impossible for us in October.
What's the weather like up there?
Now it's winter.
Really?
Yeah. The heating is on.
How long does it take for you to get here?
by train 4 hours. I mean, it's close.
It's close, but far.
Yeah, close but far.
Close but far.
Yeah.
What's your name?
Maria.
What are you doing here? Tell us a little bit about how your summit has been.
Okay, we came here thanks to Volaria, that is an accelerator program from Castilla y León.
Okay.
And we have a startup based on education. We try to change education. We teach English online, but we try to teach you what you don't know in the fastest time possible. So that is our objective. And here we are to meet new people, investors, clients, to know what is happening know other people who also teach languages. So,
is it just English or is it any language?
English is our main focus because there is a huge market here. So
yes,
you know, right? Yeah. But we are also teaching Spanish.
Okay, amazing. Where did you learn your English? Because it's so good.
In England. Oh, thank you. But I talk to teachers every day.
Yeah,
so
I can imagine. I can imagine. What's been your favorite part of the summit so far?
Well, I think that to talk to different people doing different things, I think that that has been my favorite part.
Nice, nice. Is there anything that you're really looking forward to doing today?
Not really, just going through and see. You never know what you can find. And
I think that's.
I didn't expect that. So.
Yeah, I think that's the one thing that's nice about this summit. You can just have a walk through and you always stumble across something different.
New things you see new people that you have never thought about that business, never in your life. So I think that is just to learn new things and to tell people that, you know, we can change education and that's it.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you so much for chatting with us. I hope that you enjoy the rest of your time in Valencia. When do you go back to Leon?
Tomorrow morning, 6:30 in the morning.
6:30 in the morning. That's an early one. 6:30 is the train or 6:30 you're up?
No, 6:30 from the station.
Oh my goodness. Well, it's an early night for you then. Thank you. Bye. So, as I was saying, there are over 12,000 people that have come from every corner of the globe possible. We also have over 600 speakers, which is a lot of speakers, over 700 investors, and over 2,500 startups, which is insane. I feel like I'm going to fall into the water at any time soon. Yeah. So many different people that are looking to connect, people that are looking to start new businesses. And as I said before, just a really nice connection of different types of people that are here today. So over here we have the pitch stage. And I think a couple of people that we've spoken to have explained about the pitch stage. This is literally, as the name says, where you will just go and you have your 3-minute time to go and pitch. Everybody that I've spoken to have said that this has been really, really interesting area because there's just so much innovation, so many new ideas, fresh people that are coming through and getting their ideas out. So I'm going to have a little walk back around this way, this over here. Well, as I said before, it's lunchtime. What time is it? 2:30, 3:30? So many different food options to try whilst you're here as well. And now that people can eat in the sunshine, it's even better. I think we've got somebody else waiting for us to have a little chat. Hello. Hi. How are you?
Just fine, thank you.
What's your name?
Borja.
Borja, very nice to meet you.
Same.
Where are you from?
I'm from Spain, from Barcelona actually, but living in Navarra, Pamplona.
Okay.
Yeah, you know, the bullfight, all those things.
Oh yeah, we know about that. How has your VDS been?
Wow, it's been an amazing experience actually. So we are here because Thane of Navarra has invited us. It's an accelerator over there.
Okay.
And so we also did the pitch stage. We were there. I don't know if you heard about us, but we were the ones with an axe. And,
tell us more.
Okay. We actually specialize in the tabletop industry.
Okay.
And in order to make a point, we brought, like a bone armor and an axe and something. And, some people just know us because of that.
What, so you threw it inside the pitch stage, the axe?
Yeah, well, I was with the axe inside.
Right, okay. Okay.
And yeah, so what we do is we are creating a software as a service for the tabletop industry.
Okay. How did your pitch go?
I think it's amazing. We had now, I think, like more than 4 investors interested just because the pitch.
Oh, that's incredible.
Yeah, we are over the moon.
So it's been a successful summit for you then?
Yeah, well, we have to close things, but yeah, absolutely.
Good, that's like the initial conversation. It's there, people know about it.
Yeah, 100%.
We were actually just talking about the pitch stage. A lot of people have said that it has been the most exciting part of the summit because so many fresh ideas, so many people have gone through that stage, and it's a very exciting area.
Yeah, well, I can tell you I haven't slept for 2 weeks, just getting ready for this.
Getting ready for your 3-minute pitch.
Yes, yes.
Did you know it word by word?
That's impossible.
Yeah.
But at least I got the points where I wanted to be.
That's the main part, the main part. What are you up to today?
Well, we still have one meeting, and then we have 6 hours back by bus, all together like a school party to Navarra.
You're all going on a bus together, all the team? Yeah. That's fun though.
all from Thane, Navarra, so it's like 12, I don't know, 20 of us.
That's fun.
Yeah, mostly of us, we were sleeping and snoring, so.
Maybe not so fun, but you know, it's a nice little journey.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you so much for having a chat with us. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, and good luck with those meetings and the acts. We'll keep an eye out for the acts. Bye. See, it's just so many random different things happening. Hello, how are you? Are you having a nice time?
Having a great time here.
What's your highlight?
My highlight is the networking, of course. It is beautiful people everywhere, lots of massive great ideas. Yeah. And yeah, seeing you, Ibiza forever.
Ibiza forever. How do you know that? Oh, no way. What's your name?
Ramon.
Ramon. Oh, very nice to meet you. I've switched from music to tech this week.
Awesome, great, awesome. Hey.
Well, what are you up to today?
Not too much, just having some more meetings. I just promised these ladies to take some pictures. And yeah, let's see what happens.
Nice.
I mean,
Well, the sun's out, so, you know.
could it be better?
Can't be better. Thank you so much. Have fun. Bye. Okay, where should we go next? Where are we going this way? Over here. Hello. How are you?
Fine, thank you. And you?
I'm very well, thank you. How has your VDS been?
I mean, this is amazing. I'm as a speaker here in the pitch stage, and I'm really glad that Valencia has this type of events or things like this. It takes a lot of time to find out how to connect with other entrepreneurs, so it's really good to have this time for here.
So have you spoken already?
Yeah.
How did it go?
It got great. I mean, it was a fantastic experience. The public was so engaged, and we were like, wow, this is really powerful, and everyone was really enjoying the event, so cool.
Were you pitching something?
I was presenting the pitches.
You were presenting the pitches?
Yeah, exactly. There were just 4 guys, 4 teams that were presenting their 12 hours result because we were making a challenge. Like 4 companies were challenging several young talent. So it was like, okay, it's the time to show up all the work that you've done in just one day and see if the companies would like to implement the solutions.
Oh, exciting. So has it been a successful couple of days?
Yeah, it really cool, really cool.
Where are you from?
I'm from Galicia, from the north.
And do you live there or do you live here?
Right now I'm living here.
Okay. We've been saying all day how so many people have moved to Valencia now. It's definitely like the place to be for tech, right?
Yeah, right now it's the main place. I think in Spain, Valencia is having a really, really good position to find persons from all over the world to come here. So really cool place.
What have you got on the agenda for the rest of the day?
I think I need to connect to all the people that I couldn't connect this morning. So I'm trying to find everyone here to talk, to have a little talk and still connect with everyone.
Have you tried the app? Because on the app there's a chat and you can actually speak to everybody that's attending, which is really useful.
I'm definitely going to use it right now. Yeah.
There you go. Tip. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Have a lovely day. Bye. Okay, where are we going next? I was about to photobomb, but they finished their photo now. Hi guys. How are you?
Fine, you?
I'm good, thank you. Are you having a good summit?
Yes, it's very nice, as usual.
Where are you from?
We are from Hamburg, Germany, and visiting our office here in Spain, in Valencia.
You have your offices here in Valencia?
Yes, we have one in Hamburg, Germany, and one in Valencia.
Nice. What do you guys do?
We're doing software development. Okay. So basically everything that runs in a browser, we can do it.
Is it your first time here at VDS?
No, it's our second time, actually.
And how is it compared to the first time you came?
Even better, I would say. Yes, and actually the food and drinks and organization is very nice this year.
Everybody's saying the food is great.
Yeah, it's actually great. And also like the entrance, like getting the ticket, everything went smooth.
Do you know what? Yeah.
Service team very well, like everything clean, nice.
That was a very good point, actually. Getting your tickets and entering was very smooth compared to a lot of events that you normally go to, right?
Better, yeah, can't be better.
What's your name?
Julian.
Julian, very nice to meet you. I'm Katie. Thank you. Have a really lovely day. Bye. They all left you. Okay, right. We're going to have another little walk over here. Hello. 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 How are you guys?
Very good.
Are you having a good summit?
What do you think?
I'm going to say yes because nobody has said no yet.
No, it's amazing. Yeah. Thank you for your VDS.
Yes.
Okay, so thank you for the sun. Thank you for.
I mean, I definitely didn't bring the sunshine because I came from London, so I reckon I did bring the rain yesterday. But I think the sun definitely helps today, right?
Yeah. I mean, apart from that, there's too many good things here.
What's been the highlight so far?
Well, we are a quite young startup, so we're trying to revolutionize the people and HR world with technology. So we're looking for investors and partners, and why not probably hiring some people.
Nice. And have you been successful? Have you found any of that yet?
We've just come this morning, so our rate of success will be assessed this evening. But it's okay. I mean, it's a good morning.
Good. Is there anything you're looking forward to doing this afternoon, or are you just kind of going with the flow?
Well, finding new clients and probably having some chat with old partners from VCs or private equities.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. Well, guys, best of luck. I hope you have a fantastic day, and thank you for being with us. Thank you. Bye. All right, we're going to have another little walk around here and see what's going on. I think we should ask this man, because you were filming us, so we're going to film you back. Hello.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good, how are you?
I'm fine, having a good time here, yeah.
Where are you from?
Valencia.
Oh, you're from Valencia. Do you feel like does the city feel busy?
Yes, it feels, yes. Hundreds of people busy around from different startups. I see people from Estonia, from Europe in general, and other places, other countries. So it's really good to make some networking, meet people.
Do you feel like a proud Valencian?
Yeah, I'm actually from San Sebastian.
Oh, okay, but you live there.
It makes me proud of living in a city like Valencia, because it gives us the opportunity here, and me as a telecom company founded in Valencia, to meet people, make some contacts, and it's really important for us also meeting the startups and young people. Absolutely. Yes, to make connections, yeah.
What do you do?
I'm the marketing manager at B2Com. So it's a telecom company with more than 20 years, and I'm involved in innovation, making new products with I+D. How do you say it in English?
I+D.
Yes, to new developments of products, yeah. So I'm always looking for new ideas of how, for example, to develop the AI nowadays, that there are lots of possibilities. So it's really good to go to some conferences and speeches and to take some feedback from them.
Well, it's definitely the place to be, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you so much for chatting with us. Enjoy your day. Bye. Should we go and have a look around like the VIP box areas? Have we been up there yet? I don't think we've kind of gone that far. Somebody said yesterday that if they won the pitch competition that they were going to jump in the pool. Let's hope. Oh, hello again. I'm going to come and say hi. again, because we already spoke yesterday, but I'm going to say hi again. How are you?
How you doing? Fine, thank you.
Yeah, you good? How are you?
Amazing. Now that the sun is shining, that's great.
It makes a big difference, doesn't it?
Makes a bit difference here. See the shirt.
We were saying yesterday about how much I love the shirts. They're great.
So how was your day?
My day has been fantastic. I've basically just been speaking to lots of people. I've learnt lots. I've had good food and the sun's shining. So, I mean, what else could you want?
But yes, it is warm. Started with a sweater this morning and I sweated, yes.
Tell us how the pitch went yesterday.
The pitch actually went quite fine. Unfortunately, there was nobody left anymore because that was that late.
You were the last.
Yeah, no, I was number 8. So there were still 3 left, but
But the ones that count are the judges.
I hope so.
Right? At the end of the day, as long as the judges are there, then the rest don't really matter. Right? Today we find out who the winner is. Later on, I think, is it like 5, 6 p.m.?
5:30. That's
5:30 p.m. So fingers crossed.
Thank you. But there were so many good people down there.
There was. It was good. But let's see. So I was just actually saying that somebody said that if they win, they're going to have a swim in the pool. So if you see anyone in there, then
I'm so sorry.
that wasn't you, was it?
No, that was me.
I'm sure Marcus is ready for that.
I'm sure you are. I'm sure you are.
Former times maybe, but
Not this one. Not this one. Guys, thank you so much. Bye. All right. See, it's nice. I feel like I've just made friends already. You come here with not really knowing a lot of people, but then you end up bumping into so many different people that you've bumped into the last couple of days. So it's actually really lovely. This is the Santander stage that you can see here. I don't know if I showed this to you earlier. It's just another bit of a bigger igloo. But it's so nice because you've got all of the views outside, and especially today with this wonderful weather that we're loving. Right, where else are we going to go? Hello, how are you?
Came here.
You just got here?
Yeah.
So you've just walked in?
Yep.
Okay, so what are your first impressions of walking in?
I just visited the exhibition and I'm going to attend some sort of, I don't know.
Are you using the app?
Yeah.
To find out where to go. There's lots happening, right?
Oh, yeah. I will go to this lecture.
AI,
That one.
a revolutionary therapy to treat brain. Oh, advancing generative AI in business. Interesting. Is that now?
It's in 1 hour.
Okay, well, you have an hour to enjoy, walk around, get settled, and welcome then.
Thank you.
Have fun. Bye. We're going inside. Okay. We are now going to go inside to the main stage. This is where everything has been happening with some of the biggest speakers in the digital sector. So much has been happening there. And I'm going to show you what it looks like and what's going on. So come with me into the curtain. Oh, hello. Hello. Wait, you can come back.
Okay.
Come here. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Come and stand over here a little bit.
I will stand here.
What's been going on? Have you had a good time?
I've had a great time. Yeah. It's honestly, it's amazing. The event is great. There's great people, great startups, great companies. Yeah, it's amazing.
Where are you from?
United States.
Do you know what? You're the first person from the United States that we have spoken to today. Yeah, so you're the very first. Tell us what you're doing here.
Okay, so I live here now. I moved here. I moved here because of the startup ecosystem, the new technology coming to Valencia. I love it. I own a tech company, so yeah, I love it here.
Tell us about your tech company.
Okay, so we own a cell phone repair company. Like we create cell phone repair startups, and we make repairing technology easy and accessible all across the world.
Amazing.
Yeah, it's called Repair Ready. It's amazing, yeah.
Repair Ready. Repair Ready. What have you been up to today?
What have we been up to today? Today I've just been networking, meeting people, listening to the amazing speakers, learning a lot about AI and how we can integrate it. Yeah, it's been amazing.
Nice. Well, thank you so much. Lovely to meet you. Thank you. And I think we're calling it a day here, guys. Thank you so much for joining me on the ground here at the 7th edition of VDS. And I hope to see you guys soon. Enjoy, and we'll see you next time. Bye.
Okay. Welcome back, everyone. Gosh, I love going on stage with smoke. Smoke and the water. That's awesome. So, welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a good lunch break. How is everyone doing beyond siesta and getting some coffee? Good? Ready for rock and roll? Yes? Okay. So we're starting this second part of the day with rock and roll, actually. We're going to be talking and having a candid conversation in the deep tech space, which is personally one of my favorite spaces, but it's also very, very hard. It's hard for two reasons. It's hard to do deep tech. There's a lot of risk involved, technological risk, market risk, commercializing risk. But on top of that, it's really hard to actually raise funds in the deep tech space. And having investors that get on board with the long, let's say, long calendars that you have when doing deep tech, it's not easy at all. There's not that many funds. Worldwide, there are very few ones, actually, in Spain also, that do deep tech. So we do have, however, two people that are on both sides of the equation. So please welcome our next speakers on stage. Big applause to my good friend Samuel Gil, JME Ventures. Big applause for Samu, please. Welcome back on the stage of BDS. Come on, we can make some noise. Thank you, Samuel, for joining. And to John Samuel Romanorus, Multiverse Computing. Big applause to Roman. Thank you both for being here. And to run the show, the one and only, my brother in media arms, Thomas Orr from EU Startups. Thank you, Thomas. Enjoy.
Thank you very much. Check, check, 1, 2. All right. Well,
Oh.
wow, that looks awesome. I barely can see the audience. I hope you are all re-energized after this lunch break. We are going to have a very interesting panel discussion today about deep tech trends, AI, and their transformative potential. Before we do so, I think maybe we still do a very small round of introductions, because I think Alex was a bit brief here. So maybe let's start with you, Roman. What is multiverse computing, and how is it going for you?
Yeah, so good afternoon, everybody, and thanks actually a lot to everybody, because we know that this is after lunch and it's hard to come to the talks. So especially thanks. I'm Roman Oruz. I'm the co-founder and also the scientific director of Multiverse. We're a startup that is doing quantum computing and AI. Okay, we are actually the largest quantum AI software company worldwide. We're around 150 people, main headquarters in San Sebastian, but offices also in Toronto, Paris, Munich, And yeah, glad to be here.
Okay, well, Roman was a bit humble here. Actually, multiverse computing is one of the most promising AI and quantum computing companies out there in Europe at the moment. And we also have another very impressive guest here with us from the venture capital world. Samuel, do you want to introduce JME Ventures quickly?
Hello, thank you everyone. It's a big pleasure to be here. My name is Samuel Gil. I am the managing partner of JME Ventures. We are a pre-seed and seed stage fund here in Spain, and we have a very broad investment thesis. We invest from rockets to coffee brands and everything in between. And for instance, we were lucky enough to lead the seed round of multiverse computing.
Awesome. Okay, so let's dive right into the questions. Guys, what are some of the most exciting deep tech trends you are currently observing, and how do you think those new developments will impact traditional industries over the coming years? And do you maybe want to start?
Yeah, so maybe I can start. So I obviously in the field of deep tech, so there are many things going on, but from what we have observed at Multiverse, okay, we've seen that obviously there is generative AI, okay, that's really impacting in a very disruptive way industry. This came out like, I mean, it's been a technology that it's been there for a while, but suddenly in 2022 we had ChatGPT and suddenly we understood how to do things. And that's clearly one of the disruptive technologies that is going to come. What we are finding is that everything that has to do, you know, with large language models, how to make them more efficient energetically, because obviously one of the main problem of these models is that they are consuming a lot of resources, okay? They consume an immense amount of energy. They are clearly unsustainable. We need to look for more efficient alternatives to them. So everything that has to do with this is very important. We are getting and we are seeing also a lot of traction in industry regarding this, with applications that are transversal to all the industry verticals. So we are seeing that applications, you know, in logistics, in manufacturing, in biotechnology, in cybersecurity, and so on. That's on the one hand. On the other hand, obviously quantum computing. Quantum computing is a technology that is going to come. There is no doubt about that. The question is not whether it's going to come or not. The question is when it's going to happen. There are recent advances in the hardware, in the quantum hardware industry that are very promising. Okay, we expect that within 5 to 10 years, things are going to get really very serious. And you know, quantum computing is really a disruptive technology, even more than generative AI. Once it comes, okay, we'll have to rethink about our cybersecurity and so on, because there are going to be things that we'll be able to compute that before were simply impossible. And obviously, what I think is the most interesting deep tech technology that is emerging here is the combination of the two, which is the quantum generative AI. There are people already working on the quantum version of ChatGPT. Okay, so if ChatGPT alone is already very powerful, imagine if you are able to do something like that with a quantum computer, right? We are working on that already, okay? There are algorithms and so on, and we are kind of waiting until the hardware is there in order to implement it. Yeah.
Okay, Samuel, is there another deep tech trend that hasn't been mentioned yet that you're excited about?
Yes, so the way I think about this is right now AI is impacting everything. So I like to structure in the intersection of AI with the realm of bits, and in there we are seeing tons of companies doing agents. So everything related to agents, and you know, and this switch from software as a service to service as a software, you know, which is enabled by this new Gen AI technology. In the world of atoms, I would say the intersection of AI with robotics is also gonna be revolutionary. And also speaking about cells, which is kind of my third realm of things, AI is used heavily right now to discover new drugs, make new simulations in chemistry and so on. So we are going to see a lot of acceleration in that field as well.
And Samuel, how are you going about it, evaluating those deep tech and AI startups from an investor's perspective? And do you think we maybe have a valuation bubble at the moment when it comes for hot sectors like AI?
It's really difficult because, so for me, deep tech is all about technical risk, so which is very different from traditional tech startups in which the main risk is market risk. So in this case, you need really to assess, you know, the background of the founding team, if they have, you know, the credentials, the background to develop what they are going to develop. And for those opportunities, we tend to rely on an external expert network. So we need to find validation talking to people who know 100x more than ourselves about the topic, and helps us validate that, or at least that the feasibility of the solution, which is not clear, right? Because as I said before, it's everything about technical risk, but at least that there are, they are on a credible path to find a solution for that problem, right? And if they find it, the market is going to adopt it. It's very tricky for investors to invest in companies which have both risks, right? Like technical and market risk. So we tend to favor companies which have only one. And for instance, and also with deep tech, what's really difficult is that normally, even though there is no market risk, they are still very far away from the market. So that technology needs to morph into an actual product used by companies, whatever. And what we really like about the Multiverse, for instance, when we invested in them, is that even though they are developing quantum algorithms and so on that will be deployed on actual quantum computers when they are ready, their technology can already be used. It's already solving actual problems for companies, because they kind of have these different approaches with tensor networks and with quantum algorithms. And that makes the life of investors much easier, right? Not only waiting for like the long shot to become a reality, but also having tangible reality, clients, revenue, and so on.
And Roman, you're not only a co-founder of Multiverse Computing, but you're also a professor with a scientific background. How important do you think it is for startups in that field to collaborate with research institutions, universities, and established corporates in order to fuel deep tech innovation?
Yeah, so I think that's fundamental. It's fundamental, the collaboration between startups, research institutions, and bigger industry players, because the whole ecosystem is necessary, and everybody's benefit from this symbiosis, let's say. Okay, so obviously the startups, they need research institutions in order to foster the fundamental bits of the technology. Okay, especially in deep tech, where everything is very new and there may be a product or not. Okay, so we need really basic research to fuel what the startups are doing. Okay, on the other hand, the research institutions, they also need the startups in order to validate the knowledge transfer, okay, for the scientific part that they are doing. On the other hand, the startups, they also need, the biggest industry players, especially for the go-to-market, okay? So they have to, essentially, when you are a startup, at some point you want to start selling also to the market, and you also want to scale up your technology. And for that, the bigger industry players are fundamental. They play a key role, not just in, in the market strategy, in the access to different clients, and also in funding and so on, okay? And on the other hand, the bigger industry players, they are also benefiting from technology that the startup is developing that perhaps they don't have time to implement it because they may be worried about something else. We are seeing that nowadays in the market, okay? And I think this whole cycle is very much necessary, so one part cannot work without the other. And it's actually natural, okay? The fact that everybody is benefiting here. Yeah.
Okay. And,
can I add something to the?
Yes.
So one problem that we see quite often, actually, is so universities, research institutes, and so on. They need to have a well-designed spin-off program. So in terms of the transfer of the IP, the royalties, the cap table. So they have to allow the startups to to start with a proper cap table. One problem that we see is that companies coming from these institutions, sometimes they start with a completely broken cap table, and that makes them uninvestable from the investor perspective. So that's one thing to consider from everyone involved in such programs. That's crucial for us.
Good. Well, and with AI, I think there's also the chance that different areas related to deep tech will be accelerated, maybe medtech, maybe other areas. Which industries do you think AI will have the most fueling, accelerating impact over the coming years? Any thoughts?
I covered that a little bit at the beginning. I think this is going to impact everything because it touches bits, it touches atoms, and it touches cells. So I think there is nothing to be, we will not change in the future. So I see acceleration in all fronts right now. So we see companies attacking all kinds of industries with a more vertical approach, other technologies like quantum, for instance, with a more horizontal approach. So we're going to see changes everywhere.
Yeah, so if I may add a little bit on this, yeah, I fully agree with Samuel. I think that we are going to see AI everywhere. So this is a technology that is completely horizontal. Okay, it's going to affect all the industry verticals, and at the end of the day, we are going to end up having AI even in pencils. Okay, so we are going to be using it every day in ways that probably we cannot even imagine today. I mean, as an example, we've been seeing things that, for instance, to build predictive maintenance systems for logistics and for manufacturing that works extremely well, but the same type of algorithms, we can use them to do predictive maintenance on humans at hospitals to predict which patients are going to have a collapse in the next 10 minutes, in intensive care units and things like those. I don't know. We are going to see a revolution, okay? We are starting to see it already, but in my opinion, I think that it's going to be so integrated into our daily lives that it's going to be pretty natural. Yeah.
Okay, and what's your take on competitiveness of Spanish and European players in the deep tech and maybe specifically AI and quantum computing space on a global scale? Do you think companies in the AI quantum computing field can be the leaders in that global game with lots of funding that is pouring into US companies? Or do you think we will be once again kind of play a catch-up game with the main players in the Silicon Valley?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think there is one very promising company, which is Multiverse. Okay, but apart from that was a joke. Yeah, so that's an interesting question, and it's not just a question about AI and quantum computing. I think it's a question of Europe versus the US. So in the US, they like risk more than what we do have here in Europe. Here in Europe, we have kind of an aversity to risk, okay? And that's problematic when it comes to deep tech, okay? Because in deep tech, there is, as Samuel was doing, sometimes there is no product, there is a lot of risk, sometimes there is just the vision and the team, and you have to trust them and put a lot of money because these are some ideas that typically they are extremely, extremely expensive, and it's not sure whether they are going to get a result or not. And in Europe, we are more traditional, no? And I think that's, I mean, we just have to see what has happened in history, okay? So, most of the high-tech companies nowadays, they are in the US, okay? If you think about LinkedIn, Google, Microsoft, Apple, or Amazon, and so on, they are all US companies. Why they are not here in Europe? It's not that we don't have talent here. And in quantum computing, it's exactly the same story. In quantum is a European science. It was discovered by Europeans, okay? And we have lots of extremely good academic institutions here, some of the best quantum scientists in the world. And however, the quantum computers, the more powerful, are being built in the US. And this is because, there is more fuel and there is more, they are more risky, let's say. Here in Europe, I think that we need to be a bit more lax in terms of regulations, okay? I think that we also need to learn that sometimes we need to be risky if we want to see net gains, and especially in deep tech, that is fundamental, okay? That is fundamental.
I do agree with everything that Roman said. So the US has a lot of advantages because they have great universities, a culture which favors risk-taking, more integrated financial markets, and a unified market that makes everything easier. Having said that, this is no excuse for us, to make our homework and to demonstrate to everyone that the talent is here and that we can do it as well or better than Americans, because we have done it several times. I think I am hopeful that, for the last years, the Americans have been laughing at us as we are the champions of regulation, that's the only innovation we can do. And I think that's going to change, the pendulum is going to swing in the other direction. I think I see some, some sparks of hope in the youth that this is going to change. I'm hopeful and working for that.
Yeah, speaking about regulations, the European Union also launched this EU AI Act. Do you guys have any thoughts about that? Like, is it necessary and important to come up with regulations, or is it maybe too much too early? What's your take on that?
We'll see. I think what needs obviously some sort of regulation for AI. That's for sure, because if you mix generative AI with quantum computing and so on, this is like the new Manhattan Project. Okay, this is like the new atomic bomb. We need to put regulations on that so that we don't do bad things with it. Okay. On the other hand, putting too much regulations on the technology at this stage where it's starting to be developed, it may be a bit dangerous, okay? So for instance, I know that there are regulations to use multimodal language models here in Europe where compared to the US, and that may be a problem for the companies here in the US that want to develop and commercialize language models, let's say, either quantum or generative, it doesn't matter, as compared to their competitors in the US, okay? So the question is whether these regulations, are they helping the European industry or are they slowing it down once again? Okay, one should be a little bit careful about that. So, but the consequence of the EU AI Act, we'll have to wait and see what happens. Yeah.
Samuel, any other thoughts?
Yes, I think even as consumers, we are seeing the adverse effects of that regulation. We are not getting, so I think we cannot access the latest voice versions of ChatGPT, for instance, or even Apple Intelligence. We are not getting that in Europe because of that regulation. About the industry, it's clear that this is an additional hurdle, and only to provide also the bright side of things. So we are for instance, we are going to invest in a company which helps developers to create safe and compliant LLM models. No? So sometimes regulation also opens opportunities for new companies to emerge. But net, I would say, is kind of negative.
Okay, well, staying on the topic of Europe and deep tech, there are also some initiatives by the European Union, like the European Innovation Council, which invests in some deep tech startups, and I think even multiverse computing is part of the EIC Scaling Club. What's your take on that? Like when European institutions join the VC game and help to fuel or try to help fuel European deep tech innovations, is it a good thing, or shouldn't they do it? Do you guys have any thoughts on that?
I mean, the obvious answer is yes, it's a good thing. I mean, it would be worse if it didn't exist, okay? I think it's good that the European Union is trying to foster the European innovation, okay? I think this is extremely useful. It also helps to lower the risk of the startups when you have to go to investors, okay? For us in particular at Multiverse, it really helped a lot. It really helped a lot in our previous funding rounds. Yeah.
Any thoughts, Samuel?
Yes, I think in general terms we need unified regulations so that for European companies it's easier to expand to other countries here, because that's one of the issues. So we have the largest combined market in the world, more than 350 people, something like that, larger than the US. But it's so difficult sometimes to jump from the regulation of one country to the other. This has to change. And I'm seeing new initiatives like trying to create, at least for startups, kind of a unified framework of regulation so that these things become easier. So this is for sure very much needed in the market.
Okay. And well, for a fast-growing quantum computing and AI company like yours, Roman, one fuel to grow is capital. Another one is talent, I guess. Where do you source your talent? And do you find it difficult as a Spanish startup to source like the best talent in the world? How is like the mix of people that you're getting, and where are you looking for talent?
Yeah, it's true that there is a war on quantum talent right now. You know, obviously the field of quantum technologies is small compared to other type of technologies. Okay, and if you look for specialized types of quantum technologies, even the niche is even smaller. And it's true that you know, it's hard to find high talented people, okay? However, in our case, we've been very lucky because we had a lot of traction from the beginning, and we had the people coming to us because they believed in the project and they wanted to work with us, okay? So in terms of talent acquisition, we didn't have that problem, but we understand that there is a war for talent around the different companies that are working on quantum technologies, okay? Because this is a very specialized talent. But even working in Spain, it was not a handicap for us. Because, you know, we had a very good project and we had a very clear vision of how we had to implement it. And at the end of the day, when the people come to work with you, they come for the project. They don't come because we are in San Sebastian, it's a very nice city, the food is very good and all that, but they don't come for the food. They come because they want to work at Multiverse with this guy or that guy to work on that project. That's the reason why they come, okay? So in our case, it was pretty fluid, actually.
How many nationalities do you have in the office?
I think now it's around 40. We have people from 40 different nationalities at the office. It's not the typical San Sebastian company at all. So the language is English, obviously, and we are a very multinational team right there at the office. Yeah.
Okay. Well, we're almost running out of time. Maybe we can have like one final quick question. What do you think? Like, there's this big topic, right? AI. Are we scared of it? Should we be scared of it? Is it going to be rather good, rather bad? So let's get your take on that as well. Like, do you think like 15 years from now we will be like, oh shit, this AI thing, we should have regulated much better, and now we're all screwed? Or do you think it will rather be the start of like a new industrial revolution and will make everything much better?
Yeah, if I may, I think I'm for the second option. I think that this is the start of the second industrial revolution, actually. You know, this is comparable to when humans discovered fire or when humans discovered the power of atomic energy. We didn't know what the hell was going to happen. Okay, it was very scary, such a powerful technology. When we discovered fire, suddenly we could set on fire the house of the neighbor, no? And still, we are still here, we survived, we managed to handle that, and we regulated that. The same with atomic bombs, with nuclear plants, and so on. So this is just another new type of technology that we are learning how to use. From my perspective, I see generative AI models as super big, immense calculators on steroids that are able to calculate things for you and make your life easier. And we are just going to find a way to integrate it into industry and into life.
Samuel, are you equally
I'm always
bullish?
an optimist, so I only hope for the best. So I think that humanity is approaching an era in which perhaps energy and even intelligence is not limited anymore. So it's super hard to imagine what the future is going to look like, but let's hope for the best.
Awesome. Good. Well, we're running out of time, but we're ending on a positive note. So thank you very much for you guys, and thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Fantastic, guys. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Thank you, my friend. Good to see you. Good to see you guys. Thank you, Thomas. Big applause for them. Thank you very much, guys. Come on. We can do this. Yes, yes. The afternoon is moving forward. I hope you're having fun. And now we are switching gears and going to this, maybe a part that we don't talk that much, is fundamental for the ecosystem. Specifically, if you're doing things like deep tech and stuff like that, you need institutional support. You know, and a lot of entrepreneurs and startups, they don't want to talk about this stuff. It's like, let them, leave us alone. We don't want to have anything to do with institutions. But for many verticals, especially the ones that are critical nowadays, the strategic verticals, we do need a lot more of institutional support. So to talk about how to promote the innovative ecosystems through institutional funds, please welcome our next panel. So big applause to our first speaker, Ana Laura Fernandez, Vice President of Impact Investment at the LATAM Impact Fund. Big applause for Ana Laura. Thank you very much for joining us. It's a pleasure having you here. And to join Lara, please welcome Alberto Sanz, Investor Relations at Ethics at Invest in Spain. Big applause to Alberto. Thank you for joining us. And to run the show, the one and only, are your friend Diego Soro, Executive Partner at Soros Gabinete. Big applause to Diego. Pleasure having you, my friend. Enjoy.
Thank you. For me, it's a pleasure to be here moderating this panel. I've been during the last 20 years helping companies to raise public funds, so it's a super interesting panel. And first, I would like to maybe give you the word to explain your role in the organization and how your organization is promoting innovation ecosystems.
Sure, thank you. First of all, thank you to the BDS and all the organizers and Patricia for bringing us here. It is a pleasure to be speaking about impact investing. So I'm responsible for the LATAM Impact Fund. We are a fund that invests in funds and also in direct investments in all the region, in all Latin America. Many people do not understand what impact investing is, and we were mentioning just this backstage. So for us, impact investing is with looking for returns, but also having a positive social or environmental impact and this impact has to be measured. So we invest in sectors like clean energy, like sustainable agriculture, like environmental infrastructure, also in the social part, in education, in healthcare, in support for small and medium companies, and everything related, financial inclusion, and everything that has this positive social or environmental impact.
Thank you. And Alberto?
Thank you very much, Diego. It's also a pleasure to be here today. Thank you very much to the organizers for inviting ethics to this event, this panel. I work within ethics at Invest in Spain. That's the public agency for the promotion and attraction of foreign investment in Spain, both direct and financial investment, and we try to promote basically all that has to do with technology, added value services and industries and those projects that have the most impact on our economy. Since we are in a startup forum, we have started some 6-8 years ago, starting to work with the innovation ecosystem in Spain, and we try to work with all the actors there, the stakeholders, and our buzzword is always internationalization. So we try to help startups, scale-ups, corporates, open innovation processes, VCs, impact funds, and all the agents in the ecosystem to have better access to global markets. That's basically our role.
And basically, your role is to attract international investment to Spain. So how challenging is this? Which are the main barriers you face on that?
It's really challenging. Spain has always been, for many decades now, a very open country to foreign investment, also in the technology ecosystem. We do see a lot of interest in international funds to come to invest in Spain. Actually, I don't know if you're aware of, like 2/3, almost 75% some years of all that has been invested in Spanish startup ecosystem comes from abroad. That's basically due to the larger rounds. So foreign investment plays a key international role to help the development of the ecosystem. It's really thrilling. There is many things, many challenges there, but we might talk about them later on.
And Laura, we've been talking about that before. It's super challenging to make a fund profitable. But if you have to balance this, just investing in impact companies, how can you balance this? I mean, making the fund profitable for your investors, also just investing in a niche of impact companies.
Yes, so first of all, what we do when we select a company or a fund manager is see the returns. So first, in funds, we need to see the track record and how they have been doing in their past funds. And for fund managers, for us, something that is really important, and I would like to share a little bit of what VCs and what we as funds see for investing in companies. There is this thing that we call the 5 M's. So what we do is first, we select the management team. How are they working together? Do they collaborate well? Are they complementary? Do they have the skills to bring the entrepreneurship to another level? And are they really with purpose? For us, the word purpose in entrepreneurs is something that we really look for. So if they do have all of these things, the second thing we see is the business model, the model. The second M is model, business model. So the model has to be good enough to have a good profit. If it's not profitable, even if it's the best impact in the world, for us is not something we can invest in, because we have LPs that we promised a return for them. So it's really important to have a good business model. The third thing that we see is the metrics. How are they going to take care of the important KPIs of their companies? And how are they going to fulfill these metrics that are important for the business to develop? Another thing, the fourth thing that we see as investors and as fund managers is the multiples. How much will this investment give me? If I put 1 million in, will it give me 3 million in 10 years or 10 millions or more. So, and the fifth thing, it's moat. Probably most of you, is someone familiar with the term moat? Not really, right? Okay, oh, there's one, thank you. So moats are barriers for entrance. In the past, the castles were surrounded by a lake, and that lake was called moat. And that is really important. Why not everybody can join and do the same thing as you are? So that is, those are the 5 things that we analyze first, but we have a special team for impact. So we see that these 5 M's are good in a team, and then we go with our impact manager, and they analyze that the impact is really fulfilling the thesis that we have in each of the sectors that we invest in.
Thank you. Nice. And Alberto, I would like to, as a part of the Spanish government, I would like to ask you, even we are investing a lot of money in companies, in funds, etc. in Spain. One of the main troubles that startups are facing when they are launching the companies, etc., is the access to funding, right? So how do you think we can make the process more feasible for them?
Okay, that's a tough question, I guess. First of all, I should say there is quite a lot of public support. I mean, I don't know if you're aware, but one of the main financing sources for the VCs, that's for the startups at the end of the day, has been the ICO, Instituto de Crédito Oficial, through its Axis branch, which has provided hundreds, if not billions of euros for many years now to the ecosystem. And that has been the main source to finance the ecosystem. We say now it's a mature ecosystem because we have been having pioneer investors, public pioneer investors. You have also ENISA. ENISA has been granting this, it's not a subsidy, it's a loan at the end of the day, this participative loan, which many of you startups have already used. Many of our unicorns in Spain, we have like 20 unicorns in Spain, most of them have once in their life had at least one ENISA loan. You also have CEDETI. CEDETI did not used to invest in companies, it's now investing in companies, in disruptive companies. You have these European funds coming from Europe, the Plan de Recuperación and so on. Many funds there, the European Investment Fund through ICO and directly in the Spanish ecosystem. You also have COFIDES, for instance. It has now created a 2 billion fund called FOCO, Fondo de Coinversión, for foreign companies willing to invest in transformative projects in Spain. So you have a lot of public actors, but that's not the issue. They play a role, a certain role for starting the ecosystem. Now it's time, of course, for the private money. Yeah? And there I see many challenges. Of course, we have many funds, some 250 registered empresas, how do you call them? Empresas de capital riesgo, that's venture capital firms, gestoras in Spain. Most of them are focused in the seed phases, very small phases, when you compare them to London, Nordic countries, US and so on, even France, Holland and so. So I think the main challenge there is how to accompany the scalability of the companies. There's quite a lot of support for smaller projects, but once they really need to grow, after their first 1 or 2 years, then is that money available? That's the big challenge. For me, it's always the scalability issue. And that goes hand in hand with the internationalization challenges. So there we see many initiatives, both public and private. I think Spanish funds are getting step by step bigger, and that will be probably a big trend in the next few years. While at the same time, we see lots of initiatives, local, regional, and of smaller VCs, smaller funds, lots of impact funding in Spain. Spain is probably one of the best developed impact hubs in Europe. So lots of initiatives, but at the end of the day, the real challenge is the scalability, the larger tickets. You don't get 20 million euros from a Spanish fund unless there is an international investor. So that's one of the big challenges, I guess.
Okay, yeah.
I would like to mention it's wonderful that you have 250 funds in Spain. In Mexico, we have like 150. And something that really made a difference in the developing of the ecosystem was the government investing in first-time fund managers. So there was this program pushed by the INADEM, that was the Entrepreneurship Institute in Mexico, to invest up to 49% of the size of the fund and 51% from privates. And that made, in Mexico in 2010, we had between 8 to 10 funds. And with this investment, we came to 80 in 2018. And 56 of them had government money in at least 49, some 49 or less. And that really made a difference in the ecosystem. And something that we saw this morning with the YouTube founder was how Silicon Valley was really important for his development. And why was this? Something he mentioned was that there were many fund managers and many investors in the same spot. And that's something we need to build. We need to build ecosystems, and we need these fund managers to work together with entrepreneurs. For me, I really honor the labor that entrepreneurs do, and I really believe that it's a very challenging process to do it, to be an entrepreneur, and to really find solutions for a better world, and to really put everything into it. But we need also these ecosystems that support them. And something that I have seen is like big pension funds, we need to have the flow of capital like in buckets. So big pension funds, big insurance companies, these companies that have patient capital, because what we do is patient capital, right? Because we need to marry with the entrepreneurs for at least 5 to 10 years or even more. So this patient capital, these big pockets should go to funds of funds, and then also these funds of funds invest in funds, and then these funds go and give smart money and get together with the companies to make them grow. So this ecosystem building is something that is possible, and many people think it really takes a long, long time, but not if you have the right incentives and not if you have the right people behind it and creating these opportunities for new fund managers and for making the environment much more easier as it was in Silicon Valley. Something that also happened in Silicon Valley is that good and successful entrepreneurs came and invested in the new generations, and we need that. We need much more of that.
Yeah, I think that this is something that is happening already in Spain. Many people, entrepreneurs that make an exit are already launching funds, etc. So this is something that is already happening here. But I wanted to just, providing that you're here, which are the main differences you see investing in Latin America versus Spain, Europe? Which are the main differences you see there?
I think one of the main challenges, for example, in impact investing, Latin America only receives 4% of all the impact capital. So we receive, it is not enough. We need much more capital to grow. And also something that we see is how we need to evolve and not only have venture capital funds, but private equity funds who will follow and give more capital to these growing companies. And also something that we were speaking about was how these companies can have their IPOs. Because that is something that is lacking a lot in Latin America, and I would like to know how is it in Spain.
May I add, I fully support all that you said previously. I couldn't agree more that we need pension funds, institutional funds, insurance investing heavily in the sector, not only in long term, which they obviously do, but heavily. If you look at Nordic countries in Europe, in Netherlands too, you see lots of involvement of these kind of investors, and we don't see that in Spain and many other countries. So this is something that a small percentage of their investment strategy means a lot for this ecosystem. And I couldn't say nowadays with a mature ecosystem, it's a more risky investment than any other classical one. It's just a question of diversification, right? So I think there is some issue. I don't know whether it's cultural, it's maybe the regulation, it's both things probably, but there is an issue there. This could make a real big difference. You were also mentioning the possibility of going public, the IPOs. I couldn't agree more. I mean, it's so many little companies make it to that stage, and people are willing to invest there privately. As small investors, we are all willing to support the system. That's why crowdfunding mechanisms are thriving, but IPOs is vital for private equity too. Private equity is probably the second step after a VC or business angel or family or whatever. But then it comes the real public, the investors, so the going public. And that's something, I know in Spain we have this alternative market, the BMM growth. It's now developing a new scale-up index and system to speed up going public for scale-ups, and it's step by step getting there, but we still are lagging behind.
I'm happy to say that in the fund that I was, and that I'm in charge of, the LATAM Impact Fund, fundraising was really a challenge, but we were able to have 70 million for investing in all Latin America, and we have 2 pension funds. One from Nafore, that's the ones who administrate the most of the capital in Mexico, but we also have a corporate pension fund. So there is this company called Grupo Bimbo, which is the largest bakery in Mexico, and they have presence in more than 35 countries. And the treasurer of Grupo Bimbo, she's a fantastic leader that went to SOCAP and saw what impact investing was. And because of her, we have a fund of funds for impact in Mexico. Because she came back to Mexico and she said, okay, I want to do this. I want this to happen. And I'm willing to put the money of the people, of my workers, into it. So if you're able to raise a fund, we will put 10% of it. And they really helped us in building us all this strategy and finding the right partner. We are partners with an American fund called Sun Capital, Social and Environmental Capital. And together we did this, but it was crucial to have this pension fund. And something that she said in many forums is, to which world do you want to get pensioned to? So when you're able to get your pension, to which world do you want to go to? Do you want a world with water, with clean water, with good soil, with good food, with more education, with more financial inclusion, everybody with a better quality of life and better opportunities, yes or no? And that is something that we are willing to have more. And I hope that more and more entrepreneurs and more people go into this building purpose and really thinking of how can I build a better world.
We don't have too much time. My last question for you, for both of you, is which are the main challenges or we have to impact more on the innovation ecosystems, from your point of view?
I will be very simple. It's money. It's scalability. It's scalability which needs money, actually. So if you don't have the possibility to grow, you won't have the possibility to have impact. You will have very small impact, that's true. But in order to scale, you need to have the right guys behind. And that means a lot of things. That having this scalability means having larger funds, having more integrated international funds. First of all, we should integrate European funds. I mean, it doesn't make sense to build islands in Europe where public institutions are building their own public ecosystems and national ecosystems. We need to have, like in many other countries, at least continental initiatives, continental winners, and that's a big challenge. As long as we don't have that scalability purpose on our minds, we will always lag a little bit behind, even though we may have the best technological solutions to meet the challenges. That's, for me, the main issue. Sorry.
Yes, I know the impact of money. I know that money really moves the world, but we need other things as well, and one of the most important things is collaboration. For me, really to understand how can we all collaborate and how can we have better entrepreneurs, have better incubators, have better accelerators, have all the process of the growing entrepreneurs being supported is really helpful as well. But I do agree that if there is no money to invest in entrepreneurs, there will be no entrepreneurs. The money is crucial, and what I was able to see in this developing of the ecosystem in the venture capital in Mexico is that when there was money, there were entrepreneurs from all over the world. You name one country and there was an entrepreneur pitching to these 80 funds and saying, hey, I will bring some solution to Mexico because I know that there is money here. And I will partner with Mexicans and do things for Mexico because there was money there. So I would say both of them, collaboration, but also understanding money importance.
Last one is, you said that there's a lack of money. But there is actually many organizations that are funding startups. We have the European Commission, the European Investment Fund, the European Bank in Spain, many organizations, public bodies financing R&D or innovation projects. It's a matter of raising more money or making the money efficient.
You said it. Yeah, I mean, it's clear. It's not actually money lacking. I maybe was too generalist. What is lacking is the possibility to scale up your projects. For that you need money, but you need many other things. You need collaboration, you need the right people, you need the right team, you need mature ecosystems, you need unicorns that feed up the next scale-ups, and you need all these things. But it's true, there is huge amounts of public and private money, lots of dry powder there sitting still, even though my feeling is that we are coming down, we are slowly coming again after these 2 years of financial lack of funds, let's say. But it's not only the money, of course not. I was simplifying. Yeah.
And something really important that we need to understand and we need to fulfill is that we are people investing in people. We are in the trust industry. So we need to build trust, and we need to be aware that our word and what we say is so important, and what we do is so important, because we are in the trust industry, and building trust is a process. It's not something that happens overnight, right? And just understanding that, I think, for the entrepreneurs, it's really important to know how to get to the right investors as well, because you will get married with them. Think about that. Will you marry the first one who knocks your door? I don't think so. So it's really important to also select the right investors who will give you the best choices and the best smart money.
Okay, it's time. Thank you so much. A big applause for the panelists, for Ana Laura,
Thank you very
Roberto.
much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm gonna hire you, Diego, like right, spot on. Thank you very much. Pleasure having you. Thank you very much, everyone. Big applause for them. Thank you once more. So how is the afternoon? Coffee making some, impact? Yes? Good. Okay, so we're heading now once more back to the AI track, and we're gonna be talking about how to advance generative AI in business, which seems like fairly straightforward, but it's actually not that straightforward, especially when you're dealing with big companies. How do you deploy it in a large company? How do you start substituting all the processes? And let me tell you this, if you ever work in a big company, you know this, is like, don't touch it. If it's working, don't touch it, okay? So, it's a challenge. It's a real challenge. Everyone sees the impact of these things, but how do you really scale it within the organization? It's a very different thing. So, to talk about that, we have an absolutely stellar panel with some of the top minds working on the forefront of AI and generative AI. So please welcome our first panelist. Big applause to Ahmed Menshawi, Vice President of AI Engineering at MasterCard. Big applause to Ahmed, please. Thank you, Ahmed, for joining. And to join him, please welcome on stage Nema Balole Nelly, CEO and artificial intelligence expert at Nema.ai. Big applause for Nema. Thank you for joining. You're going very Dutch today. And to join them, please welcome on stage Baptiste Panier. He's the CTO at Adaptive ML. Big applause for Baptiste. Merci beaucoup. And to join the panel, last but not least, big applause to Margarida Garcia, VP of Operation at Poolside. Thank you, obrigado, Margarida. And to run the show, the one and only Ruben Colomer, General Partner at Next Tier Ventures. Big applause for our good friend, Ruben. Pleasure having you. You guys enjoy and give a good show. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for being here to this panel today. I'm Ruben Colomer. I'm the general partner at Next Year Ventures. Next Year Ventures is a 50 million venture capital fund, an early stage venture capital fund, fully focused on artificial intelligence. And today I'm joined by Ahmed Minshawi, a Vice President of AI Engineering at MasterCard. Good afternoon. Nima Balolewami, AI ethics expert and CEO of Nima.ai. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Baptiste Panier, CTO of Adaptive ML. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
And Margarida Garcia, VP of Operations at Poolside. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
And congrats on your 500 million round recently you had. So today, we're here to discuss advancing generative AI in business. And since we have only 25 minutes, let's jump right in. So could you make, please, a brief presentation about who you are and what you do in your respective companies?
Yeah, sure. Hi, everyone. I'm working as the head of AI engineering at MasterCard. So I'm heading the global AI engineering team. And I'm basically responsible for the operationalization of AI models and machine learning pipelines. So we have different data science teams across the organization. And my team is mainly responsible for taking the notebook-style concept or proof of concept into the end-to-end machine learning pipeline to deliver value for the organization. Thank you.
Nima?
So I'm the founder of ML Venture Builder and Nema AI. And I'm working to make the world a better place to live with an ethical AI. AI which is unbiased, transparent, and humanized. So I provide training about ethical AI, and I'm currently have my show about AI. So I might interview one of you in my coming episodes. And by training, I'm a software engineer myself, and I'm an economist as well.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, I am Baptiste, co-founder and CTO at Adaptive ML. We are a fairly young company. We started last January, and we are building a platform for companies to test, serve, and adapt their generative AI models by leveraging reinforcement learning. In case you don't know, reinforcement learning is the technique behind the success of ChatGPT, and this is by far the best method you can use to get the best out of the models that are available out there. We are deploying our solution on-prem, so it can run in your infrastructure or in your VPC, so that your data stays your data, and you don't have to send it to other companies.
And Margarita, VP Ops at Poolside. We're building AI for software engineering. We're 18 months old, so very young as well. We just raised 500 million, yes, Ruben. And we have a team of about 60, 70 people fully distributed across the world, building models and assistants and products for enterprise customers.
Right, thank you. So I would like to start by asking each of one an individual question. So let me start again with Ahmed. MasterCard has been a pioneer in the use of generative AI to ensure security and efficiency in the financial sector, particularly in fraud detection. So how do you envision the evolution of financial sector with generative AI? And what are the most promising use cases?
Yeah, sure. So I think at MasterCard, we really see generative AI as an iPhone moment. It is really transforming a lot of the sectors around us. And if you see the study by Gartner, it's a very old study, but they have estimated that more than 80% of most of the organization's data is unstructured. And if you look at the values that we have been receiving from AI, like 10, 15 years ago, it's all based on the structured data. Like AI is really good at labeling things and fraud, non-fraud, or doing some object detection. But what is good about generative AI now is that you can easily plug your domain-specific data and easily customize the foundation models to be able to formulate answers based on your domain-specific data, but also detect any patterns or extract any features that you might use in your applications. So we have been using it in fraud detection, and we recently had a press release in CNBC where we managed to achieve more than 300% post-in accuracy for some of the corner cases in fraud detection, like cases we were not able to achieve before. Now with generative AI, it is possible.
Okay, great. And Nima, given your work in ethical AI development, what are the biggest challenges to ensure that generative AI models do not perpetuate bias or discrimination? And what actions do you think companies must take in order to have data impartiality?
Yeah, we are currently facing a huge challenge when it comes to have unbiased data because of the complexity of data that we have in the model. You know, biases come from data. If data set that shown our AI is not diverse, by this I mean it doesn't have a representation of certain group of people, or historically it's biased, this can affect the output. Biases comes as well during the model. That's why it's more recommended when, like engineer, developer, we are training our model to have different types of algorithms and choose the one that perform much better. Another challenge, which is huge, is the transparency of our data set to understand the entire footprint of data. By this I mean knowing where the data that has trained in AI has been taken from, how it has been manipulated, by who, where it has been developed. There are some techniques that exist now which is called web scraping, and we have found a lot of people collecting data of people on the web and use without the consent of these people, and this is unethical. So, because these people have to know how the data or how the images have been manipulated and why, and they have to accept or opt out. So this is another challenge, knowing this traceability or the footprint of data. And the other one will be the humanization of the technology that you're building. So that's why we have to understand that all technology that we're adopting or using, can be ChatGPT, can be other that we'll be developing, are just there to help us, but not being a substitute. So we need a balance about the technology that we adopt in our industry or that we'll be developing as a software engineer or any company, that they are only helping automate all board tasks, but not like a substitute, like changing some human labor's power. So we're still having challenges, and I think every company, they have to understand that before adopting or developing an AI, they should have a data set that is diverse, with odd representation possible. And sometimes we have challenges. For example, I might use a third-party data. And if I found that the sample is not diverse enough, I can use some technique of weighting. And this helps actually to reduce biases into a solution. So we need a data set that is diverse. We need the transparency of data. And then we need the humanization of this solution that we'll be adopting or developing.
Okay, great. And Baptiste, Adaptive ML help companies to adapt generative AI models through feedback and reinforcement learning. What are the biggest challenges businesses face when implementing these models, and how do they overcome them?
Yes, so as I said, we are using reinforcement learning to adapt the model to make them run actually better. And what's really cool with reinforcement learning is that you can optimize over arbitrary metrics. So let's take an example. Let's say I work in a customer support context. So in that case, what I really don't want is support tickets to escalate, right? Because this is very expensive. And with reinforcement learning, you can directly optimize the model to steer its behavior toward like getting this KPI better. So we think it is very powerful. And when it comes to the problem, the difficulty that customers are currently facing, so they have hard times using reinforcement learning because they know this is the best method out there because this is what all frontier labs are using. But there is nothing currently in the open so that you can test, experiment with this kind of techniques. So luckily, we know how to build this kind of systems, and we package them in a very simple and easy to use application so that you can experiment with different algorithms. You can also register different type of feedback. So we support human feedback, of course. So if your traffic is naturally generating labels, you can start collecting those human feedbacks. We support also reinforcement learning from AI feedback. This is something that is getting more trendy nowadays with all the work on constitutional AI or on LLM as judge. And this is a very powerful method to bootstrap a first model, if you don't have those human labels to begin with. And a bit like Woodside, we are also supporting reinforcement learning from execution feedback. So for example, in text to SQL task, so where the agent is querying the system in natural language and wants to produce a SQL query that can be executed on a database, we can also support the output of this of the program, basically. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Okay, Margarita, Poolside is building AI for software development from code execution feedback. How do you see this approach transforming the software industry, and what are the biggest challenges to get enterprise adoption?
I think we need to take a step back. Code execution. So code execution is a very simple notion, right? Code is binary, so it either executes or it doesn't, right? And so all of a sudden you have a data set that is much more easily generated synthetically than pretty much anything else. And so when you get that, right, the advantages are immense, right? Because, whereas other more language-based models will need a lot of human feedback and literally humans saying yes, no to some of the data, right? And data being the scarcest resource next to compute that we have out there, and the reason why models haven't become what we all expect them to be just yet. And code has that big advantage, and that big advantage has made us, right, build this. Easiest way to think about it is build this giant simulator, right? A code execution machine. We just throw tasks at it all day, every day. And the model outputs solutions. Solutions that sometimes don't execute, and so discarded. And solutions that do execute, compile, and then can be fed back into the training of the same model. And this is giant because obviously not only can we ensure this continuous training, but also when we go and deploy with our customers, we can do that on-prem, on their VPCs, in an environment that is completely theirs, private, secure, no data is being transferred to us, and we can fine-tune the model to what they need, we can apply any sorts of RAG and learn from their code bases and their daily interactions with the model without them ever fearing that we're gaining something as a result and training the models back on that. And yeah, to Baptiste's point, it's exactly very on point.
Okay, now I would like to move on to some new topics such as productivity, profitability, and ethics on generative AI. And I would like to make some questions, and I would love to hear each perspective on those questions, right? So we can continue with Margarita. Generative AI has the potential to transform productivity across multiple sectors. Which areas do you think are the most promising for large-scale adoption in the next, 2-3 years?
Look, I think there's probably two buckets. There's one bucket which is, the customer support example that Baptiste gave us just now, right? Which is tasks that you often repeat and so can often automate because there's lots of data in order to learn, for a model to learn from it and then go and execute. And then there's the opposite end of the spectrum, which is software development, which is precision medicine, self-driving, things that, I guess, capabilities that command such high investment from enterprises worldwide that they command the level of, investment that it takes to actually build a large language model for this specific purpose. But it's both, and it's quite binary in terms of the scope.
Yeah, so I think it's a very hard question actually to answer because, like, if you look back, 2 years ago, ChatGPT was not even released. And we made tremendous progress, over the past 2 years. So what I can tell you is that, okay, nowadays, for sure, those systems, they work in customer support, they work for code, they will improve. For example, like we can imagine the system automatically reviewing some pull requests, and it will make the code quality, overall code quality, way better. And also, I think all sectors will probably be impacted by RAG systems. So, the ability for an employee to ask any questions about the company and to get a grounded answer, with citations and the document that has been used to generate the answer. So yeah, I think this will leads to very huge productivity boost in the coming years.
Nima?
Yeah, it should be more developed in the medical sector. 2 years ago, we developed a software to detect a disease called Crohn's disease. And this disease represents two types, Crohn itself and ulcerative colitis. So it's so challenging for a medical professional to know type 1 to type 2. We have a case of one of our colleagues who had been diagnosed type 1, and after 5 years, they told him, oh no, it was type 2, you have to change the treatment. So the person was supposed to restart from scratch the treatment. So it's so complicated. And what we have done was we trained the medical images for type 1, type 2, and type null, and then we integrated a system called digital biomarker. So we save time of a diagnosis that usually takes months, for the medical professional to detect if it's type 1 or type 2, and sometimes they make confusion, into a software that detects the type in less than 2 minutes. So I see AI will be more advanced in the medical sector, and that will help accelerate diagnosis. For example, as an example that I just give about our solution, it will help as well into the discovery of drugs to accelerate the clinical trial, and as well in the precision medicine, and as well into can be in the customer service as well to increase the satisfaction. So, but my main focus will be I see it more in the medical sector.
Okay, Ahmed?
Yeah, so honestly, I see wherever we have unstructured data, generative AI will drive tremendous value. And the same studies that Gartner did, where they estimated that more than 80% of the organizations have unstructured data, they have also estimated that more than 70% of them really struggle managing and securing such data. So I think, Hyposite, I believe this technology will really augment the human intelligence in so many ways. It is not really here to replace our workforce. I believe we don't have the algorithmic foundations yet that can achieve AGI. I believe this is still in the scope of augmenting human intelligence as we have been doing it in the last 250 years ago. And we have seen so many applications, but I think with the rise of the use cases that we see, I think there is a very careful considerations that need to happen around the bias, around mitigating any bias in the models. And there's a very nice article by Nature where they say, stop talking about AI tomorrow's doomsday when AI poses risks today. So a lot of folks really make a lot of speculations around the doomsday and how AI will be taking over our jobs when we have a lot of risks from the applications that massive user base are reaching out and using it for their daily lives.
Okay. There has been a lot of debate about the cost of generative AI in this sector. I mean, with even a lot of people claiming that it's not profitable. So what do you think on these claims? And what do you think is the path to get to make the generative AI more profitable? 1 minute only.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I just echo what you have said. Like, I think there's a lot of challenges in cost of collecting data, in running the models, in even realizing monetization at an earlier stages. So I think the very first thing we would do is really prioritize the use cases that are most effective to your business. This is the first thing we would do. The second would be really around how do we enhance the operational and infrastructure sort of processes around these large language models. So like how do we compress these models in a way that it consumes less resources and be able to deliver. It doesn't have to be like 90% accurate. You can make this kind of trade-off between utility and complexity. Like it could be like 89% accurate, 85% accurate. But at the same time, you are using 95% maybe less resources. So I think going through these approaches would really help in developing something that is affordable and also help you do early market validation with your customers before going full blown and really releasing something that may not be of much value to the end users.
Okay, Nima, briefly question.
Yeah, I think it should be subscription-based, where people to be profitable, actually, no? It should be subscription-based, it should be customized, based on a specific target audience or location, and as well should be affordable, as you said, because it's so costly, because it requires a large amount of data, and then you have licensing issues, you have a high consumption of energy, hardware that are very expensive. So it should be affordable and subscription-based.
Baptiste?
Yeah, so when it comes to cost, I think the price per token has basically decreased a lot over the past years. This is due to like algorithmic improvements such as flash attention, and also we discovered that we can train way smaller models that have a way smaller memory footprint that behaves quite well on some tasks. So there is that on the cost, and I think this is a track that will continue over the next years. And when it comes to profitability, well, I think clients, they want performance, and performance you can get it through adaptation, through RL and stuff like that. So customized model will get you to the performance you need to be profitable.
There's very little to add, but in 30 seconds, I think there's a difference between, all of us obsessing over the most giant, biggest models out there. We'll hopefully realize at some point that size doesn't matter as much. And that goes the same way, like, to Ahmed's point on the iPhone moment, right? We cared about megapixels in our cameras on our phones 12 years ago. No one does today. Right? The model needs to serve a purpose. And that's the thing. I think that's the most important thing, finding the use case and the go-to market for all of us Gen AI companies, right? That will derive the most value, both for the customer and for us as companies, because otherwise, we've all been through cycles. The funding won't be where it is.
Okay. Since we have run out of time, so thank you so much for being here today. Thank you all for attending this panel. And please give a big applause to Margarida, Baptiste, Nima, and Ahmed.
Oh, you were fast. Yeah, right on time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alex.
Thank you very much. Pleasure having you. Thank you very much. Thank you, my friend. Good to have you. Okay. So, oh wow, more people here. Free space is here, so those of you that are standing up, there's plenty of space over here. So, okay, let's see. Our body's coming. So now we're going to hit on a keynote, and it's really interesting for me. It's a topic that I keep thinking about, which is how can we achieve, there's two big themes in this conference. Technology at large, obviously, but AI and sustainability. And when you actually scratch the surface of sustainability, you realize that it's not that easy to make the transition towards a decarbonized economy while maintaining economical growth. So that's one of the biggest equations that we have, which is how do you keep the economy stabilized while also decarbonizing and hitting net zero on a lot of the industries. Obviously, that's, I would say, a unicorn oxymoron. It's going to be very hard to do. So the question is, how can we use then data to create this kind of stable transition towards that? And I would stress here the word stable, that's a point. We're going to oscillate. It's going to cost. It's going to hurt. I always say that. Like, people want things for free and pleasurable things. Well, things take an effort and it's going to hurt, but how we maintain the system stable. And to talk about that, we have our next keynote, so please welcome our next speaker, Lubomila Jordanova, CEO and co-founder of Planet Earth. Big applause for Lubomila. Thank you very much. Big applause. Come on, we can make some noise. Thank you very much.
Hello.
Stage is yours. Enjoy.
I'm just coming after being for a little bit outside, and someone told me that the sustainability topic used to be a trend, and it was something cool. It's not anymore. So hopefully I'll be able to tell you a little bit of a story of why actually we don't really have a choice to talk about trends when it comes to this particular topic, but rather roll up the sleeves and find an action angle that makes sure that all of the capacities and knowledge that we have is utilized in the most effective manner. So, not boring, but rather exciting topic, the economy. One of the beauties of going to events like this one is that quite often you get secluded in the mindset that tech is the only thing that lives. We talk about innovation, we talk about growth, and maybe sometimes we forget about the fact that in order to get here, there was some sort of a company that existed somewhere, created the train, created the car, got us in a particular set of clothes, and actually made sure that the salaries that we are maybe getting in our bank account are getting on time, that there is security associated to that, and there's also maybe people that make sure that the knowledge behind all of this is based on a set of values that make all of us feel secure. Today, the economy is a little bit of an ignored topic maybe in the tech sector. We talk about hype, but we forget that actually every single element of our existence is dependent on a lot more factors that go beyond this meeting room. A few weeks back, months back, someone told me magic is the science of everything that we don't know. I contemplated a lot. I like these kind of philosophical equations, makes you consider what does this really mean in my own context. And I started going into this direction that probably there's a lot of topics that I've been excited about in my career, but I didn't dive into, didn't inform myself on. And I started dwelling upon it. Looking into history, this guy that has been there many millions of years ago actually considered that the life definition of its own existence was built upon probably a parameter of kilometer, resources accessible within that parameter, and the highest moment of development for this particular stakeholder was the development of tools. We track a little bit further into the history of humanity, and then we understand that with all of these tools, we've actually been able to get to a point where we scaled. We used the resources available around us. We started actually utilizing the resources of another place somewhere far by exchanging, by making sure that if you live in a sunny land that is able to give you this kind of fruit, you probably can chat to the other person that is on the other side, access a different type by exchanging. Going a little bit further down the line, we actually scaled this to a further level. In today's perspective, we'll be talking about optimization through technology. That is the true optimization through technology that made it a lot easier for us to utilize the resources of our planet and make sure that any good that comes to mind is there for you to access, just against some money. And finally, highest level of accomplishment when it comes to resource utilization, commodity trading. Going really at scale when you don't maybe even need the particular product or resource, exchanging the value of a particular product before you even touch it. Well, bringing us back maybe to a reality where the world, after all of these historical lessons, looks in a particular way, I can sum it up in this visual. We have a busy planet with a lot of economic activities on it, a lot of burgers flying around, a lot of shopping centers, a lot of paper that comes even in our post boxes that we don't use all the time, and maybe some flights that we booked but we didn't take. And maybe this really is something that we've gotten quite significantly used to. But the data continues to change. And rather than it being one that you can trace back, look into, and say, well, this is like the financial market. Sometimes it's up and sometimes it's down. In the context of climate change, we're talking about a constant up. And not the kind that you wish to see, because you're starting to live the effects. We're sitting in Spain now. It's a beautiful place. I used to live here, and I have the utmost appreciation for the beautiful country, the nation, and also the economy. And I know that this summer, as well as the last few years, there's been significant impacts by these increasing statistics on the agricultural sector, on the energy sector, on the water availability, and also on just the general living of human beings, like every single one of us. And if I consider this whole history lesson that we went through, and I look into this statistic, we can simply sum it up in clearly, if we continue utilizing the resources of our planet, we're increasing the value that we're creating, right? More cows that you kill, more burgers that you can produce. However, what's been going on in the meantime is that we go back in our economic model, we assess it, and we look into actually all of these KPIs that regardless if you work in sustainability, if you're simply a startup founder, an investor, you need to check in on those all the time, right? You need to make sure that you have enough cash in the bank account. You need to make sure that whatever you're building or you're selling is actually bringing a return on investment. And you need to make sure that whatever money you're using to create a business is able to bring back actually a bit more, hopefully. Not always in the case of startups. And in that reality, if we bring ourselves to maybe what's the status of the economy and what the true question that hopefully we'll be able to answer is we're not in a good spot. Because the increased concern maybe for creating new products, being always with the hype, being always with the trend, and making sure that consumerism lives in a particular format that satisfies the need for more and in a different shape and format, is actually resulting in an economy worldwide that is not doing so well. And if this seems like an outlandish reality, actually, there's a lot of reasons behind that. And they're all stuck where actually this whole history started. The economic models that we followed have existed for a long time, and they make sense. There is a mathematical model that we followed that actually has given us the opportunity to know that any resource that we utilize can actually bring back value, right? We all are sitting here. There's been a lot of reasons why maybe many of us decided to go and work in the tech industry because we want to optimize, we want to create value, we want to utilize the latest innovations. But the economy doesn't sleep alongside of all of these developments. And while we might be at the forefront of the improvement of many of these processes and manufacturing cases and so on, we are maybe not utilizing and working all together to make sure that the statistic that I just showed is enabled by the tech sector and is actually worked upon for a new definition of value. For the last 8 years, I've been working on a company called Plan A. Elegantly, the logo has been sitting there since the beginning of the presentation. And we've been supporting corporates of the likes of BMW, Inditex, and others on going on a decarbonization journey where whatever value they create for themselves that is maybe translated into the simplistic definition of money is actually always attached to a new set of KPIs that are related to the health of the planet. You might be thinking, okay, but wait, this is all the ESG reporting, everyone's been talking about these new legislations by the EU, there's been bans on plastic and so on. Well, all of this is actually there to demonstrate that we have not understood over the course of the last years what the definition of value is truly. And it's not a failure of our economic model, it is a failure of our mathematics that actually need to be turned around a little bit. And we need to understand that the more we utilize the land, the more we need to spend effort and money on replenishing it. Because funnily enough, or conveniently enough, it is significantly smarter than us and is a lot more capable of actually renewing itself faster than maybe a human is able to restart a startup that has gone bankrupt. So for the 8 years that we've been working with more than 1,500 companies, we have supported all of them to go through the mindset shift process through technology on why sustainability is actually a return on investment opportunity. It's not a nice to have, it's not a must have because the legislator in Spain or in the EU said. It is actually because there's economic logic behind you being a sustainable player within your own competitive landscape. Examples of maybe how even governments are thinking about this is what happened a few quarters ago in France, where, for example, for fast fashion companies, they're now going to penalize for every single €1 product with 10 euros. This is crazy if you think of these margins and probably balance sheet calculations that someone is making. There's other examples that I can give that are mainly on an EU level, where there's formulas for reporting called the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive, for example, that is requiring 75% of the EU to start reporting. Why? Because we all need to go on the same trajectory. And we all need to start actually identifying the contribution that we can make towards this sustainable model. Not pushing all of us to start working on renewable energy, but actually finding an angle for whatever business we are developing to connect this mathematical model to effective KPI assessment that creates a plan that allows you to be not only good to your balance sheet, but also to the planet, which is correlated. So, how can we respond, or what is the opportunity? For the 8 years that we've been working together with all these businesses, it was actually a lot of different challenges that we needed to tackle technologically. The first one was actually getting for people to understand that there is a problem to be solved. The second case was actually understanding the data problem. We have clients like KFC assessing 20 million data points a month, which is pretty significant. And for some of the asset managers that we work with, it's a matter of assessing a portfolio of 400 companies. How do you make sure that all of them are going on the same net zero journey? You use a lot of data. The final challenge, which has gotten us a lot more excited, and this is where we're spending most of our time these days, is this whole calculation on the return on investment. How do you prove not only to a sustainability manager, but also to a chief sustainability officer, a board member, a CEO, and anyone that maybe doesn't even care about climate change, that they are on a better growth trajectory if they invest in the sustainability topic now, rather than later. And conveniently enough, technologically, we've solved this problem. We have it as an algorithm within the platform, but we also have identified a lot of pockets of opportunity for different people working on any technical challenge to get involved and actually be part of this growth journey that is available to them, to their partners, and also to any industry that they're involved in. So these beautiful statistics that I showed that are quite scary actually give us an opportunity to think of different sectors and the sustainability response that you can take. In transportation, you can look into battery technology. You can look into a lot of last-mile delivery options that are optimized so that we don't see all these trucks that are carrying one single package and probably creating a little bit of a traffic jam. For the energy sector, which is quite problematic, we're talking about use of renewable energy. I won't spend too much time on this because the only statistics that you need to remember is that in some countries, including in this sunny one, it is in many cases 5 to 10 times cheaper to actually use renewable than using maybe the other options that have been historically more popular in certain industries. For fashion, which is an industry very close to my heart because the damage there is so significant, as there's companies that overproduce by 50%, we're talking about a whole universe of options that you can tackle. It is about the second hand, it is about the extension of the life cycle of the products, using anything that you buy a lot more times than maybe you would think. Side statistic, you know these tote bags that we get at many conferences, maybe even here? You actually need to use every single one of them at least 174 times for it to compensate the emissions, the environmental impact that is associated to the production of that. So imagine all these t-shirts that you have maybe in your closet. No blame for you. Learning on the go also on how to be better. For agriculture, which is quite of a dominant industry across our life, at the end of the day, we all eat, and we're also dependent on any of the proceeds from this kind of industry. We're talking about permaculture, better utilization of the land, and there's technology behind that. All of this is there to be scaled. For construction, as a clearly final example, which is quite dominant, it's ultimately for the better utilization of existing buildings and the technology that can support for retrofitting, but it's also there to really go into the geeky stuff of regenerative design, where there's like a breathing building that is able to air condition itself alone, purely for the fact that you're using better structures and better architectural models. One common denominator amongst all of these different industries is actually the creation of waste. All of us, at the end of the day, have been, probably since the morning that we woke up until now, creating a little bit of waste along the way. And that is something that, unfortunately, in the way that we make decisions is kind of embedded. It's encoded into our existence because, for convenience reasons, there's been a lot of things that have made easy to access and easy to dispose, maybe without thinking of the impact of them. Plenty of innovation has been popping up on this, and it's not necessarily utilized at scale. For the rest of it, it gets a little bit maybe qualitative, and this is that it's actually a bit of magic. I get asked a lot, why do I believe that the whole sustainability problem should be resolved? We're dealing with so many other issues when it comes to humanity. Clearly, like, some countries would do better on one topic or another. For 8 years, I never lost, actually, the excitement to work on this topic, mainly because of the people that I've met along the way. People that work on sustainability are nice. They actually believe in the problem that they're solving, and they don't detach the whole idea of job and a purpose, which is quite convenient, because you maybe work double as hard. But for what it's worth, for those that are not involved in this industry, it's really, truly about the fact that if we go back to this history lesson with which I started, there's been a lot of examples, maybe not connected particularly to this topic, that have proven that humanity is able to collaborate to solve problems. If I make it very didactically connected to the environment, we just celebrated actually many decades of the ozone layer that was able to actually get to a healthy shape purely because of collaboration on an international level. The inconvenience of everything that I'm saying is that I might leave you with the wish to do a lot, but without knowing where to start. The first approach, and the most important one, is that you spend time on just chatting to people. Maybe ask yourself what excites you within this topic, and maybe if it's nothing, purely know that the problem is not going anywhere. There has been so many wishes by people for this topic to really be a mere trend, for this to be yet again another domain that gets a lot of attention. It is disastrous out there. And I have not spoken about the true reality of what's happening on this planet. We're 73% down when it comes to biodiversity, announcement from last week. All of these cute animals that we all love, they don't like the setup that we've given to them. The water reservoirs of this country, but also of the whole planet, are not in good shape. And if we look into the way that we exist as humans, we don't really think about the planet in the back of our minds all the time. It's not even about consumption, it's really about making sure that we utilize our day-to-day to do a little notch better. And to make it hopefully easier, because I don't want to leave you with the feeling of neither guilt nor lack of action up until now, or even going forward, know that the serendipity of the opportunity to work on this topic is happening to you every single day. The beauty of this is that sustainability or sustainable choices are made with every single purchase that we make, with every single conversation that you have, and with every single product that comes into your hand that maybe you analyze a little bit more to see, is this actually plastic, is this recyclable, and so on. Find this magic for yourself, and I'm sure that you'll be a positive contributor to this topic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mila. I love that positive. Let's end on that positive note because it's much needed. And speaking of sustainability and looking in a positive way at this, few people know this, but I think everyone kind of guesses it, but I'm going to throw the numbers. One of the fastest growing ecosystem is in the Nordics. So the Nordic ecosystem is one of the fastest growing ecosystem across the whole European landscape. But it's not only that. Most, like I think it's north of 80% of the investments that happen in climate tech happen in the Nordics. And not just that, not in any country in the Nordics, but mostly centered around Sweden. So it's interesting because we keep talking about sustainability, but the one region that knows not only how to do the technology for clean tech, not only they know how to invest in that, not only they know how to scale that, is the Nordic region. And still, it tends to be pretty hard to get Nordic investors coming to the south. And we definitely need someone to help us and explain, and people that have done it before at scale, how can we learn from them? So the question is how to attract Nordic investors to Southern Europe. And to talk about that, we have a fantastic panel. So please welcome our first panelist, Marcus Holland, Managing Director at Vona Ventures. Big applause to Marcus, please. Come on, let's make some noise, people. Hello, Marcus. Welcome back. Good to have you. Please take a seat. And to join my... Oh, that one. Okay, that one. You choose. You're the boss here. And to join Marcus, please welcome on stage Dugan Milner, the MD at Borealis Partners. Thank you, Dugan, for joining. Welcome back to Valencia. And to run the show, please give a big round of applause to Ivan Fernandez, founding partner at Enzo Ventures. Big applause for Ivan. Kill it, guys. We much need this. Thank you.
Hello, hello. Hello, everyone. How's it going? Well, it's a pleasure having you today with us. Thank you so much for being here. We got together with Dugan from actually the US, but now living in Madrid, and also with Marcus coming from Oslo, Norway, but apparently pretty interested in Spain, and he has been working also here for a long time now. So basically, the topic of the session today is how to attract Nordic investors in Southern Europe. We'll dig in probably like in Spain specifically, and I would love to have a chat and start by basically comparing both markets, right? So what are the main differences that you can appreciate from Nordics and Southern Europe mainly? Maybe Dugan, you can start.
I think what I've found working with Northern European companies, and especially with Scandinavian tech companies, I have a lot of experience in both Sweden and Finland specifically. They build their companies with a very clear vision of export, if you will.
Yep.
So it's very rare you'll see them focused entirely on their home market. I think this is a major point of difference in that they aren't spending too much time testing the local market. They're building to go across the Atlantic, or at least across the pond into the rest of Europe. So I do see that as one of the big differences. Here in Spain, oftentimes, because we have enough size with local population and densities, et cetera, a lot of the time companies start here and they scale out within the different regions or within the different cities. So I see that as one of the big differences in,
right, definitely.
in at least building the software companies and the tech companies.
We're trying to build together with our founders at Enzo Ventures, it's basically this international mindset. So from day one that they think globally, and we're trying to identify talent in Spain, but also Southern Europe, who really wants to create global business, right? So how do you feel, Marcus?
Yeah, just to build on what Dugan pointed out there, I think what I saw when because I spent a serious amount of time in Barcelona pre-COVID, saw a lot of companies, startup founders going for marketplaces, like lots of marketplaces, and I would say that differs from what I've seen in the Nordics, where it's there's a lot of hardware, there's a lot of infrastructure, sort of capital-intensive companies. Whereas here in the south, there's more marketplaces, like Dugan says, they go after the domestic market first, and then they try to scale after that. Whereas in the Nordics, they try to they go global quite immediately because the market is too small. So yeah, I think, but I think the problem here, and we talked about this backstage, the problem is at some point you run into problems because you can raise your angel rounds here, you can raise some seed capital here, but Spain and many of the southern countries in Europe, they really lack growth capital. There's a lot of old money in this country, and I think it's not flowing into this stuff, and we keep talking about it, and I don't see the change. I haven't seen the change, and so for me, it seems like there's still this element of really a stifling tech community in Spain.
Yeah.
So I'd love to challenge on that a bit, because there's probably a lot of, in the room, in the audience, there's a lot of people who represent some of this old money, and I think we can talk about how do we get people excited about like solving some really daunting problems in the world by investing in the future and investing in tech.
Yeah, definitely. I've been in the market since 2016 when I created my first company, and I can tell you like there were very, very few investors back then, especially in pre-seed, right? So I think that the market is evolving. We're getting there, and the guys that were doing pre-seed things back in 2016, 8 years ago, whatever, they are now going to seed and Series A progressively, step by step. It's taking time. But one of the key things that I've seen is that the interest from Nordics investors and North European VCs and investors and capital are very interested in the market, and it's been increasing through the time, right? So now we got, for example, Carl's Capital in Enzo Ventures, like investing in us, like ProFounders Capital, people from really UK, Germany, and also the Nordics, more and more interested about the market. So what do you think makes them feel this interest here? Like, why are they thinking about Spain as a market to invest in the next 10 years?
I can jump on. I think their home markets are getting quite crowded and competitive. Capital alone is getting quite competitive in those markets simply because they have become so mature over the past 10, 15 years especially. The Nordics, Germany, they're producing a lot of great tech companies, and then it's in many ways a fight to figure out who's going to be able to deploy within those tech companies. What we have here in Spain is, as he was just mentioning, there's less competition in the seed pre-seed stage, and the capital is still a newer phenomenon here flowing into the tech scene. So I think just the competition alone makes Southern Europe interesting in that sense.
Definitely. How do you feel about that, Marcus?
So are you talking about the competition towards the VC or the startups?
Yeah, so like during the last few years, we really appreciate like highest interest from like Nordics and North European investors in focusing more and more in Southern Europe, right? Especially Spain. So let's talk about first like what makes them come here and be interested about the market.
But it's like Dugan says, like the competition is heating up well, I think that's not just Northern Europe. I think the whole industry is facing an influx of massive amounts of new fund managers.
Right.
And so before we had this problem where there was like back in 2015, 2016, there was like this new thing where everyone was building an accelerator. Like everyone should build an accelerator. And so there were, at some point in Norway, we had this joke, there's more acceleration programs than there are startups. And now it seems there's more fund managers than there is startups to back, So
that's exactly what the world needs, more fund managers.
Yeah, I agree. But you also need, fund manager who knows what they're doing and actually is able to help startups, not just with capital, because capital is becoming increasingly less scarce.
Yeah.
So you need something else than just the capital to be able to win. And so I think you're right. I think they're looking southwards just because they want to sort of open up the funnel, get more deals, look at more interesting opportunities, and also something that connects them to larger markets. So Latin America, Spain is a a gateway to Latin America, and Northern Africa. There's stuff happening in the Middle East. So I think this is where why people are looking southwards. Yeah. Sure.
Well, I'll throw one more point in there too, which is if you look at, generally speaking, a pre-seed round, very early stage round in the Nordics, they're not yet at US levels for buy-in, but they are more expensive than here. So they can get into stuff here at a much earlier, or at a much cheaper rate rather than they can up in the Nordics.
Yeah. And then if we twist basically the mindset into the founders, right? Where should like Spanish founders look into this? Like basically investors that you mentioned, like definitely someone who can bring a value, like basically first in mindset, and then someone who can really like work with them in the long term. Like, what are your points here for founders to look at basically to an investor?
Well, I think to your point, I think founders don't spend enough time on just, I think as a at least as a first-time founder, you're sort of just going for anything. Like you're looking up like these VC lists and you're just cold calling and you're trying just to get some money in the door. I would say like more experienced founders, they will sort of create an investor map. They will try to see who can add value and which kind of investor I need at a certain point for the growth phase, for a scaling phase, for a later stage phase. It will be different. It will be different ones, and also building like a board. We spend a lot of time. So my day job is to build these scaling programs for venture funds.
Okay.
And so we spend a lot of time really on what we call investor readiness, which is basically, preparing startups to attract these types of deals we're talking about, and how they should think about creating a sophisticated board. And nobody really wants to do that, especially when you're sort of young as a company. You won't want to deal with like a board that's keeping you accountable. So, but I think at some point you need to really, to attract these types of rounds, you need to structure the company in a fundamentally different way than, and you can probably talk about this better than me, because it does require something to go from like seed stage to Series A. Series A investors, they require something vastly different than seed investors.
Well, I'm American and I work in M&A, so I can bang this drum all day long. Build to sell. And I think one of the things that, and this, it tears me up inside, but oftentimes what I see with investors here in Southern Europe, I don't know if it's a fear thing. I'm not quite sure. I haven't been able to put my finger on it, but they're not having the conversation with their soon-to-be signed term sheet investment companies at an early enough stage. You wouldn't propose to a girl to get married and not first have the conversation about like, hey, do you want kids, by the way? You don't want that question to pop up too late. But the investment model, if you're going to be going for capital as a founder, you need to understand why they're investing in you and what the long-term model is here. And so it is a build-to-sell model. And
and that's a great point. As soon as you take in investor money, you actually sign up for this deal. And I think actually you're spot on.
You're signing up for jet fuel-based growth. And you need to be preparing the company for that. And jet fuel-based growth is going to do one of two things. It's going to explode and vaporize, or it's going to be picked up by a buyer at some point, whether
100%.
it reaches Series A or it makes it to Series B, and you keep structuring yourself along the way for that. So I think one of the things both culturally for the startup scene, for the founders, but also for the investor side here in Southern Europe and here in Spain especially, is not ingraining that build-to-sell model and mentality at an early enough stage in these companies.
Right.
I think the same goes for the Nordics. Actually, we don't have this mindset. We build for it to last, and we build for because it's something that our family did, and it's culture and stuff like that. We don't. So this is where I think we could use some of the American mindset, is to build to grow and grow as fast as you human possible can, and then at some point you want to exit.
You guys do one thing very, very well, though, which is building to go somewhere else.
Yeah.
So again, whether it's Norway, whether it's Finland, whether it's Israel or Estonia, these are micro markets from a domestic perspective, and you've got it ingrained in your heads that I can't grow here. I'm building this thing to scale far, far away. And that is a very different mentality.
Definitely.
That's great.
Definitely. So we chat about basically the main points that like Spanish founders have in their mindset, in the way of doing, like how Spain or Southern Europe is attracting talent for Nordics. But let's have a chat about what we're doing wrong, right? We basically started Enzo Ventures back in 2021. We've been emerging fund managers, right? And we've seen that the market is pretty, let's say, aware of entry valuations. So we've seen a lot of funds who really wants to, get in, of course, in a lower valuation possible, forcing founders at some point to basically dilute themselves, which could be something, not really positive for the long term, and at some points makes them feel and makes them, like, say, think not really in a global mindset, right? Very, very local. So how do you feel about, like, basically Spanish investors in general terms, and how do you feel about them being more and more proactive for attracting basically global talents and going for companies who really think global, right? And at some point can also attract Nordics investors going here and investing in companies with high conviction. What do you think about that?
I think for a lot of reasons there are no issues attracting global talent, and probably the younger the better, because we've got places like Valencia, we've got places like Barcelona, and hey, look, the cost of living is low, and you can make a decent wage, and you get to live here by the sea and all these sorts of things. Madrid, I live in Madrid and love it. There's a lot of ways to attract talent here, but I think one of the issues is the ecosystem in terms of attracting a talent and attracting companies that will be able to scale. It kind of goes back to the maturity of the ecosystem here. We need to keep fueling the recycling system here. That doesn't mean that every company needs to be a unicorn, but I'll say it all day long. We need to be building these companies to sell. And even if that's, we got to get to 2 million euros in revenue or 5 million ARR, and then we're selling this thing. Now, that might seem really early, but that founder is going to go right ahead and start another company, and now he's got cash in his pocket. And if you can keep that guy here, that's fueling an ecosystem. And we're not quite doing enough of that yet. We're not quite running the recycling wheels enough.
We got first success cases, but probably it's not enough, right?
We do. We're starting to build the mafias, right?
Exactly.
The Glovo mafias. I think Wallapop spun out a couple companies now. Oh, I just saw that guy bang his head. That looked horrible. But yeah, it's happening. But slowly, we're getting there.
Marcus?
Yeah, I echo that. I think talent is abundance of talent. Actually, that's the problem. In Barcelona, I think there's 14 universities, all producing high, massive talents. And what happens when they're finished out of university? They're unemployed because there's a sky-high unemployment rate. And I think it's worse here in Valencia. I think it's up to 20% there in Valencia, or just under. So you have an abundance of really talented young people coming out of university. There's no jobs, and so you want to start a company, but really there isn't the ecosystem. They don't have the. What they need is these, and research show that you need these role models. You need former entrepreneurs who showed it's possible to actually grow companies, scale, be cheered on, be celebrated by the community, because it's, there's a tall poppy syndrome in Europe, I guess also here in Spain, that you shouldn't brag too much, you shouldn't be too much. But we need these role models, and we need them not only to make themselves rich. They should have an employment pool so that they make a lot of the employees rich as well. This is also not common here as it is in the United States. You need to make a lot of people rich from that first venture, so that those people can go back and be role models and reinvest into the community, build new funds, become fund managers, and so you have this recycling thing happening. And so this is extremely important. And I don't see this, I don't see this happening at a fast enough rate.
Okay, not at a fast enough rate, you're right. It is happening.
Yeah.
What's Yellow VC? What are the guys? They're the ex-Glovo guys, right?
Yeah, ex-Glovo.
You're starting to see it. The mafias are starting to happen.
And we have pretty much, many examples there. For example, there's one of our LPs who is the founder at Homa Games, a French-based company, valued plus 1 billion. Now he's from Cádiz, south of Spain. He's now living in Malaga, right? And he has been basically getting all and creating companies in the European landscape for the last 20 years now, right? And he's coming back, and he's investing as a BA. He's investing in other funds like ours. And I think that we're getting there. Of course, from a fund perspective, we need more entrepreneurs, but we need more entrepreneurs who has basically succeed before at some point, and who has experienced this kind of growth path, as you mentioned, Marcus, right?
So, so I'll leave with some recommendations, because I want your take on this, Dugan. I highly recommend, a lot of these people with money, in decision-making power positions, to go and see what's happening in Silicon Valley, because Silicon Valley has an ecosystem that's unlike anything else. There's more venture capital than anywhere in the world, and I've spent a tremendous amount of time in Silicon Valley, and I know for a fact that it's not just that there's more money, but the mindset is different. There is this coherence and this agreement between universities, between the corporates, between the startups and the founders, and the culture and the celebration of diversity, that you don't just find here. And I'm not saying we should copy Silicon Valley. You can't do that. You should figure out how can we be inspired by that place, and how can we build an ecosystem that works here for our purposes, with our ambitions. And so, but I'd love to hear your take on this.
I don't think you can copy Silicon values.
Yeah?
Right?
Oh, that's good. That's good. I like that.
How do you copy Silicon Valley?
No, I said I don't think you should.
Exactly,
I don't think you should. It should be a Spanish thing.
But I think they're getting there. You touched on this multiple times. Kind of the old school family offices here in Spain need to. I believe you used the word cojones when we were backstage. Need to get more involved in helping the local venture culture here, which of course is going to help the local tech culture here.
Yeah. Go to Silicon Valley, see what's up, see what they're up to. Go to Tel Aviv. Tel Aviv is a great ecosystem as well.
Wild.
Yeah. Go to London, because these ecosystems have something that you should probably deploy in this country, and do it fast, because this new era of AI we're seeing right now is just going to upend every competitive advantage we've seen. It's going to accelerate the race towards relevance for every country. So I think it's the race against time. Yeah.
Definitely. No, and just the fact that you just mentioned before that there's a lot of Nordics investors coming to Southern Europe, I think it's good for everyone to also have this, different mindset.
Northern investors shouldn't have to come to Southern Europe.
You think so?
You should be deploying the capital. You should be figuring out how we can pull capital from institutions, from the old money, and so that this becomes a beacon of light is my,
Anytime if they come to like us, for example, as an LPs, then we can work together. We can just like find difference culturally, and then also invest in companies, of course. No, and just to mention a few examples, we invest, for example, like CTO at Cabify, like CEO at Signatory. So it's going there, right? Like XCP also at Global is one of our portfolio founders, so it's going there. So just like 30 more seconds now. So if you have like any very few words about how we can make Solve in Europe more appealing for Nordics investors or more appealing for basically founders and to create global companies, please go ahead. Yeah.
I mean, I think we're already there in some sense in terms of being attractive to Northern European investors in the same way that real estate is, which is they can get into this market for, relatively speaking, respective to their own markets, for a pretty good price. And you can still get decent returns here on the given technology companies that we have. And they may not have as many pound-for-pound unicorns as the Nordics, but there's still a lot of great companies being built here.
There. Yeah,
and this is one of the best places in the world, like lifestyle, that's why people come here. The lifestyle, the sun, the way of the Spanish people, so there's lots of reasons why this should be a really great place to start businesses and for capital flow.
Nice.
It's just about, changing mindsets.
Definitely. We'll get there.
Okay.
So, thank you so much, Marcus, Jugan. Thank you,
Thanks,
the
guys.
audience.
Was that yours? Oh, sorry.
Make sure you don't leave anything.
Thank you.
Marcus, thank you very much. Dugan, pleasure having you. Thank you, Van. Thank you very much. Okay, big applause for them. Come on. It's not super packed, but we can make a lot of noise. So get ready for our next panel. So we're moving on to different facets of running a company. And you've probably heard this before from many investors, but one of the key ingredients about a company is the founding team, right? And it's not easy to get a good founding team. It's actually quite rare. I get asked a lot, it's like, why do people say that all the time? It's like, well, when you've been doing startups for a very long time, you get to see the pattern where, the idea doesn't matter, the market changes, there's so many uncertainties out there, and it changes fairly quickly, especially in certain areas. So you need to have a very adaptable founding team that's capable of, as we were saying before, burning the bridges. We were talking about this in the morning. So they can burn the bridges, but still be flexible enough to adapt to what's changing. And that combination is not easy to find and to grow. From time to time, I get someone asking me, it's like, Alex, I want to start this company, but, I'm alone. Where can I find a co-founder? It's like, good luck. That is quite hard endeavor. And I'm pretty sure there's a couple of people here that have experienced that personally. So to talk about that, how do you build exceptional founding teams as a founder and grow with it? Please welcome our next panel. So big round of applause for our first speaker of the panel, Ana Vieira, VP of Tax at Remote Technology. Big applause for Ana. Thank you, Ana, for joining us. And to join Ana, please welcome Martina Goad, founder at Smiler. Martina, welcome. And last but not least, big round of applause to Polly Barnes, operating partner at EQT Ventures. Thank you, Polly, for joining. And to run the show, the one and only Jason Scott, founder and managing partner at 525. Big applause. As a trivia, I'm going to tell you that if you do it right, the panel should finish at 5:25.
We will do it right, and thank you for that. Well, thank you everyone for joining us for this panel. It's a topic near and dear to my heart around building exceptional founding teams, and I'm excited to have such a diverse group of folks in terms of your perspectives, in terms of the geographies that you come from. And so I think we start off by just introducing ourselves. So my name is Jason Scott, as mentioned, founding partner of 525. The reason why this topic, though, is so near and dear to my heart is my prior role was at Google. And part of what we did at Google was do a study of about 900 founders globally around what made the ones that were most successful, what were some of the traits that their investors founders, their co-founders, their teams felt that they exhibited that some of the least successful founders in that batch did not. And we came up with a set of traits that I think are indicative of a lot of the reasons why these founders were able to succeed in their companies. So with that, I would love to introduce our panelists. We can go down the line. Give us your quick, I would say, 90-second superhero's origin story as it relates to this topic. Why is this topic so near and dear to your heart?
Okay, so I'm Polly. I'm the talent operating partner for EQT Early Stage Investment. So that's Europe's largest early stage investor. We have 3.5 billion invested into early stage tech across Europe. And I do all of the founder development in that. So my job is, I think, probably the coolest job I could imagine, but I work with our 150 founders. I interview them at investment stage. So from that, I have a whole load of data and around what this incredible journey that founders are on. And my role is to support that. So, you know, very similar to you. We've done a lot of studies just recently with the Behavioral Science Department at Oxford University to really help founders excel at every stage. So I think we optimize for actually somewhat the easiest to identify part, which is the entrepreneurial stage, and then but what comes before and what's really going to get you to exit.
Cool. Well, my name is Martina. I'm a serial entrepreneur. I had a successful exit in 2019, and I'm currently founder of Smiler, which is a multi-sided marketplace photography business. And I'm there the chief commercial officer. Awesome. And we raised over 15 million in funding, maybe. Side note.
And so my name is Anna. I'm the VP of Tax at Remote. At Remote, we enable companies to hire employees across the globe. We are a fully distributed entity across all the countries, so our teams are located everywhere, and we manage them from everywhere to everywhere, and we managed to raise around 350 million through the 3 rounds of investors.
Awesome, awesome. Well, we talked a little bit on Friday around the study that we did at Google and some of those traits that came out of that, and just to get the audience caught up, those traits were the ability to treat people like volunteers and really motivate them around a mission, to protect the team from distractions and really focus them, to preserve interpersonal equity, particularly the relationship between your co-founders, minimizing unnecessary micromanagement, so how do you know when to micromanage versus when to allow your team to thrive, inviting healthy disagreement and creating those safe spaces for that, keeping pace with expertise, and overcoming discouragement. And one thing, we can start with you, Martina, because as the multiple founder in the room, would love to hear, you said inviting disagreement was one that stood out to you as incredibly important in your journey. Can you talk a little bit about how you invite disagreement amongst your co-founder and your co-founding team, and you can maybe give the audience a little bit of that context as to your co-founding relationship as well?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I think we encouraged disagreement from the first day. We made sure that we created like an open culture within the company, that people could also debate with us as founders from start. I think we're a Dutch company, so the Dutch directness, I think, is dripping down in our organization as well. So people can be very direct as well towards us. But I think as founders, you know, usually the best solutions and the best ideas come from friction. Yeah. So, you know, when a discussion was heated, we were able to never take it personally, but always think about the business first. Mm-hmm. And I think that's crucial when you're a founder, but also to create that space for your team member. Just make sure you make the space and give them a safe environment to actually discuss these topics that are very relevant, and make sure that it's like judgment-free, I would say. Yeah,
I think that's incredibly important, just because one of the things that the study also teased out is that one of the reasons why most founders fail, 55% of that reason is due to co-founder conflict and interpersonal dynamics. And so I would love to hear, maybe we'll go to you, Anna, as you have been part of this journey with remote scaling, particularly as a remote company. How about you? Any thoughts around how you all create those spaces with everyone in different places?
I think I'll start with how challenging it. The most challenge we have, it's the cultural part. Yeah. Because when we're talking about the Dutch, and for example, a US person, one is going to be, pardon, very polite, where the other is going to be very direct.
Who's who? No, I'm kidding.
We can guess, we can take a poll maybe. And this part is crucial because we need to respect the cultural part, but we need to achieve the result. So the challenge is going to be how to make them feel comfortable at sharing their ideas in their cultural background. It doesn't matter if you are direct, it doesn't matter if you feel that directness is being rude, which happens sometimes. And this is the challenge you need to achieve and overcome, so that you can build a team of trust, achieve the results, and overcome whatever you need to overcome. But at the same time that everyone is aligned without having any issues of baking up on their own culture and not feeling comfortable at working remotely, which means working globally.
Yeah. Polly, how about you as the investor looking from the outside in? Any thoughts on the topic?
Well, I always think when people are talking with me, I think they try to convey that they're perfect leaders. And I think I'd be at pains to say we're looking for outliers. And so to double click on what you said about visionary, of course, we all understand really great founders are visionary, but what we look for is a magnetic leadership and the ability to bind people. But quite honestly, and sorry guys, because I'm sure this creates velocity, founders are difficult to work with. And that is a positive, right? So I'm not looking for people. I'll be really honest, like we're investing in people who, you know, with the size of fund we have, are going to go the whole mile. And that is an extremely tough journey. So a lot of the tension and a lot of the things we're looking for are about not just can you work hard, like we all know that's a total startup kind of, almost a cliche. But will you do the really hard things? Will you do the hard things about your team? Like, will you do not just the hard, take on the hard task, because problem solving, again, is a fun thing, but what are the examples where you have taken those relationships which meant you had to change and you had to take the feedback, and I'm sure you've got millions of these given your success, but, you know, have you done those things?
Yeah.
So that's the kind of build, I guess, beyond the founder archetype,
No, that makes sense.
Cliche.
Another one that came up across a few of you was protecting the team from distractions. And I'll start with Anna again this time, just given remote, again, a remote first company, so I imagine protecting teams from distractions is even more challenging when they're distributed. Can you talk a little bit about how you all create focus for your company around that North Star and continued direction towards that?
I think that, or in my opinion, personal opinion and operational opinion, you need to focus on the achievement, on the result, on the outcome. And you are going to have challenges because usually the founders are going to tell us, we want this. And this might be even impossible, but we need to make it work. So it's much more focused on the result rather than the steps you take to achieve the result. Having said this, it doesn't mean you don't need to have controls in place. Because sometimes, and this is a challenge we sometimes have, is that when you see a remote job, depending on the culture, sometimes you still have this understanding that is, okay, maybe this is a part-time job, and you still see it. Although it's not, and it's going to be challenging, and it's still going to be a startup, which means that it's not exactly super organized. And so suddenly we have the founders saying, we want this, and let's change everything again. So it's much more focused on having the correct KPIs, on allowing the different workers to come to us and say, I'm lost, I need guidance here and there, rather than actually monitoring if they are working from 9 to 5, where they are working from, what they are doing in their everyday. Let's assume they live in Valencia, probably because it's a sunny day outside, they want to go to the beach. I don't know. It's fine, provided they do the tasks they need to do to achieve what we need to achieve as a company. So it's not so much, not at all focus on micromanagement, because that would not even be possible, although it would, technically speaking, with all the technology we have behind us, we would be able to micromanage, but nobody wants that. So if we do have to micromanage someone, it's because there is a mistake going on there. So it's focused on the results and the achievements. However, of course, this doesn't mean that nobody's seeing anyone, that we have controlled KPIs and controlled touch points, async and sync, to make this work and to help them to achieve what we need to achieve.
Yeah, one thing I often tell people that was eye-opening for me about my time when I was at Google was I thought one of the reasons that Google is doing 26 different types of companies, everything from energy storage to autonomous vehicles to cloud infrastructure, is being able to set those North Stars and really being able to focus on this is the objective and here are the metrics, the key results, and get there however you want to get there, set the path. We won't set the path, but here's the North Star. I saw a lot of nods. Martina, were you?
Yeah, definitely. I think you have to trust your team. and great, work and results will come to you. But indeed, clear KPIs are crucial to have. And I think also having systems in place, such as QBRs, etc., to just keep on track of what your team is doing and that they're still executing on the vision is super important. But what we also did is to make sure that, for example, our key team members were really aligned with key decisions before actually making these key decisions. So that the key decisions were actually already carried out within the teams, except from the top-down strategy that you sometimes see within scale-ups or startups.
Yeah. That's very interesting. Anything to add before I move?
I mean, obviously Martina's been kind of quite a long way on her founder journey. I have a challenge slightly to the idea of KPIs, given it's quite often investors that ask for it, because at early stage I don't think at all that's what you should be doing, or what I see really great founders doing. And now you've got a lot of maturity in what you've done, but if we take it back to like founding exceptional teams, at the beginning, those teams are T-shaped, right? You're trying to, like, if you're trying to create those teams, and again, you tell me, because you've been through this journey, you're trying to actually quite often hire in your image because you will go faster. Because one of the critical things at that stage is just ability to ship, right? And then, of course, later, absolutely KPIs and structure, which is a totally different type of leadership, which is why it's such a challenging journey, and only these exceptional people can do the sweaty early stage and the structured later stage. But, I mean, that was just my kind of...
Very true. Yeah, and it's super important to also, at some point, hire expertise within your team. But I think what we did from start was more hiring for adaptability. So are these team members willing to adapt to new structures, to new pivots within the company, rather than expertise? And once you have the funding in, you can hire for expertise. Yeah.
I would say one thing, though, Polly, to your point, from my perspective, I do look for a founder's ability to at least think like a scientist is how I describe it, like understand what experiment they're running and what will validate that hypothesis so that they can invest or divest quickly and make those decisions quickly. So I think it's maybe not a specific OKR or KPI, but I think there's like a scientific method to entrepreneurship of understanding the hypothesis you're testing in that moment and being able to quickly decide yay or nay, we're putting more fuel on the fire or we're going to abort mission on this. That I think, at least for me, I look for in those early founders, especially when you're basically giving them money to go run an experiment, right?
Clarity of vision. Yeah, you totally understand. I think it's just the KPI thing feels you can strangle an organization.
And the operational overhead can sometimes be daunting, I understand as well. I know there were a couple intangibles in our study at least, and Polly, maybe give you the chance to share some of the work that you all were doing, because one of the things that I thought was really interesting was one of the common aspects of our study versus your study was around overcoming, we described it as overcoming discouragement, but the ability to kind of ride the roller coaster and continue to lead and continue to motivate the team and continue to find ways to support yourself as a founder. You had something, I'm blanking on the terminology, but you had something similar in your study, but maybe you can explain.
I think it's super similar. We called it resilience alchemy. So it's exactly that. It's the innate ability, and it is fairly innate, although you can build muscle in this, but the strongest founders kind of are born with it as well, to shrug off those setbacks and not take them personally and move quickly to the next day. And specifically, on the product, I think a lot of people find it really easy, right? Or easier. Like, I think anyone who even goes down this journey is highly resilient. On the team, maybe less so. Like, that's where people can take it really personally. Like, that is my culture, my company, all of those kind of things. So on both metrics, really want to look for the same, that resilience alchemy.
How have you both thought about overcoming discouragement? Obviously, we've all been living the last few years and have all been through roller coasters of our own, but how have you all thought about that, your ability, and how do you overcome the kind of ups and downs of the journey?
For me personally, it was really about riding the waves. We always said to each other, so, when you're in a high, you should enjoy it. When you're in low, try to find other people, where you can still find that positive energy. But also, I think as a founder, but as a leader itself, you have to be coachable as well. So also, receive help from coaches who've done it maybe a couple of times more or better than you before. So try to hook up with other entrepreneurs that did similar rounds or, you know, had similar issues as well. Could really be helpful. But I think also from a mental health perspective, I think it's really good that you have some KPIs yourself where you can fall back to as soon as, you know, it's getting sometimes really rough.
Yeah.
So, you know, I
You're
think
saying
everyone...
personal KPIs around...
Personal KPIs, you know. I just know that once, you know, if it's going to be really intense, I need to make sure, you know, that my diet is on point, that I keep exercising, that I sleep well, you know, have these things in line, just to make sure that I'm as sharp as a shark during the day.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Anything to add, Anna, from your side?
From our perspective, what I see within the leadership team is that we try to talk to our peers in the competition all the time to understand where we are as a company. Competitors, direct competitors or tech companies, and at the same time, all coachable and adaptable we need to be in this world. Because a policy that you establish in 1 year, after 1 year or 2 years, might have failed or might have seen that maybe the world had changed, it worked for 2 years, now we need to reshuffle everything. And we need to have the way of getting back a little bit from your box to understand how the world is, because it's very easy when we are working a lot, several hours, to just live within your box and not see what is going on around the globe. It's like I heard an expression that is very funny, that is sometimes you need to go ahead but still look while you are driving back to see where you are. And it's a little bit this dynamic of working and being coachable and adaptable and keeping your mind, because you cannot work and not having the capacity to actually organize yourself to have your private life. And we work around mental health a lot because otherwise you will fail. And this is a lot what we do. Look outside, see what's happening in the world. This is why we travel a lot, travel a lot in the way that we try to see other cultures, because we need to come together and be able to have the capacity of not only wanting to work with the ones that like us, because otherwise, from a cultural perspective, we would fail. Unless we would do a business for us, right?
You just gave a great, I would say, motivation for why everyone should have remote companies where they travel a lot. So
you can stay in your house too. They work as well.
Awesome. Another one that we talked about was around the feeling of fairness around co-founding teams and that interpersonal equity. And in particular, again, in the study that we looked at, part of the reasons why those relationships tend to degrade between co-founders is a feeling of some implicit unfairness between either responsibilities or maybe who gets to be on the cover of Forbes or any of those things, right? And so curious for you all when you think about the topic around how founders can make sure they check in on that interpersonal dynamic. Any thoughts or tips? I'm sure the co-founding teams in the room today would appreciate any suggestions or tips. How do you make it feel fair? How do you check in on that interpersonal dynamic?
So how we do OKRs and QBRs with our team, we also do it as a founding team. So we check in with each other, usually in person. We try to meet in person. And we actually talk about all the things also around the company. So also our private lives, but also how do you still see yourself within Smiler in the upcoming years? You know, how do you see your own progression and development, etc. So it's basically like what you usually have with your good employees. We have it together as well. The team usually thinks we just go for dinner and drink a lot. Well, I did, but not anymore. But for now. But yeah, we also check in towards each other. But I think first of all, it also starts with before you actually raise funding and before you actually hire your first employees, you really should know your co-founders very well. So you should check, like, is this person, you know, does it foster? Does he or she foster resilience, adaptability? Do we share the vision? Is this person capable of being decision making? Does he or she has decision making skills, etc. So, and also, do I see a future leader in this person? Because, you know, if you want to scale your company, you know that he or she is going to lead a huge company as well. So also that person should have like inspiring skills, etc. So I think it's crucial also to pick your founders right, of course.
Yeah, I agree. Given, see the clock, well, go ahead, you can add something following this.
So, I mean, If you were in the Bay Area, you know, everyone has a therapist and a coach. So when we invest, I say to our European founders, you're going to need one, and they all laugh at me because we're in Europe and people don't do those things. And I reiterate that. We do this leadership development and we do the modeling because we can then support this incredibly hard journey, right, and help build resilience. And I think, you know, one of the traits we look for is self-awareness, and that doesn't mean that you have to be the best leader, but you have to at least know when to get out of your way and to hand over to one of your co-founders. And that is, like, I think in some instances exceptionally difficult for some people, but like, that EQ, keep on building it.
100%. And I would adamantly say one of the benefits that we gave all of our founders at Google, again, was actually therapy as complementary. And I think that there's this weird aversion to that, but I think ultimately, whatever you need to invest in yourself to make yourself a better leader is important to prioritize. I know we only have 30 seconds, so I would say one sentence, if you could leave them with one sentence, what would it be? I'll give you time by saying mine. So mine is, ultimately, I tell all my founders, if you're not asking or if you're not reaching out, someone else is. And so if you really have conviction around your idea or what you're building or you need support, ask, reach out. You'll always get a no otherwise. And so that would be my tip to the founders, but go ahead.
Yeah. I would say investors aren't looking for you to be perfect, and they're here to support you, or the best ones should be.
Yeah, I would say if you're a female founder and you're looking for support along your journey, just feel free to reach out.
And I would say that if you want to grow a company, align yourself, try to hit the moon. You'll probably land up within the stars, but focus on what you need to do and embrace yourself. So surround yourselves with the correct team that you need to have. And again, it's not going to be perfect, and you need mentoring and coaching, but you'll naturally go there.
Well, thank you all. A round of applause to our panelists. Thank you all for sticking around. And I think with that, I'm handing it back over.
Great job, Jason. Thank you very much, everyone. And you nearly made 5 to 5. It's 5 to 8. Nearly. Big round of applause to all 4 of them. Thank you very much. Pleasure having you. Thank you so much.
You go that way. We go this way.
Thank you, mister.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. So, lots of movements. We're getting ready. In a moment, we're going to be giving the VDS awards. So stay with us. Hopefully, our startups are around here, so that would be great. Is everyone excited? Are we excited or not? Yeah, kind of, maybe. I mean, let's be clear. One of the prizes is you might win all the way to $1 million. I mean, that's pretty cool to me. Anyhow, before we hit the final awards, we have a last talk of the day. And it gives me immense pleasure because it's something few people actually know this. I used to study neuroscience when neuroscience wasn't really a field because it was a mix of fields. And so anything that has to do with neuroscience tends to be close to my heart. And one of the amazing things we've done is the speed at which the neuroscience field has been growing and the new technologies that we've been deploying in the field is increasing day after day. And precisely, we're going to have now an interview and a nice chat with someone that's really revolutioning that through her inventions and her technology to the point of being able now to treat brain disorders in slightly different ways and with much better effects, including things like epilepsy, including things like depression. And not only you're going to hear from her, she's going to show you what it looks like. So please welcome our next panel, our next conversation, a revolutionary therapy to treat brain disorders. Give it a big round of applause for a local. Please welcome the co-founder and CEO of Neuroelectrics, Anna Marquez. There you go, lots of fans. Thank you, Anna. Welcome.
Thank you.
And to run the show, someone that's fallen in love with my stage. Big round of applause to my good friend Clark Parsons, CEO of the European Startup Network. Clark, floor is yours. Both of you enjoy.
Super. Thanks so much. Hello, everybody. Long day. Everybody good? Still energetic? A lot of you are waiting to get your awards, so that's always good for tension. Anna, it's really a delight to see you again. I've seen you speak so many times, and your story's so inspiring. I thought before we go into We can talk a lot of topics, entrepreneurship, your founder's journey. We're going to cover all that. But first, I always like to give every founder the chance to talk about their product and their company. So let's talk about Neuroelectrics.
Yes, before I talk about Neuroelectrics, just to mention that yo soy valenciana, so Visca Valencia, I'm so happy to be here. Woo! Visca! So, I was born here, my father, Pepe, my aunt, Cuca, Yoyi, Paloma. My family's here, so I don't have so many chances to be in Valencia, so I'm almost about to cry because this is the city that gave me everything, and if I have succeeded, it's because of my genes valencianos, because we are tough people. So anyway, just to say I'm very happy. So this is Neuroelectrics. For the ones that know me, it's really funny because some people don't recognize me anymore if I don't wear this. So sometimes I'm in a room and I put this and it's like, ah, es la chica del gorro, it's you. So this is a technology. As you can see here, we have plenty of electrodes. And your brain, now that you're listening to me, there are 100 billion neurons that are communicating not only electrically, but also chemically. So these 100 billion neurons are creating electricity, like your cardiogram, electrocardiograma. This is a brain monitoring device. But what I'm more excited about is that any of the electrodes I have here can inject electrical currents into the brain. Let's think like the very non-famous electroshocks, the alguien voló sobre el nido de cuco, no? So very bad press. But the honest truth is that injecting electricity in the brain can help to heal diseases. For example, we are doing a trial in epilepsy. We know that by injecting currents into the brain, we can reduce epileptic seizures in patients that don't respond to medication. In depression, we know that stimulating this part of the brain can help with depression. So what a beautiful idea for an entrepreneur to bring this that you can do at home. You don't have to ingest any pills, non-toxicology, non-pharmacologically, and you can create better. And this is all made in Spain, and I'm very proud to take this technology to every corner of the planet.
So let's talk, this is really great. Let's talk about how this came to be. You were working, you spent more than a decade working actually at Star Lab. You were pioneering how to turn science into a venture. At what point did you see this tech and say, this should be a company, I'm going to start it? I mean, that's a big jump to be saying, oh, we're going to turn the lab into tech. What was it that you saw, or what inspired you to say, okay, it's time for me to get out there and do my company?
Well, I think that we were not born entrepreneurs. I don't know how many in the room are entrepreneurs, but you are not born an entrepreneur. I think that in my case, it's like the Matrix. We have a red pill and a blue pill. And at some point, our company, Star Lab, we were only employees. They went bankruptcy.
Oh, okay.
So we were faced with the red pill. Do you go home con tu finiquito and your indemnization? Or do you take the risk trip? And in that point where we decided to take risks, we bought the company as employees from the curator, meaning that by chance, from a crisis, we became entrepreneurs. So we loved the project so much that we didn't want it to fail. And our beginnings were so humble. I still remember in Barcelona that we were renting the projector by the hour. So I would go down to Plaza Catalunya and for 30 euros rent the projector, project the slides, and then give it back. And I think that's actually a great learning for entrepreneurs to be cautious about money, right?
Oh, of course. Well, let's talk about the fundraising. This is, everyone always says hardware is hard. How do you fundraise and how do you get going for something that clearly is a piece of technology? It's not, an app you put online and off go the customers. How do you build a business like that? Yeah.
Well, we are very fortunate to be in Europe. So one of the things we did in Europe is go to the European Commission to get grants for science. We are a scientific company.
Yeah.
So we started raising grants from the European Commission. And then one day we said, why don't we sell this? Even we want this to be a therapy, why don't we sell it to researchers? And we started to sell in Malaysia, Japan, Korea. And today we still sell $7 million of these devices worldwide while we do the clinical trials. But I think bootstrapping, selling a product that you have, even if it's not your end product, is always a good idea because you have a bunch of customers that are going to buy from you. And then, of course, is the famous Series A, Series B. But my co-founder, Julia, and myself, we didn't raise money until 3 years ago. And the company started in 2011, so we bootstrap. And I think it's pretty smart if you can afford it, because now we still own 2/3 of the company after a Series A of 20 million in the United States.
Yeah.
So bootstrapping is not only a learning process, but I think it can really get you more control on your company.
Yeah, let's talk about the US, because this is really a great thing about your story, is you didn't just succeed in Europe. You played the global market, and you also played in US and Boston, a really tough place to win investors over. Talk about that piece of your journey, because you had the, you had the Valencia guts, I don't know the Spanish word, to go out there and be pitching in Boston up against, I'm sure, really great people from MIT.
Yeah, it's funny because I went to a public university, Universidad de Barcelona, and when I landed in Boston, everybody was MIT and Harvard. And it's like, where university did you go? And I was like, UB. And they were like, So it's kind of a hard place to raise money when you're an outsider, right? And I got so many people telling me, Anna, you will never raise money in Boston because you have an accent. And I was like, so? I mean, what does the accent have to do with neuroscience?
Boston has a pretty bad accent, too, for those
Exactly.
Americans in the room.
And then for the women out there, I was told, one of the reasons why you don't raise money is because you don't put a man to raise money for you.
Oh, that hurts.
That hurts because, I'm a woman CEO, but I have 2 daughters, Lucia and Matilda, and 2 sons. And when this advice was given to me in Boston, I said, what am I going to tell Lucia and Matilda? That I'm going to put a man to raise money for me? And I said, no way. If I don't raise money, I don't raise money. But I'm not going to put a man to do my job. So I persevered, I went the extra mile, and I raised $20 million from one of the best investors in Boston. So don't let people tell you that you cannot do things because of your gender or, your sexual orientation or your skin color.
That's really great. Catch us up then right now for where the company stands. You guys have had one funding round. Where is it in terms of size, number of employees? Give people an idea of, because now I would dare say you've made it with this company. Where is it right now in the market?
Well, we are in clinical trials. We are 75 people with operations in the US and in Asia and in Europe. And we are now raising another fundraising of 40 million, Series B, in the United States. So I think today the markets are pretty tough, but we are very confident. And so we are still raising money to bring epilepsy and depression into the market. So epilepsy, we think 2026, we will have the data from the trial, and we will become the first company in the world to go through the FDA with this new technology made in Spain.
That's really great. You're involved on the advisory council of the European Innovation Council, and about half of the money right now goes into biotech and medical stuff, which is really interesting because these things take a long time to get to market and to pay back those investors. Because you're now in year 14, 15 of the company, you're still raising money. So for those out there who are thinking about doing deep tech or something in the medical field, what should the founders think about, and what should the ecosystem think about to make it easier to have a long time span? Because for the VCs in the room, for the venture capital investors, they want their money back in 7 years, 10 years, 12 years. It's a really difficult sell. So what can we do to make the system better for founders like you?
Yeah, I think it's assuming that, I love this book, The Hard Things About Hard Things.
Yeah, from Ben Horowitz.
Ben Horowitz. I mean, in neuroelectrics, we are doing a new therapy for the brain, which is the most sophisticated, less unknown part of our body. If you think of the drugs that you take or the COVID vaccine, those take years of research. Yeah. And we are all very happy to take a pill when we are sick, but we don't acknowledge how long and how many years an investment went. So I think that we have to be more honest about, one thing is to build a software platform to buy and sell. But if you're talking about science, there is no shortcut. Yeah. It's sustained long-term investment. So I would love, and in the US they have more money, but I would love that the European investors would be more, long-term thinkers and I think the European Commission, with all the public money, they are, right?
Yeah, they call it patient capital, you know.
Yeah, but for example, clean tech, energy, all these things to revolutionize the way we live, all those are going to take years, new sources of energy. So deep tech, I think, is what is going to transform our world. Quantum computing, I mean, how long we've been talking? It's going to happen. And you cannot fund that with a VC that is saying 3 years from now, bring me revenues.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's not going to happen.
There used to be a joke that nuclear fusion was always 30 years away, but now I think with the technology we see in laser tech, you know, there are a lot of companies getting funded for this, and it feels like it's moving down from 30 years. Let's talk. Yeah, go
and
ahead.
I don't know why Spain is not more science-oriented. You know, we have Ramon y Cajal. I think we have great scientists, and I think that we should be more science-oriented and tech-oriented than what we are.
That's great you went there because you're involved in STech,
Yeah.
which is one of the movements, one of the organizations really promoting Spanish technology. Let's talk about the Spanish tech ecosystem. I'm loving it being here in Valencia. Everybody needs to play to their strengths for Europe to really work as a tech place and as an entrepreneurial place. What do you see are the strengths of Spain? And you can be a Valencia cheerleader here if you like, because I know they've got a lot of great green tech and climate tech. What for you are the things that Spain and an organization like STech should really push and concentrate on?
Yeah, I think STEC is the organization of scale-ups in Spain. So there is Factorial, Cabify,
Glovo, maybe?
Globo, Wallapop, a bunch of companies. And it's funny because I always say, for me, or for a 3-year-old girl, it's a fantastic, it's the La Reina de los Unicornios, it's like My Little Pony. So it's kind of super. But jokes aside, I think it's a great organization. I think we should be more proud. Yo no sé si es the Catholic religion pero the first time I received an award in the US, I started to say, oh, gracias, no me lo merezco. And then an American girl and say, Ana, don't speak like that. You have to say, I'm honored, I deserve this. And this made me think of our Spanish culture in a way. I mean, I think we need to believe more that we are good, right? And we are awesome, right? So we should embrace more. So I think we have amazing companies in Spain, but we don't sell ourselves as much as we should.
Yeah, also ambition. I think we talked about it on a panel I was on this morning. A lot of founders don't think about the global market. Maybe they don't think they're worthy or they would deserve it or could compete. But you went out to the global market immediately and at least learned to be able to say, let's go.
Yeah, but I think we have more and more. I mean, I came to Valencia Digital Summit maybe 3 or 4 years ago. It was only 5,000 people. Today we are 12,000. So the ecosystem is growing. Before, people only wanted to be funcionarios or public servants. Now you see more people becoming entrepreneurs, more success. For example, Iker Marcaide, I don't know if he's here, bringing back his success to Valencia. Jose Carmena just sold his company from Berkeley. He's coming back to Valencia. So I see these successful entrepreneurs from Valencia coming back. Pascual Leone is a professor in Harvard. Now they're doing neurotech. So, you know, what Lanzadera has done for the city, Plug and Play, Startup Valencia. So I think there is a movement, but we need companies to be successful and scale.
Absolutely. But this is a really great point you make. We've always found in looking at the statistics that of all of the exits, when employees are getting, you know, the big payday, half of that money goes right back into the ecosystem as angel investments. So having these founders come home is huge because they're going to be seeding the next generation that's out here. Let's finish with your founder's journey too. I mean, we've got a lot of people in the room who might be starting on a founder's journey. You've learned a lot along the way. What are some of the things you like to tell first-time or young founders when you meet them? Maybe save them a few years of pain. What are some of the things that you like to tell young founders for how to find their way?
Well, one question to the founders in the room. Why do you want to have your own startup? Why? Think carefully. If it's to make money, it's the wrong answer. For sure. Why? Because it's going to take all of your time, all of your energy, all of your whatever. So you have to love what you do. So you really have to believe that you want to do something that is going to have an impact. And if it doesn't go well, the journey should be awesome. right? It's not to make money. If you do things right, you will make money. But I tell you, I've been an entrepreneur for 20 years. I could be smarter, but it takes so long. Every single day you wake up, no, picas piedra, picas piedra, picas piedra, you know, and now people tell me, Anna, you're so successful, and I tell them, almost every week I'm in a plane. I've been working like crazy, and now I'm starting to get, you know, a lot of recognition, and the company is going well, right? But I think that if it will go bad, I have had such a great time, and I wouldn't be doing anything else at this point. So I think that the question is, why do you create your startup? And the answer should be because I want to have an impact, and I believe that this is what I want to do.
That's great. Where do you get the resilience? Because this is the thing I think, you know, we don't want to scare founders away. It's hard and it's a long slog, and you hear no all the time, even after years. Where do you find the inner resilience on those tough days or weeks or months when it feels like nothing's going right? Is it your team? Is it family? Is it personal life? Where do you take the strength to be able to say, oh, come on, come on. Is this personal? Did you get this from your family, or did you learn this skill?
Well, my family are fighters, that they are here. We are fighters. We never give up. I think women in my family were always strong women. But I think it's in your mind. I think that when people tell me no, 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 and they shut the door, I always think, well, there may be a way. So I don't go home and cry. I think, well, Anna, you know, what is the other way? So I think that resilience is about your belief that you can get by. And if you believe, you will keep on looking. So I always have muchas bolas en el aire. So, you know, I look for investors, for grants, I do partnerships. So I always have like bolas. And these bolas keep me going because I say, okay, this said no, but I'm still talking to this guy who may say yes, and then I'm seeing an opportunity and calling. So I think having all these opportunities always in the air also makes you resilient. And even when people tell me, Anna, this is going to go bad, I say, no, we will survive. We've been worse. We've been worse.
It's been worse. Have you found yourself turning people, like investors that said no a lot, and after the fourth or fifth meeting, it came to yes? Like, have you gotten,
well,
have you turned some no's around? Yeah.
Well, I think it's a like love story. I think investors are not bad people, but it's about falling in love and matching. So you have to kiss a lot of frogs. Right now, I'm talking to 250 investors.
Really, it's a numbers game right now.
It's a numbers game.
Yeah.
So it's kissing a lot of frogs until you find your prince. So I'll keep on kissing all these investors.
Do you tell the frogs they're a frog? I mean, actually, it's interesting nowadays, depending on the way the market is going, sometimes you can turn the tables on investors and say, what value are you going to add to my company? Have you found yourself trying to do this sometimes in these conversations?
Well, I think that the more you fundraise, you realize who you really like. So I also think that investors should be deciding who is the best investor. So there is people I don't want to work with. And there is people that I adore. Right? So.
Oh, that's really, really great. We've got only 90 seconds left, and the room is filling because I think a lot of people are going to hopefully take away some awards soon. Any final thoughts for your hometown of Valencia, your families here? Quite a wonderful personal moment. Yeah.
Well, I think Valencianos, keep on pushing. We have a lot to show to the world, that it's not only nuestra paella, ni la playa, ni las fallas. So Valencianos, demostrarle al mundo que we also have good technology and good companies, and scale up, conquer the world. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Ana. Super.
Gracias.
Anna, pleasure. Thank you very much. Absolute honor having you. Thank you, Clark. Big pleasure. Okay, so, everyone is on board. Wow, packed room. So, let's wait until, let's clear it up. Okay, so still some spaces over there. So if people want to sit, there's some spaces over there at the back. So how is everyone? Final part of the day. Everyone good? This side good? That side good? Over there at the back? That's not good. That part there, good over there? I cannot hear you. Okay, so we're nearly at the closing of one more year of the Valencia Digital Summit. 7 years doing the event. Is an absolute honor and pleasure seeing the room like it is right now. And with this, I'm going to start the moment that everyone is waiting for. So we're going to begin the part of the award ceremony and closing remarks. And to do that, I want to welcome on stage my dear good friend and president of the Startup Valencia Association. Please welcome Juan Luis Hortelano for some words. Big applause to Juan Luis, please.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you for being here. It's been really 2 hectic days, 2 really fantastic days. Thank you, all of you, for making this happen. I hope you're not that tired to continue the party after that. And if you don't mind, I will switch a bit to Spanish to do the welcome to our special guest. First of buenas tardes. Perdonad por el cambio de idioma, que mis neuronas ya no responden. Buenas tardes, ministra no, me he perdido. Perdón. Ministra de Ciencia, Innovación y Universidades, Pilar Bernabé, delegada de Gobierno, Rebeca Torró, buenas tardes, Paula Llobet, concejala del Ayuntamiento de Valencia, buenas tardes. Resto de autoridades, no sé cuántas más autoridades tenemos. Gracias por estar aquí hoy. Es un gran honor tenerles aquí con nosotros hoy para este cierre del evento. Como decía antes en inglés, han sido 2 días fantásticos que empezaron con una lluvia amenazante, pero que nos acabó respetando. Más de 12.000 personas registradas. Las últimas cifras nos dicen que había un 35% de asistencia internacional. Hemos crecido un 65% respecto al año pasado y luego hemos tenido los 7 escenarios todos los días llenos, esta sala completamente llena todos los días. Muy contentos y, sobre todo, habiendo recibido el feedback durante estos 2 días de todo el mundo, muy positivo sobre el evento. Después de 7 años, yo creo que solo me queda agradecer a todos los que lo hacen esto posible, el equipo de Startup Valencia, todos nuestros partners, nuestros supporters, toda la gente de producción y nada más, agradeceros mucho. Luego hablaremos de BDS 2025, donde os esperamos el año que viene. Y sin mucha más dilación, voy a dar el paso a Diana Morán, a que suba al escenario y os dedique unas palabras. Gracias.
Muy buenas tardes a todos y a todas. La delegada del Gobierno en la Comunitat Valenciana, la secretaria de Estado de Industria, al presidente de Startup Valencia, a la concejala del Ayuntamiento de Valencia, a todas las startups participantes en esta edición del Valencia Digital Summit. Te voy a contar en qué consiste mi ministerio, así no se te olvidará nunca más. Soy la ministra de Ciencia, Innovación y Universidades porque hemos considerado desde el Gobierno de España que es todo el ciclo de la innovación. Para nosotros, el ecosistema científico que está conformado en este país por los centros de investigación y por las universidades, hay una cosa que la gente no suele saber, que es que el 70% de la investigación que se hace en España se hace en la universidad. Y el 95% de esa investigación se hace en la universidad pública. Por eso para mí ha sido muy importante fuera saludar a los stands de nuestras universidades. Y aquí en la Comunidad Valenciana y en España tenemos grandes universidades que están en los mejores rankings internacionales en producción científica. Como país estamos en la posición número 10, 11 en producción científica del mundo. Y consideramos que es una posición bastante razonable por nuestro peso económico en el mundo. Pero luego en innovación estamos en la posición número 29, 28. Y por eso el Ministerio de Ciencia y de Universidades también es el Ministerio de Innovación, porque tenemos que construir ese puente necesario entre el mundo del conocimiento y el mundo en el que ese conocimiento se convierte en soluciones innovadoras que ponen en práctica aquello que descubren nuestros investigadores. Así que este es el gran objetivo que tenemos como país, mejorar la innovación de nuestro país, la transferencia del conocimiento. Por eso para mí hoy es un placer estar aquí con vosotros y lo primero que quiero es daros las gracias y reconoceros este espacio en el que también tejéis esos puentes, construís esos puentes entre la academia, el sector privado. Y sé que esas fases de la innovación son complicadas. La innovación siempre conlleva riesgo, si no sería más fácil. Y por eso, también como gobierno y como administraciones, muchas veces tenemos que asumir el riesgo junto con nuestras empresas para que ese riesgo, que muchas veces es demasiado para asumir por parte de las empresas, pues haga posible que en nuestro país también se haga innovación. Y por eso tenemos ahí fuera también a nuestras agencias financiadoras, las del Gobierno de España y otras, he visto también a las de la Generalitat Valenciana, el propio Ayuntamiento, de manera que practicamos lo que la profesora Matsukato entiende, ¿no?, como Estado emprendedor. Nosotros arriesgamos con nuestras empresas, invertimos junto con nuestras empresas en distintos instrumentos. Os hablo como ministra de Ciencia, de Innovación y de Universidades. Tenemos fuera el Centro de Desarrollo Tecnológico e Industrial. Si no conocéis al CEDET, ir, aprovecharlo y coger la tarjeta y curiosear, porque nuestra función es ayudar, ayudaros a innovar. Y voy a poner un ejemplo. Como es valenciana, por poner un ejemplo, Apele de Space es una pyme valenciana que está lanzando cohetes y que pretende hacer cohetes que transporten a personas. Y os digo que lo que está haciendo Apele de Space es único en Europa y que todo el mundo está mirando lo que hace una pyme en nuestro país, que fue una startup y que nació de dos estudiantes de la universidad pública, que es la Universidad Miguel Hernández de Elche. Así que el mensaje es que, desde luego, si trabajamos juntos podemos hacer grandes cosas. Yo tengo aquí datos y cosas, pero no quiero marearos con datos. Como dato os diría que sabéis que venimos de una pandemia y si hay algo que aprendimos en una pandemia a fuego y que no se nos tiene que olvidar nunca, es la importancia del conocimiento, de la investigación y la importancia de trasladar esa investigación a soluciones. Y soluciones innovadoras fue desde las mascarillas, que en nuestro país no las fabricábamos, los respiradores o simplemente trasladar la información a la ciudadanía de que tenía que distanciarse, que tenían que abrir las ventanas, que teníamos que airear una habitación. Todo eso es ciencia convertida en soluciones para la vida de las personas. Y como venimos de la pandemia y sabíamos que el gran riesgo de nuestro país era volver a caer en una profunda crisis después de la crisis de la pandemia, porque ya nos ocurrió hace una década en la crisis financiera, y no queríamos que se volviera a repetir, lo que no hemos hecho es repetir la receta. Eso también fue innovador. En vez de volver a los recortes y la austeridad, lo que hemos hecho ha sido la mayor movilización de dinero público de la historia de España. El Plan de Recuperación, Transformación y Resiliencia, que tiene mucho de lo que estamos hablando hoy aquí. Queríamos recuperarnos de la crisis de la pandemia de manera transformadora, no salir por la misma puerta que habíamos entrado, y convertirnos en un país más resiliente. Y para eso es imprescindible tener empresas y tener un tejido productivo que ya no mire fuera cómo se innova en sectores estratégicos como los semiconductores o como el sector aeroespacial o el sector farmacéutico, sino que queremos que sea en nuestro país donde se produzcan esas soluciones innovadoras. Y por eso estamos invirtiendo más que nunca en ciencia y en innovación en nuestro país. Así que mi mensaje es que lo aprovechéis. Ojalá estemos sabiendo ayudaros. Es nuestra misión. Y si no lo estamos haciendo todo lo bien que deberíamos, seguro que podemos aprender y seguro que podemos aprender también en estos encuentros. Así que gracias también por servirnos de puente a la Administración con el sector privado y el sector emprendedor para ayudaros mejor. Desde luego, nos tenéis a vuestra disposición y nuestro compromiso con vosotros es total. Muchas gracias.
Quédate, quédate. Excelentísima ministra, muchísimas gracias y con esto te mantengo aquí porque voy a llamar por favor a Juan Luis Hortelano. Big applause for Juan Luis, please. Because now it's a special moment. We have a very special award that's going to be handed, which is the honorary award that we provide at VDS. So please welcome on stage our honorary award for Ana Maikes, CEO and co-founder of Neuroelectrics. Congratulations, Ana.
Muchas gracias, Ana, por dejarnos entregarte este galardón. Y bueno, le voy a dejar, lo comenté antes con ella, digo, quiero que digas unas palabras, no solo de agradecimiento, sino contarnos lo que hace su empresa, ¿no? y el motivo por el que le hemos entregado este galardón. Así que, cuéntanos, Ana.
Bueno, la verdad es que no lo tenía preparado, pero bueno, diré unas palabras. Primero, yo creo que gracias a todos, a la ministra, a vosotros, nosotros estamos en un campo como es la neurociencia, la estimulación de neuronas. Es un camino difícil ir de la ciencia al mercado, pero somos un ejemplo, ¿no?, de que esta estimulación de neuronas puede ayudar a pacientes con epilepsia, con depresión, y hemos hecho las Américas y llevamos el sello español con un montón de orgullo allí donde vamos, ¿no? Y aunque haya recibido muchos premios, ¿no?, entre ellos Goldman Sachs en Nueva York, etcétera, este premio me hace cantidad de ilusión, más que el de Goldman Sachs, porque soy valenciana. Y entonces yo creo que no hubiese triunfado si no llevase la luz de Valencia, los genes valencianos, la terreta conmigo. Aquí está mi tía Cuca, Paloma, yo y mis primas. Se lo dedico a mi familia, a mi padre, a mi abuela y tantos valencianos que me han acompañado en América. Por ejemplo, creo que está por aquí José Carmena, ¿no?, de Berkeley, Álvaro Pascual Leone. En mi periplo americano, ¿cuántos valencianos? Yo recuerdo entrar en Harvard y empezar, pero frena, no ves glorias a España. Y Álvaro me decía, Ana, que estamos en Harvard. Y digo, bueno, es que son muy sosos. Entonces, yo creo que simplemente deciros a los valencianos y agradecer este premio, que sí se puede, que nacemos aquí, que somos la bomba y que podemos hacer lo que nos propongamos. O sea, que valencians amunt y a conquerir el món. Gracias.
Big applause for them, please. Big applause for Juan Luis. Big applause for the minister. Thank you so much. I mean, you can stay here with me. I'm pretty happy to having great family here. So Anna, once more, congratulations. Very well deserved. And with this, we're moving to the Challenge Awards. So let me give you a little bit of background on the Challenge Awards. So there was a hackathon that we ran on the 15th of October. And there were 4 challenges that were presented by very large institutions and organizations. So there were 4 challenges proposed by Elewit, by HP, by Mafre, and by Naturgy. So we received roughly more than 2,000 entries for the hackathon. We selected 72 people to come to the hackathon, and we grouped them in 12 teams. So out of those 12 teams, we've selected the 4 finalists for each of the challenge, which I'm going to be calling in a second. But before that, I want to invite on stage the people that are going to be handing the awards. So please welcome on stage David Gaston, Software Engineering and Sector Manager for HP. Big applause for David. Please join me here, over here. Thank you, David. Pleasure. And to join David, please welcome Ana María Hortels, Directora General de la Ciudad de las Artes y las Ciencias. Thank you very much for allowing us to do this in your beautiful home. It's an absolute honor being in your home. Thank you very much. And to join them, please welcome the one and only Karina Birrueta, Head of Innovation Ecosystem de Startup Valencia. Nervous? A bit? Okay, so now please let me introduce you to the 4 finalists of the 4 challenges for the Team Elewit. Please welcome on stage Team Electra. Big applause for Team Electra, please. Come on. Please also welcome on stage the Team HP, Team H. Big applause for Team H. Welcome on stage Team Mafre, OETZ, O-E-E-Z-Z. And lastly, Team Naturgy, Team SparkSafe. There we go. Welcome everyone, congratulations for making it here. Okay, there we go. So was it hard to get here? Just curious. How was the coding? How was the hackathon? Good? Ready for another one? Yes, yes. Okay, so wow, we don't fit. Let's try to, maybe 2 rows, a little bit. Well, let me move here. There you go. We can do this, come on. You did a hackathon. We can actually self-organize ourselves. There you go, now we're talking. Okay. You've been together for a whole 24 hours. You can hug each other. That's fine. Okay. And with this, I'll let Karina announce the winner of the challenges. So, Karina, floor is yours. Please do the honors.
We are very proud of you all. And the winner is Naturgy Team. Very safe.
So let's remind the winner of the challenge that wins 5,000 euros for their efforts and their innovation. Very good. We got the picture. Big round of applause to everyone. Thank you very much. I think we could probably take a family picture with all the teams, so please get to the front so everyone can see you and we get a family picture. Photo people, you tell me when you're ready. Come on, self-organize. There we go. We're done. Very good. Thank you very much, everyone. Congratulations. Thank you. Congratulations. Okay. Okay, so now we're moving on to the BDS Startup Competition Awards, so the Valencia Digital Summit Awards. Let me remind you the different categories we have. We have 3 awards today. So we have the General Pegasus Tech Ventures Award, which will provide with the winner a direct pass to the semifinals of the Startup World Cup, where the prize is $1 million. So they skipped the queue all the way till the end, okay? So it's a big deal. And then we have our own innate 2 different awards for Best Early Stage Company and Best Growth Stage Company that have been pitching yesterday here on this stage. So, with that, I want to welcome the ones that are going to be handing the awards. So please welcome on stage one more, Juan Luis Hortelano, President of Startup Valencia. Big applause for Juan Luis, please. Rebeca Torró, Secretaria de Estado de Industria. Pilar Bernabé, Delegada del Gobierno de la Comunidad Valenciana. Paula Llobet, Concejala de Turismo. You're all together, so you can just all come together. Paula Llobet, Concejala de Turismo, Innovación y Captación de Inversiones de Valencia. Patricia Pastor, BDS Chairwoman, and Nacho Mas, CEO at Startup Valencia. Big applause for them, please. Okay, so now that we have, Patricia, you can stay here with me, close to me here, because you're going to be handing them their diplomas. Ready? Nervous? She's very nervous. Okay, I'm not sure who's more nervous, you or the startups.
I don't know.
Okay, so let me call on the startups. So we have a pretty crowded space, so startups, try to make sure we maybe do 2 rows or something like that. So maybe we can actually go, all of us, we go to that side, so we leave the space to the startups here. You stay with me. So please welcome our first startup. I'm going to call the names, and you keep coming. So welcome Cardiomo from the Seed Startups. Big applause. We can keep applauding. Disco, Drill Surgeries, Hulo AI, Hydros Power, Ibions, Nindus Lab, CO2, Sorbet, Trollwall AI. And let's stop there. This is our group of seed companies for BDS. Congratulations on making it this far. Okay, there we go. Everyone got their... There's a lot of you. Anna, you skip yours. Oh, wow. There we go. Everyone got theirs. You're going to get that? Oh, my God. We have young entrepreneurs. That's very cool. Oh, my God. Congratulations. That's an award from being here. You're such a cool kids. Yeah? You having fun? Yes? Is Mama gonna win? Yeah? Yeah? Yes. Okay. And please welcome our growth startups also on stage. So big applause for BOSOL. Big applause for BOSOL. Where are you, my friends? There we go. Deal Code AI, Meta Campus, NAX Solutions, Physio MRI, SmartPoint, Tuck and Job, and Viewed. So big applause for our growth startups, please. Maybe we can do a second row. That's fine. Congratulations, everyone, for making it this far. We've had thousands of startups attending the conference and the competition. Okay. So, are we all ready over here to know who the winners are? Yes? No? Okay, let's try again. Are we ready to hear the winners? Ah, now we're talking. Startups, how are you? Are you ready? Kids, are we ready? Very good. Okay. Well, Nacho and Rebecca are going to be the honors of giving the Pegasus Tech Venture Award. So, Nacho, you have the magic words, please. Yep, getting there. Hello, people.
Hola, 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 hola.
Ah, there we go. Yep. Now we have too many.
Hello. Hello. Oh, congratulations, everybody. Here I'm with Rebecca. We are going to give the Pegasus Award. The champion of this award will participate in the Startup World Cup of Pegasus in the semifinals. And we are very happy to give it today here. And the champion is Disco.
Disco, where is Disco? There we go. Congratulations. That's a picture there. Come on, make applause for them. Congratulations. This is a wonderful opportunity to win up to $1 million. Okay, thank you very much. And now Paula and Patricia will do the honors for our own early stage prize. So Paula, where are you? There you go. Patricia, go ahead. We have it over there. Okay. Drum roll, please. Team, we don't have a drum. There you go. There we go. Now we're talking.
And the best startup early stage, the winner is
Ulo AI.
There we go. Congratulations. Well deserved.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And last but not least, please welcome Pilar and Juan Luis to hand in the Growth Stage Award for BDS 2024. Another drum roll, please. Thank you very much. There we go.
So, the winner of the Growth Stage competition is
Smart Point.
Yay! Congratulations, Edward. Very well deserved. And as I always mention, you know, we've taken the pictures, but I would love to have everyone here coming together with a big picture of the finalists. Just getting here is already a fantastic achievement. So please give a fantastic round of applause to all our startups. Thank you so much for your efforts, for pitching, for being here, and for being part of the ecosystem. And congratulations to the winners. And with this, I'll let the floor to our dear Nacho and Patricia for some last words to close this beautiful conference one more year.
Only we want to say thank you to everybody. Thank you, of course, to our Startup Valencia team. Please, a big applause for them.
Woo, woo, woo.
These days, we have worked here very hard, more than 100 people, in order to have this great event. Thank you also to all the attendees, the sponsors, the authorities, or the board of Startup Valencia, Patricia Pastor, our chairwoman, of course, all the participants of the really important startup competition. And see you next year, 2025. We hope we have a better event and to see you again here. Thank you very much.
We have the dates there for next year.
Well, thank you so much. It was amazing these 2 years with rain, with sun, with all your energy, with all your movement. Thank you for coming. The people have come in so far. People have come in from Valencia, from Spain, for Latam, for Asia, for everywhere. Thank you for joining us. It was so great, your network, your energy, and please come back and support us for the next year. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
And now, to end, here are the dates of the 2025 BDS, 22nd and 23rd of October. Here, now, yes, thank you very much. You can book your hotels because it's really difficult in Valencia, in BDS, to be here. And now the final picture, please come with us, Ministra de Ciencia e Innovación, Ana Máiquez, Ana, David y todo el equipo que ha participado en The Challenge. Y el equipo de Startup Valencia también, please come here to take the picture with us. part of the team only.
Big applause to everyone. Thank you very much for joining. Great team effort. I don't know if you realized, but it was raining the first day. The team brought the sun the second day. And I believe it's going to rain tomorrow when there's no more conference. Okay, there we go. I just make a reference.
A big applause for the Startup Valencia team.
I'll just point out how many people it takes to make a conference. So please, big round of applause to this amazing team that made this 2 days possible, and they've been working 4 months. So please, big applause for the team. Thank you very much.
Well, that's finished, and now we start the closing party. We have a super party attending.
We do have a closing party here. I think the details are here. So
Thank you,
if you're
thank
ready
you
for
so
party,
much. Thank you.
now is the time. Thank you.
I heard of the virtue of the patient heart.
Careful.
So I'll just stick around till you can tell me apart. Oh, it's haunting the way I can't keep you off my mind. 'Cause that same mind now making up its own time. Guess I was on time.
Holding me back, gravity's holding me back. I want you to hold out the palm of your hand. Why don't we leave it at that? Nothing to say, but everything gets in the way. Seems you cannot be replaced, and I'm the one who will stay. Oh, oh, oh. In